Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Adult Bakugou Time Travels. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Katsuki wakes with a start, fists clenched and teeth gnashed. Ready to attack the masked demon that happened to get one clean shot. He blinks, confused. His legs are tied up in black bedsheets. And he is smothered by the nostalgia of his childhood room in his parents' two-story house. What the hell? Katsuki kicks off the bedsheets and swings around the side of the bed. Why is he sleeping at his parents' house? He glances at the alarm clock on his bedside table. It reads, 6 a.m. What happened between the midnight drag bust and now? A new and highly addictive hallucinogen hit the streets of Mizudafu strong. Call off a spice. People looking for a quick escape from their taxing lives instead found an express ticket to their funerals. Fortunately, after months of investigation, Katsuki of the Genius Office along with members of the Riot Agency and several underground heroes had a lead on the secret location used to manufacture the drag. The team planned to invade and secure as many high-priority drag associates as possible during a covert mission masked in the night. The last thing Katsuki remembers is coming face-to-face with the drag kingpin himself and attacking his unusually lanky bodyguard who hid his face behind a red yakusha mask and slithered around the hero's blows like a snake. So, this is the number 3 hero, Dynamite huh? The revered reputation I'm about to gain makes me almost want to thank you. Katsuki scowls. It was only one clean hit from the BSTRD's bodyguard, but, apparently he was out of commission enough to be sent to his parents' house. His scowl deepens. Why not his perfectly equipped studio apartment? And did his parents not turn his bedroom into a home office the minute he officially moved out after he graduated from UE? He is sure his mother either sold off or trashed everything he left behind. With remembered ease, Katsuki trudges to the attached small bathroom to wash his face before demanding answers from his parents. But the shocked face staring at him through the mirror stops him in his tracks. Hands are a flurry over his body, touching the rounded cheeks that took years to disappear, the lack of splintered scars and haphazardly healed gashes, the fluffy hair where an undercut should be. Taking in the loss of height, muscle bulk, raw power. Everything is wrong. Oh God no. Katsuki touches the mirror in dread, willing it to be some gimmick. No. How did one F-hit revert him to his baby-faced, bratty, beanpole of a middle school body? No wonder Best Jeanist sent him to his parents' house. Hiding this shame of a result from a top pro hero is of uttermost necessity. And if any of his enemies learn of what he has been reduced to, he could be dead in mere moments. Katsuki curses, slamming a fist onto the sink countertop and letting the pain in his hand ground him. He breathes deeply. It is not the end of the world. It was one mistake, one bad judgment call in dodging an attack, made from accumulated months of no sleep and overtime shifts. He will fix this and beat that scrawny snake into the ground along with his arrogant drag boss. Out of nowhere, a hand grabs Katsuki's shoulder and roughly spins him around. What the hell is taking so long, brat? Didn't you hear me calling you? His mother asks, her eyes narrowing. Why aren't you dressed yet? You should have left for school already. Hurry up. Reflexively, Katsuki slaps the hand away, raising an eyebrows at his mother's unwarranted anger. Have you finally lost it, old hag? I might look like this, but I've been out of school for nearly 10 years. Mitsuki looks at him like he is crazy, her perfectly shaped eyebrows furrowing in incomprehension. Katsuki stares at his mother's off-looking body. He knows it has been a while since he last visited his parents, but he is sure there are wrinkles on her face, maybe a couple gray hairs. This woman looks not a day over 40. She promptly smacks him on the head. I don't have time for your pranks, you little get going. No. A wrapped bento box and a brown school bag are shoved into Katsuki's hands before his mother stalks from the bathroom. An awful theory worms its way into Katsuki's mind, and he snubs it out. It was not possible. It is not possible. The ability to impossible. Deciding he needs to call his boss, Katsuki searches for his phone. Where the hell is the DMN thing? Where the hell are any of his personal items? No keys, phone, wallet, sunglasses, his usual day backpack. Nothing. The persistent theory knocks on his mind once again, a little harder, and he blows it up. No, there is no way. In a frenzy, Katsuki dumps the contents of his school bag onto the floor. Class binders, textbooks, and writing utensils. Lip balm. His skull-themed handkerchief. An extra set of orange chopsticks. House keys to his parents' house. A card holder for his Aldra Junior High student ID, train pass, and emergency debit card. Well, that makes sense because he did not own a phone in middle school. Katsuki's heart drops painfully in his ikichi. Sweat drips from his palms dangerously, but his throat is devoid of even the tiniest bit of moisture. The mocking theory peels back the gates of his mind with ease. The masked demon did not rewind his physical body. He sent his consciousness back in time. Glancing around his room for the printed calendar he used to keep taped to his wall, he checks the first unmarked date after a series of crosses. A quirk that sends your mind 15 years into the past. Or this is all some elaborate mental prison to make him relive his hardships from the very beginning. How does he know he is really in the past? This could also be an incredibly slow flashback scene, and he is already dead. Katsuki. Katsuki flinches at the roar of his mother from downstairs. If you aren't walking out this door in 10 minutes, you won't like me if I have to come up there again. He breathes out, barely a whisper. Katsuki tries to ignore his thundering heartbeat pulsing in his ears as he shoves his things back into his school bag. Quickly, he washes his face, brushes his teeth, swipes some deodorant, and changes into the Aldra uniform laying out on his desk chair. He slips out the front door of his parents' house with 2 minutes to spare from his mother's wrath, school bag and lunchbox in his arms. However, he walks in the complete opposite direction of the school. He needs help, and the only one who may believe his crazy story is his boss and mentor, Best Jeanist. There are only a few people Katsuki looks up to at the seasoned age of 29 years. All Might, Best Jeanist, and Miruko. Although he does not remember much of their first meetings, Best Jeanist has been instrumental in carving him into the hero he is today. Katsuki curses. Or the hero he will be in the future. The train hopping to Best Jeanist's agency is uneventful. He gets a couple of stares, but it is to be expected. He is a child in a school uniform obviously skipping. Katsuki squints up at the genius office, at the marble white building with long, green-tinted windows on all floors, before trudging through the front door. No matter the year, the style of the building is too much for Katsuki's tastes. Excuse me. Kid, you can't just walk upstairs. Katsuki's eyes flicker towards the receptionist rounding her desk setup, almost waddling in her too tight jeans. He rolls his eyes. She could not stop him even if she tried. Back off, I need to speak with Jeanist. What could be so important one forgets their manners? Best Jeanist asks, coming through. The front door with a few sidekicks hurrying after him. Katsuki cannot stop the relief that washes over him at the sight of his mentor. Finally, he makes a gesture to himself. Me. I am so important. Best Jeanist chuckles, eyes crinkling. Are you now? Yes, genius. When you've been sent 15 years back into your teeny bopper body, you'd be pretty high priority too. You're from the future. That's what I said, isn't it? Katsuki replies, a bite to his voice. Jeanist stopped trying to correct his speech years ago, accepting his harsh personality for what it is. However, maybe Katsuki should reel himself in just a bit with this younger version of his mentor, who even remembers how the man reacted the first time they met. Best Jeanist is quiet for a moment before his eyes lose the light-hearted glint to them. He fixes his hair. Although reforming young aspiring heroes is what I do, I'm afraid I don't have time for a child's pranks right now. If you would so kindly, he nods to two of the extras behind him. Spick and Span hurriedly latch onto Katsuki's arms before he can weasel out of them. Of course, sir. We will remove him from the premises, Spick says before the two drag Katsuki towards the entrance. Katsuki bucks in their hold, kicking his legs to JRK from their tight grip. What the F? Stop it. I'm being serious. Jeanist. He falls onto his but as the two sidekicks slam the front door in his face. Listen to me. Katsuki shouts, gaining a few stares from the people walking around him. He goes to pull the door back open. But it is locked. Those F-airs. DM it? If Best Jeanist will not listen to him, and he has no idea what the masked villain who did this to him even looks like, how is he going to get back to his time? Can he even get back to his time? What if the Kingpin burned or dismembered his prone body? Or he actually swapped places with his younger, unexperienced self and got himself killed? What if he just ceased to exist in his time? Katsuki has no idea how this quirk works, and the thought devours him from the inside. He is stranded in the past. Only when a passing cloud dims his light does Katsuki realize he has been staring at the glass doors like an idiot. He stoops to pick up his fallen school bag and lunchbox. What else could he do but return empty-handed to his parents' house? The slap to his cheek makes a resounding impact. His mother is furious. The irate scowl on her face could rival the cruelest devil. I must be dreaming. Because why else would I get a call from your school, saying you never showed up for classes today? Katsuki stares pointedly at the ground, bottling up his own growing frustration. One punch cost him his pro-hero life. His mentor thinks he is a joke. And his mother is more of a raging beach in the past. He takes a deep breath. The last thing he needs is to blow up on his own mother. She is just worried and disappointed in his seemingly bad choices today. Mitsuki grabs his face, manicured nails digging into his rounded cheeks as she talks down to him. Talks down to her 29-year-old son. Look at me when I'm talking to you. What bullshit went through your head to think it was a good idea to skip school? Katsuki finally meets her eyes, mouth set in a tight frown, and pulls her hand off his face. Calm down, Nick. I F up and I'm sorry. My head's been weird today. It won't happen again. He could tell her. He could tell his father too. But he doubts he will get a different response from Best Jeanists. They will think he is crazy. And he honestly might be. His mother glares down at him, something he has to get used to again, trying to pick apart his very being. But it is nearly impossible with his trained poker face. A frown tugs at her lips. Do we need to see the doctor? No, Katsuki snaps, immediately. I don't know. It won't happen again. She stares at him for a moment longer, her rage subsiding, and gently presses the back of her hand to his forehead. Go lie down. You have a bit of a hot head. Katsuki shrugs. Any way to escape this blatant massacre of his independence. He heads for the stairs. Oh, and you're grounded. To and from school only. You hear me? You're on chore duties for 3 months. I'm going to call your father. He was worried sick. Katsuki crashes on his bed, staring up at the ceiling. Let us review the facts. 1. He is stuck in his 14-year-old body. 2. He has no means of returning to his time. And 3. He has been grounded for the first time in over 20 years. He breathes a shuddering breath. His options are limited. On one hand, he could continue to visit the few people he trusts in the future, trying to get someone to listen to him and help him search for, essentially, a ghost to return to his time. On the other hand, he can relive the next 15 years to get back to his time. Both options SEK. He could continue to look for the masked demon, but in doing so, is he affecting his younger self's education and development? Can he even find the villain or to be villain in the first place? Is the villain even living a life of crime 15 years earlier? He could relive his life, but in doing so, he is a man out of time. Alone. Slowly crawling through the years to return to his life. As the natural light seeping through his window dims, the decision makes itself apparent. Katsuki rubs the palms of his hands into his eyes. A fleeting thought of setting off his quirk flits through his mind. He gets up and seats himself at his desk, pulling out a blank notebook and a pen. The best thing he could do is write down everything he remembers happening in the next 15 years, no matter how big or small. This notebook will be his golden ticket. His constant reminder that he is not crazy. The next thing will be to overturn this room to get a complete picture of what his younger self was like. And probably review what he has learned so far in school. It is going to be a long night. Good thing he does not sleep anymore. All this work isn't good for you, bro. A concerned hand on his shoulder. You push yourself too much. What do you expect from me? His own voice. It is not a question, and he does not want an answer. The conversation fades into the darkness. Katsuki, don't just ignore us. The voice sounds frustrated. Everyone needs a break. I take breaks, but the concern recedes once again. One day, you're going to need us, and we won't be there to pull you back. Katsuki opens his eyes. It always frustrates him when Aizawa is right, even in his dreams. He blinks the remnants of the blurry dream from his mind, taking in his surroundings. He must have dozed off for a couple hours. 3:47 a.m., the clock reads. He is on the floor, surrounded by textbooks and his own meticulously written notes. He stands, stretching out the hunch in his back from countless hours of future event recording, self-investigating, and class cramming. Mainly, class cramming. At least his academic ability has not taken a hit with age. The house is silent. Not a soul rising for the day. But then he can keep the mornings to himself. Have some semblance of being home in his apartment. He goes on his usual 6-mile run, followed by 30 minutes of cool-down and stretching. His lungs are on fire by the end of the run, and his body is not used to stretching this far. Ignoring the aches of his new old body, he gets ready, prepares his breakfast and lunch, and completes some of the chores his mother gave him. He leaves for school before his parents leave their bedroom. Walking to Alda, he recalls his findings on his younger self from last night. He combed through his whole bedroom, leaving no inch unturned. First, his younger self is very organized. From his eating habits to his school notes to his personal quirk training, everything is thoroughly documented and easy to understand. Now, Katsuki is still an organized person, but there is only so much you can do when you are multitasking different missions and patrols, public relations events, and intra-agency meetings. Something has to give. Second, his younger self is adamant about cleanliness and hygiene. He still is, so no surprise there. Actually, Katsuki still uses some of the same personal hygiene products as his younger self, only updating to ones that better suited his age. He is not going to look like some crusty, musty extra. Third, his younger self is not as good at hiding his all-might obsession as he seems to think. The well-played with action figures, the painstakingly preserved limited edition posters, and the folded baby blanket all shoved into the back of his closet says enough. Lastly, his younger self does not seem to have a life outside of school and personal training. Katsuki swears he had at least a couple of friends. Yet, it looks like he stopped playing with other children sometime in elementary school. Although, in the future, the only ones who can put up with his sorry but are Kami, Aizawa, Izuku, and Shudo, he still has friends. Will have. Finally reaching the school, Katsuki is almost surprised it is open this early. Probably due to morning sports practices. He finds his homeroom with some difficulty, but that is not the worst of it. Which one of these DMN chairs is his assigned seat? All those thorough school notes, and his younger self just expects him to know which seat is his. Huffing, Katsuki chooses a seat at random. He will move later if it is a problem. As he flips through the last of his notes that he dozed over, the classroom door quietly slides open and closed. Katsuki does not look up, and whoever it is does not address him. Light footsteps fumble at the door before trudging deeper into the class. Kaken. Katsuki stills. Even at a higher pitch and cracked, he knows that annoying voice anywhere. Are you okay? Katsuki turns around in his seat, finally taking in the younger version of his friend. Scrawny. Even worse than him. Unscarred. Insecure. His eyes narrow, a frown tugging on his lips. Midoriya is also wrong. What did he expect? Midoriya's eyes bulge, and he waves his hands comically. Not that you need help or anything. But you missed class yesterday for the first time. And, you're sitting in the wrong seat. Katsuki is quiet for a second. Which seat is mine? Midoriya blinks and belatedly points to the desk 2 seats in front of Katsuki. He sucks his teeth and moves his stuff to his actual seat. Thanks, he grumbles out. Thanks. Midoriya repeats, looking even more confused. Katsuki rolls his eyes. The boy is a walking ball of trembling nerves. But that is Katsuki's fault, right? He sighs and leans back in his chair, staring at the ceiling blankly. Katsuki did bully him ruthlessly, starting at the lively age of 4. It is something Izuku and he never talk about. They are a celebrated wonder duo, an unstoppable force in the face of evil. The symbol of hope and the symbol of victory who brought back the trust in heroes, the media loves to use. Izuku even has his own hero agency, Agency Deku, which he never fails to ask Katsuki to leave genius for. They hang out at each other's apartments, get drinks after hours, spar together, when they have a moment to breathe outside of work. Katsuki could not count how many times they trend on social media every month. His Izuku is the #1 hero. A veteran. A smug piece of SHT. A pillar of unending support. An important rival. A brother. This Midoriya is foreign, unrecognizable. And the more he sits in this classroom, the more he remembers. What can a dweeb like you accomplish? You don't even have AF Quirk, so where do you get off putting yourself on the same level as me? He's such a sad sack that, even now as a senior, he still can't face reality. If you want to be a hero so bad, there's actually a really good way. If you believe they're holding your quirk over in the next world, you should just dive off the rooftop and get it. The more he wonders how Izuku forgave him. He is the reason this boy is so scared to say what is on his mind. Katsuki's face scrunches in shame. The least he could do is stop bullying Midoriya. The timeline be damned. If he has to relive 15 years of his life, he is doing it his way. He just hopes his friends are there to greet him when he makes it out. The class fills up, and Katsuki's initial thought is correct. He did have friends, extra #1 and extra #2. The ones currently heckling him for being a hypocrite about skipping class. I just think it's funny that we can't do it without you being in but you can. And what's up with your pants, dude? Your mom finally make you wear a belt. Thankfully, the teacher starts class before Katsuki has a dilemma over decking a child. However, a new one presents itself. The glaring reality that a 29-year-old pro hero is retaking middle school with a bunch of 14-year-old brats. A sudden weariness settles over his body. He reluctantly accepted the repeat studying, but this is a whole other frustrating pill to swallow. Is he sure he is alive? Because this looks like the first circle of hell to him. He takes a deep breath. Class is boring, especially so the second time around. Uneventful, except for one annoying detail. Every time a student answers a question wrong, the teacher calls on Katsuki to provide the correct answer. But does the guy have it out for him or something? Is this supposed to be flattering, thinking he will always know the right answer? BSRD. Fortunately, he manages to correctly answer each time, but a quarter of them are guesses. Katsuki is fluent in English, Hindi, and Mandarin Chinese due to his university time in India and China under Maruko and Genius mentorships. His mathematics knowledge is mainly finance and algebra, and his science knowledge is mostly chemistry. So, it is not that he is academically inept, but he also does not walk around with random history facts in his back pocket. He is lucky he reviewed Japanese history last night. On the bright side, nothing is worse than filing his taxes every year or writing damage reports for the agency's insurance company. Typically, a Japanese resident does not have to file their own taxes due to the dependable tax withholding system, but with the international work Katsuki does, he tends to have another employer in addition to the genius office, and that makes him an exception. Every year. The bell rings. Before you go, don't forget to consider your future plans. You're all seniors now, the teacher points out, but a sly smile tugs at his face. But I bet you'll all be heroes. The class explodes into excited cheers and chatter. Katsuki raises an eyebrow, looking around. Most of these brats do not have what it takes to become heroes, and he is being lenient with that statement. Bakugou wants to go to Yui. Extra #1 boasts for some reason, and the class stares at Katsuki in awe. No, it's Sherlock. How cocky, someone exclaims. Doesn't Midoriya want to go to Yui too? Another student pipes up. The class quiets. And it only takes one snort for the silent dam to break into a sea of laughter. Midoriya. There is no way. If the only thing you can do is study, then heroics is a pipe dream. You can't be a quirkless hero. The boy in question fumbles out of his seat, trying to stand up for himself. There's no rule against it or anything. However, the class just laughs harder. A vein pops in Katsuki's right temple. He slams his fist on his desk, the loud sound canceling out the rest. The look in his eyes dared a soul to keep laughing. Satisfied, he glares at the teacher, letting this SHT drag on. "Teacher, finish your announcement, so I can leave already." The teacher clears his throat. "Ahem. As I was saying, I would like your future plan worksheets filled out and handed in by tomorrow." Katsuki leaves school, ignoring his younger self's friends as they follow behind him, conversing. He is not talking or even acknowledging their existences, so he does not understand why they still trail behind him. He just wants to go home by himself. Irritated, he punts a soda bottle down the street as he walks, mentally berating himself for not throwing it in the trash instead. A suffocating scent assaults his nose. Kids these days. Snatching the cigarette out of extra number 2's mouth, Katsuki explodes the offending object between his fingertips. He glares at the boy. "Keep this up, and forget having a future." The boy laughs nervously. "Dude, a bit much, don't you think?" Katsuki does not budge. "Those death sticks will ruin your body. Don't come crying to me when it happens." Katsuki's heart quickens. He stiffens. The sound of television static just barely tickles his ears. And a feeling of déjà vu douses him in cold water. The hairs on the back of Katsuki's neck stand up. Every warning signal in his body shooting off, screaming at him. Memories slip through a crack in the steel box, haunting the back of his mind. "It's today, isn't it?" Katsuki's body dives to the side before his mind catches up to what he is escaping. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees it. Black sludge warps to form some attempt at a body. Yellow eyes with bloodshot pupils zero in on his figure. Katsuki shudders involuntarily, staying crouched and ready to dodge another attack. Nice, a new disguise, and one with a tasty quirk and good reflexes too. Katsuki anticipates the sludge lurching forward and dives to the side once again, staying in his alert and defensive stance. He refuses to get caught by this villain. Never again. Even if he is not powerful enough to stop it himself, he could easily avoid it. Yet, as he dodges, his ever-so all-knowing mind whispers a little secret. If the sludge villain incident is today, then he knows what else happens today as a result. He would have been happier never recalling this fact. Never hearing about it over drinks with Izuku. For, if he does not play damsel, succumbing to this villain's advances, how else will All Might recognize Midoriya as the rightful successor of One for All? If this really is the past, he could seriously alter the course of the future by not getting captured, by letting some passing hero save them instead, by not letting All Might make the correct decision, by forcing Midoriya to give up his only dream. And he would never subject someone else to the clutches of a villain. So he stops. His body slowly rises from his defensive stance. His eyes droop, losing the will to watch it happen, closing softly. And the sludge slams into him. His throat is burning. It is dark. Something black swirls in his vision, slowly meandering over his eyes. It almost has a lulling effect. So interesting to watch the blackness churn and twist. Breathe. An acrid smell dulls his senses. It is disgusting, smelling of sewage, but the only thing he can do is note its presence. Like annoying dust in the air, he can try to wave it away, but the smell just swoops and whirls around his being. Never leaving. Breathe. More annoying than the smell, it feels like a billion tiny needles are piercing his skin. An intense pressure behind each pinprick, threatening to break his skin. His bones. His organs. His whole being. But his throat. It is on fire. Boiling. It feels tight as if something were shoving its way down. But why is it burning? It is strong to think. His mind is almost too calm. Too still. Breathe, dear minute. Light blinds his eyes as reality returns to Katsuki. The outside world is spinning and moving too fast for him to discern shapes. His entire body is covered in the black sludge as it tries to find purchase in his being. And he is suffocating, gagging on sludge covering his mouth. Immediately, he sets his quirk off, trying to struggle, move, writhe, anything. But he is losing. He is dying. He cannot think. There is too much pressure surrounding him. He thinks his brain will ooze from his ears, his organs bubble from his nose. Black spots dance in front of his eyes again, threatening to send him back to the calm place, threatening to submit his body to the sludge. Panicked, Katsuki tries to scream around the sludge smothering him, letting off the largest explosions he can muster. The booming blowback jostles his head, and his surroundings come into focus. He is surrounded by people. A ring of civilians, staring, filming, chatting as if this is a sideshow. Pro-heroes watching him struggle or saving injured people from the wreckage he caused. The media rolling the cameras and reporting as if he is an interesting spectacle. 1,000 eyes watching him at his weakest. What burns worse, he wonders. The humiliation or the sludge? Please, stop looking. Kaken. A yellow backpack pitifully smacks the sludge, its contents spilling onto the ground. Katsuki can only stare through blurry eyes. Midoriya is trying to claw him out. His mouth is moving a mile a minute, but Katsuki cannot hear him anymore. Is there sludge in his ears too? The vibrations of the villain's voice rack through his body as he roars, "Don't get in my way." A giant hand with the intent to kill is moments from crushing a scrawny child with snot and tears rolling down his face. Detroit smash. Katsuki comes to, dangling in the air, his arm crushed in All Might's tight grasp. He drops to the ground and stumbles on trembling legs over to the side of a building. And he promptly retches the sludge lodged into his stomach. His head is swimming. The black dots still dance mockingly in his eyes. He gulps in air, trying to remember how to breathe. Was it really this awful the first time? Why could he not remember it being so painful? Until right before. Never again. The pressure. The disorientation. The 1,000 eyes. Shame blankets Katsuki's body, BLD rushing to his ears. All Might laughs in front of the cameras and countless people clamoring for his attention, and Katsuki flinches at the sound. With no intention of letting anyone see him in this state any longer, he bolts. "Hey kid," he thinks he hears in the distance. He ignores it. Trying to make it back to his parents' house, Katsuki remembers his mother's words. He is supposed to be grounded, right? To and from school only, she says. Does his sentence include villain attacks or not? She really did not specify. A disturbing laugh bubbles out of his mouth. His legs buckle, and Katsuki stumbles into a huddle of bushes, crashing into the dirt and breathing heavily. Which way is up again? He does not notice time passing until All Might's voice nudges him back to existence. There's something that's said about top heroes when they were still students. Most of their stories are linked by the following line: "My body moved on its own before I could think. And you did the same thing." Katsuki covers his mouth, body completely still. "This is it. You can become a hero," All Might declares. Midoriya, a child beaten down by prejudice and Katsuki's own fist, the only one who tried to help him, drops to his knees as he sobs. His dream is not dead. Katsuki passes out in the bush. Katsuki's Events Notebook 1. Sludge Villain Incident. Added. Deku gets OFA, 2. UE Entrance Exams 3. Graduated Middle School 4. Did I win the sports festival my first year? 5. Kidnapped by League of Extras 6. The War for All Ends 7. Graduated High School 8. Future Heroes Fellowship stationed in India and China 9. Return to Japan, take a picture. It'll last longer. Katsuki snaps, and the middle-aged lady making sympathetic eyes scoffs and pushes her cart out of the grocery aisle. He does not know what is worse, the constant pointing and staring or the actual event. He would think his patience is astronomical since he is constantly in the eyes of the public as a pro-hero. Above all, he has had worse humiliations in his life. However, there is something grating about this particular event. And these particular stares. The kids at school praise him for surviving, but whisper behind his back. The people on the streets stare at him in pity. God, even his own mother bought him a phone, demanding he text her every hour he is not at the house. The look of abject horror on her face when he finally made it home, the cell phone dialing the police slipped from her fingers, was difficult to process. At least he is granted time outside of school now. Katsuki finishes purchasing the groceries his mother's list, as well as his own, and leaves the store. Honestly, he does not understand the concern. For someone ripped from their time, ripped from the few but strong relationships built by time and personal development, by self-reflection and swallowed pride, ripped from the one thing that made him feel worthwhile and needed and put together, and forced to forge everything over again, Katsuki thinks he is handling it pretty well. Focusing on training helps take his buzzing mind off the attention. He has less than 10 months to beat his body into a better version of his beanpole self for Yui's entrance exam for the hero department. Luckily, he is his own personal trainer. Every Monday through Saturday, Katsuki goes on a 6-mile run for endurance, practices 2 hours of gymnastics for flexibility and balance, takes judo and mixed martial arts classes at the community center in the city, freeruns as much of the way back as he can for agility, and privately hones his quirk control and output in the forest by his neighborhood. At his parents' house, he holes up in his room and studies for the written exam. If it seems like a lot, it is, but his body will get used to it. The burning in his muscles makes him feel accomplished. Besides, he takes Sundays off. Unloading groceries onto the kitchen counter, a head of broccoli for stir-fry makes him speculate how Midoriya is managing. The boy disappears outside of school. Not like he sees him outside of classes anyway, but they do live in the same neighborhood. He probably started his training with all might if the hand curl he tries to hide under his desk is any indication. Or the fact that he looks like the Walking Dead, mentally and physically exhausted every day. He wonders what training under all might is like. Young Midoriya. Make sure your punches are swoosh and bam. Katsuki tries his best all might impression while flitting around the kitchen and storing groceries, but ends up wheezing from laughter in front of the refrigerator. You can't give up. I'm dumping the weight of the world on your shoulders. Plus ultra. He does not say plus ultra in every conversation. Probably. Only crazy people talk to themselves. His mother's voice interrupts his impressions. Takes one to know one, hag, he fires back, finally getting his body under control. Watch your mouth, brat, she warns, but the corner of her mouth is quirked up. She walks into the kitchen, almost hesitant, and roughly ruffles his hair, discreetly checking him over. Katsuki growls inadvertently, swatting at her hands. It is something she started doing after the event. Reassuring herself her son is still here. Satisfied, she grabs a water bottle from the fridge and takes her exit. When you're done, don't forget to do the laundry. I didn't forget. Being a child, even with his crazy training, exam studying, and schoolwork, he still has more free time than as an adult. So, he does not mind the cleaning and errands that much. They are relaxing and they keep his mind calm. Though, if Katsuki has to choose a favorite, it would be folding laundry. The fresh scent of laundry and the gentle warmth of clothes straight from the dryer are so satisfying. He snorts. When did chores stop being a chore to him? You're like an old lady, Kaken. I'm not old, I'm responsible, dipshit. I would be embarrassed if all my shirts were missing buttons like yours. They're not all missing buttons. Katsuki shakes the memory from his mind. His day rolls by leisurely as he finishes the laundry, works on controlling his quirk in confined spaces, and practices the essay prompt portion of the written exam. He rubs his eyes and stretches his sore muscles in his chair. These essay prompts are the most useless skill in the world. He writes memos, reports, even hero policy reviews, not choppy, condensed essays on worthless topics. Katsuki checks the time. 11:39 p.m. He could use a break. He browses his old bookshelf, amused by the large amount of romance novels on his shelf. So, the All Might obsession is too embarrassing, but the romance novel obsession is all right. Hey, younger self. He could not remember the last time he read a romance novel. Most of his books at home are mystery and crime thrillers. He wonders when his genre preferences changed. He plucks the first book he sees, a cliché cover of a boy and girl glaring at each other, and flops onto his bed. He will read a few chapters and get back to studying. He is surrounded by rows and rows of eyes, curled in delight, laughing at him, criticizing him for being useless and volatile. He tries to move, but he cannot. Something black, something viscous, wraps around him, restraining him. He can only stare back at the millions of eyes picking him apart. Kaken. Kaken. Stop calling his name like that. Dynamite. There Izuku is, sprinting to him, draped in green lightning and the commanding authority of his work uniform. Look, here comes a real hero. Your face seemed to be calling for help, Izuku claims, his voice vaguely mocking. When he finally reaches his restrained body, he stops and watches Katsuki struggle. Pathetic. Pathetic. Is chanted around him, eerily similar to Best Jeanist's disappointed voice. Katsuki squeezes his eyes shut. Stop. He opens them slowly, and he is staring at his 14-year-old body staring back at him, watching him suffocate as the coils of black twist tighter around his kid body. He looks like he is pleading for help, unable to call out. Though, due to the sludge or his own toxic delusions, he wonders. Katsuki bucks in surprise, watching skin bubble and dissolve, BLD spraying, and innards squelching to the ground. Inside, the mask of a red demon peeks out. The red Yaksha. He slithers out of the gore, meandering towards him with such calm, taking in his immobilized form. He circles like a predator, assessing his prey. It seems, no matter how you grow, weakness is in your DNA. The Yaksha slinks into a snake, yellow fangs bared. He lashes. His throat is burning. Katsuki wakes with a start, singe marks in his sheets, smoke hovering in his bedroom. He cannot breathe. He cannot breathe. Forcing his petrified body to move, he slams the window open, sucking in the cool night air, trying to appease his scorched lungs. The smoke in his room clears slowly. He needs a smoke alarm inside this room, he thinks offhandedly, not right outside of his closed door. What the F, he spits. He was only reading that stale romance novel. When did he fall asleep? What the F was that? He stands abruptly. Whatever that was, it did not happen. He smacks his face a couple of times. Buck up, you trembling F. He needs a distraction. And then, everything will be fine because he is fine. Stumbling down the stairs, he spots the cabinet he veers to every time he visits his parents' house. He knocks back 3 shots of whiskey like water, disregarding the way his young body shudders at the foreign substance, and he stalks out the house in the first set of shoes he spots. He just needs some air. And a long, mind-numbing walk. Sure, he may look crazed, lurking around outside in only sweatpants and sandals, but if he actually runs into someone in the dead of night, they can, respectfully, F off. He wanders. His walk has no rhyme or reason to it. He just lets his feet keep moving. As long as he outpaces whatever that was, he does not care. He did not grab his phone, and the front door to his parents' house is unlocked. That is concerning. He should care. He should turn back right this instant. He keeps stumbling forward. Frankly, he overreacted. It was a nightmare, plain and simple. People get them every now and then. He has witnessed, and continues to witness, the dark underbelly of Japan, India, and China with the missions he completes. Nightmares are a part of the job description. Every time Aizawa gets one, after a gruesome battle, he is always quick to call Katsuki. It is the assumption Katsuki will pick up every time that frustrates him to no end. Well, he does pick up every time, but that is beside the point. He is a busy man. Was a busy man. Katsuki shakes the thoughts from his head. If he worries about getting back to his time, it will only frustrate him. Slow and steady wins the race, right? He will be back and better than ever, and then they can all laugh about it over drinks. First pro to survive the perks of time travel and all that jazz. Well, he would not mind a fast forward through school. He continues to wander, his buzzing mind gradually quieting. SHT, where's your wallet? Can't get this plastered without cash. Katsuki's head instantly turns in the direction of the voice, eyes searching in the darkness, his mind sharpening. At least you're nice to look at. What the hell? Katsuki sprints, his footsteps completely silent as he happens upon an alleyway. Inside, an intoxicated woman is shoved against the brick wall. A tall man hunches over her, sifting through her rumpled clothes, one hand clamped over her mouth. Her wet eyes quiver in absolute fear, her body stock still and unable to move. Katsuki does not need to think to act. He darts forward. Grabbing the back of the man's shirt with both hands, Katsuki throws him over his shoulder. What? The man crumples like a raised building, rolling onto his back on the ground. He does not get a chance to look around. Katsuki slams the heel of his foot into his stomach. The scream that rips out of the man's mouth is satisfying, but he needs to shut the F up. Immediately, Katsuki kicks the man's head, knocking him out on impact. With a huff, he pushes the man onto his stomach with his foot, hog-tying his arms and legs together with his belt. Assessing his work, Katsuki turns to the shocked woman, clutching the tiny purse she purposefully hid behind her back. "You have a phone?" She flinches at his voice, but belatedly nods her head and fumbles for the device. "Call the police. I'll stay with you until they arrive," Katsuki instructs, trying for a soft tone. He has always been SHT at consoling civilians. "Thank you," her voice slightly slurred. I just froze. "I'm sorry, I didn't know what to do. I was just going home. I walked my friend to her place and was going home myself, and he came out of nowhere and pushed me into the wall and put his hand on my mouth and..." The woman is blinking back tears and hyperventilating, staring at the cell phone in her trembling hands as if it will call the police for her. Katsuki cautiously approaches her, well aware of his state of undress, with his hands raised in surrender. "Hey, it's okay. You're going to be okay. If you hand me the phone, I can call the police for you." She sniffles and holds out the device with both hands. Thank you. Thank you so much. I didn't think anyone would come." Katsuki dials the police and concisely explains the situation, easily dodging any questions concerning him personally. "The police are on their way," he says, handing the phone back to her. "Okay, thank you," she says, her legs giving out as she slides down the side of the brick wall, knees bunched to her sisti. "You don't need to thank me. Anyone would have done what I did." Katsuki joins her, leaning his head back against the wall. The man groans in pain as he slowly wakes, too disoriented to form a coherent sentence. "You're wrong," she replies, her voice but a whisper, eyes trained on the dazed assailant in front of them. Katsuki does not know how to answer, so he stays quiet. And true to his word, he stays with her until the police car flashers light up the alleyway. He slips away before they can see him. Ending a man's career in sweatpants and sandals and slightly drunk is not how Katsuki expected his walk to end. However, there is nothing that pulls him from his headspace better than doing the one thing he does best: save people. It gives him an idea. A bad one. An illegal one. One that he is itching to do again. Being a hero again, no matter how small time, takes his mind off of trivial topics, such as nightmares and their causes. The pressure of being at the top, being one of the best, a power to be reckoned with, well, it forces him to be at his best at all times, mentally and physically. He obviously cannot run out into this world, hands blazing, and have huge citywide brawls. He cannot conduct intricate undercover investigations. He cannot even use his quirk, in the small probability someone pieces 2 and 2 together. However, in the veil of the dark, and his person concealed in black clothes, he could stop cases like tonight's. He is quick on his feet. And, for someone as loud as he, silence comes easy. He knows how to hide in the shadows. Katsuki snaps his fingers in recollection as he paces in his room. What is that quirkless American comic book hero's name again? Like Batman? He pauses. Minus the dead parents, endless riches, child acquiring, and obvious psychological issues. As long as they are within his ability, he does not see why he cannot. Why he cannot stop muggers, robbers, and small-time crooks trying to hide their crimes in the dead of night. And his parents will be asleep hours before he leaves the house. Katsuki winces. No, he can see why he should not. He will be breaking the law. He, even if he is not a licensed pro-hero in this younger body of his. Vigilantism is taken seriously in Japan. Even so, I didn't think anyone would. Why was a hero not there tonight? If he is not a part of a night raid or undercover mission, Katsuki always patrols at night. Most of the time, they are boring, dragging on endlessly. But he is right there when something does happen. So, the heroes of today must be patrolling at night. And there are a lot more heroes today than in the future. Yet, someone still manages to slip under the radar. I won't do anything excessive, he mumbles to himself, still pacing. I'll stop by the time the entrance exam rolls around. It'd be good to get used to fighting others in this body again. It'll just be more training. After a beat. No one's going to know. And God, Does he miss it? Today is his 15th birthday. Well, actually, he forgot today is his birthday, but he should not sweat the small stuff. His mom was happy to remind him this morning. She burst into his room with so many balloons and such a wide and wobbly smile on her rosy face. Every year without fail, his mom does something for his birthday. She takes off the whole day from work and he takes off the day from school. Although today they are fortunate it is a Sunday. Izuku changes the TV channel, searching for any news on the giant hero battle from yesterday and pumping a dumbbell with his free arm. The delicious aroma of souffle pancakes teases his nose and makes his stomach rumble. He sighs, excited. His mom's food is the best. To be honest, Izuku was going to head to the beach and continue his training with all might. He really does not have time to take a break from training if he wants to be ready for the UE entrance exam. No, that is not quite right. He has no time for breaks if he wants to be stronger than the strongest hero. He needs to surpass his limits every waking second to keep up. But he is not about to crush his mom's heart after everything she is doing and has done to celebrate him. She always makes a big deal of his birthday, but his lack of friends really worries her, so she goes all out as much as she can. So he knows he is loved. So he is going to take today off. And All Might already barred him from the beach when he shared his dilemma with the man. Ben. Izuku jumps at the loud knocking on the front door. Wow, where is the fire? He turns towards the kitchen, where his mom is sure to try to cook and answer the door all by herself. I got it, Mom. Oh, thank you, honey. I was just about to go. His mom's soft voice floats from the kitchen as he walks towards the apartment's entrance. He fumbles with the lock a bit before quickly pulling the front door open, an apology already on his lips. Sorry for the wait. Can I help? Kaken. He is sure his face is priceless, because he does not know which emotion is making an appearance. Does he look confused due to the fact his childhood friend is standing in front of his door? Or does he look scared because his childhood friend is standing in front of his door? Does he look impressed because Kaken actually remembers where he lives? Or does he look scared because Kaken actually remembers where he lives? And now he can criticize him whenever he wants. Probably dread. No, definitely dread. Kaken, he exclaims again, his eyes as wide as saucers, hands wrangling to find purchase in this situation. And all the training and encouraging words from All Might slip from his mind as he is once again reduced to the scared little deku. At least on his birthday, could the other boy not ridicule him? The boy in question lifts an eyebrow, his mouth almost quirked up in a confused smile. Yeah, that's my name, I guess. Don't wear it out, he says, stepping closer. And he pushes a cream-colored box into Izuku's hands. It is decorated with little pink whisks and mixing bowls. Charmy's Cafe is printed on top in flowy, pink script. A quite large box, large enough to fit a cake. But it cannot possibly be a cake. Because then that means Kaken bought him a cake for his birthday. It is your birthday, right? Izuku blinks, his initial dread subsiding as he observes his childhood friend who is crossing his freed arms. Kaken is in workout clothes, orange blinking earphones hanging around his neck. And it is easy to see how much he has been training these past months as well. His body is all sharp, lean muscle and little fat. Wound up and deadly, coiled and tight. As if he is ready to strike at all times. And he has dark blotches under his eyes. Which is confusing because, if Izuku remembers correctly, Kaken always goes to sleep early at night. A healthy diet and 8 hours of sleep is his childhood friend's mantra. So, what is preventing him from sleeping? Is something bothering him? What could be so intense that it disturbs the Katsuki Bakugou? Izuku gasps internally. Is it the sludge villain incident? What else could it be? Kaken disappeared immediately after the attack. 1 second he was on the ground next to him, winded by All Might's massive punch, and the next, he was gone. Izuku did not see the other boy leave. Yet, he came to class the next day looking perfectly fine. Izuku did not think anything of it. Well, he could not think anything of it. He had been told his dreams were not dead by his idol. His mind was sort of occupied. Kaken snaps his fingers in his face. Hello. Izuku flinches, his wandering mind halting to a stop, and he blurts the first thing his malfunctioning brain-to-mouth filter allows. It's not going to blow up in my face, is it? Izuku pauses, closing his eyes as an unnatural calm blankets his body. His mouth sets in a thin straight line. Curse his nervous speaking tendencies. Because he is going to die now. Sorry, All Might. But the impending explosion does not slam into his face. Instead, he is left with a quiet snort. Izuku opens his eyes at the noise. Kaken shakes his head lightly, the corner of his mouth quirked up. He is not mad. Not even a little bit. Good idea, Kaken finally says. Next time. He turns to leave, plugging his earphones back into his ears, but Izuku's mom pops up behind her very confused son. Katsuki, she gasps, her hands covering her mouth. Katsuki dear. It's been so long. Oh, the last time I saw you, you were barely as tall as my hip. Kaken turns back around, looking quite surprised. Really? His mom nods, a small smile on her face that does not seem to reach her eyes. She glances at the cake box in Izuku's hands, and it is like watching a slow-motion movie play on her face. The confusion, the incredulousness, then the intense appreciation. Her eyes wobble, tearing up in the classic Midoriya way. Katsuki, did you bring this over for my little Zuzu? She whispers, her soft voice wavering. She wipes her eyes, a gentle smile on her face. Why don't you come in? We are just about to sit down for a special birthday brunch. And I made enough food to feed a whole town. Izuku balks. He is about to leave, and now they are inviting him in. Okay, he has to admit, the explosive boy seems to have mellowed out immensely these past months. He is quieter, and he keeps to himself even more than before. Even more importantly, Kaken has not laid a single hand on Izuku since that day he forgot his own seat in class. The day of the sludge villain incident. Sometimes his friends try to rile Izuku up out of boredom, but Kaken will snag their collars and drag them away before anything bad happens. It is insanely weird and disturbing. However, Twilight Zone or not, Izuku does not want to spend his birthday with his childhood friend. Kaken immediately shakes his head. No, thank you. I'm about to work out so. He bows his head slightly and turns to leave again. But Izuku knows his mom. She has been moved by this suddenly heavy cake box in his hands. Someone other than herself has acknowledged her son's birthday for the first time in 10 years. She has to invite him in. And she will not take no for an answer. She waves her hands. Nonsense. Surely you can spare time for such a special meal. They silently sit across from each other as his mom finishes preparing a feast of souffle pancakes, tamagoyaki, little decorative sausages, grilled fish, several vegetable side dishes, and miso soup. The situation is incredibly awkward, and for the love of all things All Might, Izuku cannot stop fidgeting. How could he stop? What is he supposed to say to Kaken? How does he talk to the other boy again? Have they ever had a real conversation before? What can he say? He rides his hands together under the dining table, staring at the small floral vase placed in the middle of it. He hears the other boy sigh, and his head snaps up in response. Kaken scratches the back of his head. Look, I can leave. Izuku straightens his hunched back and waves his hands dramatically. No, my mom really wants you here, and when she's dead set on something she gets like this. He chuckles nervously. Kaken frowns slightly, and they fall silent again, listening to the clanking of cookware and his mom's happy humming in the kitchen. After a beat, the other boy opens his mouth again. I heard Mount Lady fought a giant villain the other day. Yeah. I read about it online. I was actually looking for some news reports or hero talk show segments before you came. Izuku begins, surprised by the change in topic. However, this is his chance. His chance to quell the obvious awkwardness, and he is going to roll with it. I follow a bunch of pro-hero blogs and forums, and one completed a whole analysis on the fight. Super interesting stuff. And really thought out too. It looks like the villain, Big Ma'am, had a quirk similar to gigantification, but not quite. It was more like she inflated her body like a balloon with stretchy but tough skin. And she used that to expand herself to 3 stories high. Izuku sucks in a big breath. I was actually planning on watching some more videos I saved on the fight tonight, but this one, Izuku pulls out his cell phone and quickly opens a video on YouTube, practically vibrating in his seat. He leans across the table so Kaken could see. This video is so much better than the other ones. This one really captures Big Mam's inflation perfectly. Look how she, oh dear God. Izuku freezes mid-ramble, and Big Mam's cackling from the video fills the abrupt break in conversation. He is doing it again. Going on and on like some obsessive hero freak. To Kaken. Izuku worries his bottom lip between his teeth, horrified. Fortunately, like the angel she is, his mom chooses that exact moment to pop out of the kitchen, placing various plates of breakfast dishes on the table. Okay, everything is just about ready. What would you boys like to drink? She asks, patting her hands on her half-apron. Water's fine with me, Kaken replies, his voice lacking any frustration over Izuku's hero geek-out. He sighs in relief. Milk please. Thanks, Mo. His mom is back as quickly as she leaves, seating herself on one of the open ends of the table. She clasps her hands together and beams. Well, let's dig in. Izuku tries to make sure he eats his vegetables and protein, but his mom's pancakes are so delicious. He cannot help eating 2, or 3, or 5. He is not a horrible cook, per se. He just has trouble with following recipes that say things like add to taste, or fold until mixed but keep the air bubbles. Or ones that do not provide proper explanation over skills he should probably have before starting the recipe. Nevertheless, the recipe should not assume the reader knows how to do something, so the fire alarm going off or the god-awful taste is not only his fault. In conclusion, he is not a great cook, but he can make cereal. It's really good, Auntie, Kaken says after a moment, and his mom shines. Oh, thank you, dear. You know, she starts, dabbing her mouth with a napkin. Izuku freezes. He does not like the tone of her voice. It almost sounds like she is going to invite Kaken to something. Something Izuku wants to enjoy only with his mom. We are going visit the Muzutafu Hero Museum after brunch if you would like to join us. They are showcasing a second-generation heroes exhibit this week, and I know I only have 2 tickets, but I can easily purchase another one. Izuku chokes on his milk. Kaken's eyes flicker towards him. I'm not dressed for a museum, he declines in a roundabout way. Izuku and his mom take in the black dropped armhole tank top with the abstract gray skull painted on it, the black running tights with an orange stripe running down the sides. Belatedly, his mom waves her hand dismissively. Nonsense, Izuku can lend you a sweatshirt? I can. He can. He can. Kaken looks between the two of them like they just stepped out of their human disguises and revealed their true alien selves. It is nice to know Izuku is not the only one who is uncomfortable with the situation. But how can the other boy say no to his mom? He already knows it is impossible. Okay. Then it's settled. Izuku, honey, why don't you take Katsuki to your room while I clean up and purchase the ticket? Izuku almost feels compelled to apologize for his mom's pushiness, but he catches himself. As he searches through his dresser for a clean sweatshirt, Kaken silently wanders around his bedroom, pushing away stray balloons and perusing the display of All Might figurines, one hand shoved into the stretchy pocket of his running tights. Embarrassment heats his face because, of course, he forgets how much of an All Might shrine his room has become. With multiple posters on the walls, action figures and other collectibles on every surface. Even his bedspread is All Might's blown-up head. From the rude cake comment and the hero geek-out at the dining table to this, Izuku is not sure how much more he is going to see of this suddenly benevolent Kaken. He is long overdue for some type of detonation. He starts quickly, gaining Kaken's piercing stare, and extends an outstretched hand containing a sweatshirt. Here you go, Kaken. Kaken snatches the sweatshirt and pulls it over his head in a fluent motion. The sleeves barely reach his wrists, and it looks a little tight. He pushes the sleeves up to his elbows and yanks at the restricting collar. He sniffs. It reeks of nerd. Sorry. Why the F does it say, tourist? It came like that? Kaken breathes. Let me rephrase. Why do you own this dumb sweatshirt? Hey, I like it. I picked it out, Izuku's voice cracks. Figures, Kaken mumbles, his stare is full of condescension. Izuku does not know what to say to that, but he is highly offended. He pouts. Not everyone has fashion designers for parents. And he likes shirts with text on them. Yet, however critical Kaken's stare is, It still does not feel as mean as it could be. It is almost light. Teasing. Not long after, his mom pops her head into his room, and they are off to the museum. Inko's POV, the bustling of people and activities, is quite overwhelming. Izuku tends to go to these types of hero events by himself, so it is fairly new for her. Even before entering the sliding front doors, she could tell this event is going to make her little Zuzu happy. The doormen and women hand out little decorated bags full of 3D glasses, events and information booklets, various trinkets and baubles, and a map. Izuku practically vibrates as he consumes every bit of information in his bag, securing one of the hero-themed pins to his shirt. Inko cannot help but giggle. The museum visit has a little bit of everything for every learner of every age. It is visual, audio, and easy to enjoy with others or alone. Life-sized wax figures of the most popular pro-heroes of the age dawn long hallways. Commissions of intricate and thought-provoking art line others. Live shows with enthusiastic storytellers animatedly retell the adventures of heroes to museumgoers sitting on the edge of their seats. Can I? Izuku starts. He shifts from one foot to the other, looking into the museum and back to her, inaudibly asking for permission to run off. Inko covers her smile with her hand and nods. Of course, honey. Today is for you. Enjoy this visit however you'd like. Thanks, Mo. You're the best. And he is off like a track star. Inko glances at the other boy. She is embarrassed to say she forgot he was even standing next to her. He silently schemes through the informative booklet on the showcased heroes, folding down a couple of corners. Katsuki, dear, do you want to join Izuku? He looks up at the sound of her voice, but he shakes his head. No, I'm good. After a second. He's got a little too much enthusiasm for me to keep up. Inko cannot stop the little snort that escapes her nose. Then, would you like to walk with me? Katsuki shrugs. Sure. Inko is surprised. Talking to the explosive teenager is quite easy to do. Following the meandering walkways, Inko has no trouble making small talk. And Katsuki hides it well, but he is surprisingly knowledgeable of several second-generation heroes. As they stop in front of the different displays, he would add little tidbits of information here and there. Though most of his tidbits tend to be criticisms mumbled under his breath. To be honest, Inko is a little nervous talking to the boy, so she starts rambling fairly quickly, going on about grocery store sales, politics, the weekly weather, her job, and any other topic that pops into her mind. And yet, Katsuki listens to every word she says. She is surprised to find that he is temporarily shopping for groceries in the Bakugou household, so they share insider knowledge about upcoming sales. He is also frustrated with some of the economic policies trying to pass through government right now, going on about how they will bite us in the butt in the future, and Inko let him rant for a solid 10 minutes about it. She did not know he even knew about politics. Though, listening to the teen talk, she also notices how tired he sounds. When he popped up in front of their door, Inko was so surprised and touched by the birthday cake that she did not have time to take in the growing boy in front of her. Now she has the time. And she worries for his health. No growing child should have such dark patches under their eyes. He should be able to sleep at night, rest his mind and body, refresh himself for the day to come. No growing child should look like they are training their body beyond its breaking point, like some sort of child soldier. No child should have troubles so deep. It forces them to sound so resigned. But this child does he not? After the sludge incident, Inko called Mitsuki. She had already wrapped her own son up in a blanket of hugs and tears after learning he was involved. That wretched villain touched her precious boy. How dare he? Though, if she was feeling so helpless and angry, she wondered how her friend felt as well. Mitsuki is quite the preacher of tough love and discipline. She is a very hard-headed mother, difficult to please and only accepting the best from her son, but turns around and acts so openly loving and sociable to her friends. The whiplash from her emotional switches gets to Inko sometimes. And her friend was a mess. Inko had never heard Mitsuki cry before, and the woman bawled strong enough to make it challenging to breathe. She was barely able to explain how Katsuki came home so late, looking so pale, so sick and dirty. She had never seen her son look like that before. Izuku bounces up to the pair, his 3D glasses pushed into his unruly hair, and practically shines. You have to go the next 3D showing of Dr. Risible. She is amazing. When her son gets like this, Inko knows she will not be able to talk until her son has hurled every word from his mouth. So, you know how Ms. Joke's quirk, outburst, forces villains to burst into laughter so intense that it dulls their motor skills and cognitive abilities. Dr. Risible does the opposite. Well, not quite the opposite, but sort of. She manipulates emotions and causes villains to fall into such an intense state of depression that they can't function. It's terrifying. So cool. He digs through a new themed string bag. When did he get that? And pulls out the well-read events booklet. There's a live-action event about her starting soon, so I'm off. See ya. Inko's heart soars, watching her son speed walk around people and disappear into a different area of the museum. She is so glad he is enjoying his birthday. Inko furrows her eyebrows, a reprimand at her disposal as she turns towards the boy. She stills. Katsuki is staring off in the direction her son disappeared, a poignant and reminiscing smile nipping at his face. Some things never change. Her heart thuds in her throat, slow and heavy. She does not think he realizes he is speaking out loud. And she does not think she should have witnessed that. A private viewing of emotion she has never seen on the boy before. As fast as it settles, a neutral calm washes the smile away, masking its existence. Shall we check out the show then, Auntie? He asks, looking down at his events booklet. Oh, sure, sweetie. Inko shakes the worries from her head. Today, she should be happy. It is a day worth being happy for her son. That not only she is celebrating, but also one of Izuku's classmates as well. Because it has been 10 years. 10 whole years since the last time another child celebrated her son's birthday. It was like being quirkless was some sort of repulsive branding on his back. A warning to all of the other children that he was to be avoided, bullied, tormented, for being different. No child wanted to go to her son's 5th birthday. Why? Mitsuki had to force Katsuki to come, the child kicking and screaming that he did not want to hang out with the useless, quirkless nobody. Mitsuki knocked some sense into him, the way she always does. But Katsuki did not want to be there, and he made it apparent. Inko's son had to blow out his birthday candles next to a child who despised him and 2 mothers who did not know what to do. What does a mother do in a situation like this? When no one wants to befriend her child. When they judge her precious, bright boy before ever getting to know him. When they laugh at him and beat him for having dreams like theirs. Where did she go wrong? Following the child who despised her son down the hall, years of helplessness, guilt, frustration, grief, pool inside of her like a vat of acid. Could she not see how uncomfortable they were, being forced to share this day once again after 10 years? How could she invite this boy into her house? To be moved by a single act of kindness after years of torment. But she remembers. He is not the problem. Inko breathes. I used to be so angry with you. Katsuki whips his head around, confusion evident on his face, but any words he planned on speaking die on his tongue as he stares. I'm not stupid, Katsuki. I know you aren't the kindest to my son. And I was mad at you for the longest time. She finds an empty bench near the showing of Dr. Risible and pats the seat next to her. Katsuki hesitates. Though he quickly steels himself, huffing and plopping down next to her, arms crossing and uncrossing awkwardly. Did you know Izuku never outright blames you? She starts, thinking carefully of her words. I don't mean he never says you aren't mean or nasty, but he never blames you for the reason behind it. He blames himself for being quirkless. For being less than. Katsuki stays quiet, rubbing his hands into his tights. But his eyes connect with hers as she speaks. And I thought that was outrageous. How can he blame himself for what others do? Inko continues, closing her eyes for a moment. She remembers this conversation like it were yesterday. The disturbing feeling that clung to her when she realized her mistakes. But that's when it dawned on me. That was the moment I stopped being angry at you. My son believed that, because he wasn't enough, others had a right to make fun of him. And that infesting thought, isn't anyone's fault but my own. It is a mother's duty to lift their child up and protect them from the world, Inko states. And I failed. They sit in silence, watching various museumgoers pass by. Watching the Dr. Risible showing fill with interested visitors and the doors close. Children holding themed toys, touching their painted faces, and barreling down the halls. Parents running after them with amused smiles on their faces. Inko is thankful for the silence, allowing her to calm herself. It is not uncomfortable, surprisingly. Katsuki is not exuding some sort of dark aura. Not exploding on her, as if he ever did, or defending himself. She spoke her piece and he listened. Katsuki does finally find his voice. You didn't fail at being a mother, auntie. Believe me, your son is nothing but special. It annoys me that he still doesn't realize how special he is. People bullied. I bullied your son because he threatened my very existence, I think. Not that that is any excuse. What I did is inexcusable. And I am sorry. All I can really do is promise to be better. Inko smiles inwardly. She never thought she would see the day Katsuki realizes his wrongdoings. Someone has made this boy grow exponentially. She is not sure who, but she is grateful to them that he is learning and adapting. Unfortunately, she does not get the chance to voice her appreciation. He sighs deeply, checking the time on his phone. I need to leave. Thank you for inviting me along, auntie, when you obviously didn't have to, but I think I overstayed my welcome. Izuku's POV. After several hours of exploring and learning, Izuku's mom taps him on the shoulder. She has a weary smile on her face. Ready to go grab dinner, honey? Izuku blinks, looking between the wall of text he was absorbing and his mom before nodding. Oh yes, of course. So, I got a little carried away. He chuckles nervously, lightly scratching his cheek with his finger. He looks around his mom, who is clutching his borrowed sweatshirt. Where's Kaken? His mom makes a face, pinched between guilt and embarrassment, before speaking. He said he had some errands to finish, so he had to leave. She sighs, placing a palm on her cheek. I really did want us all to enjoy the cake he bought together. He offers his mom a hug, pulling the woman in tight and reveling in her familiar warmth. It is weird. He breathes easier now that Kaken is finally out of his hair. And yet it is still sort of sad. Disappointing even. The whole day was incredibly awkward, but it was not bad. Kaken never did lay a hand on him. Nor did he get mad at Izuku for being, well, himself. He is unsure how much of the day's awkwardness was because he has not hung out with another person his age in a long time, or if it was because the person in question was Kaken. The two of them end up watching one of his favorite pro-hero documentaries while eating the cake Kaken gifted. Coincidentally, it is also about second-generation heroes. Though, saying it is one of his favorites is quite biased because he has a lot of favorite hero documentaries. Namely all of them. Izuku takes one bite of the cake and pauses, staring quizzically at the large slice on his small plate. He has never had this combination of cake base, fruit, and icing before. But somehow, it is his favorite flavor. Katsuki knows what he said. He is a man of his word. However, he crouches atop the ledge of an apartment building, scanning the residential and commercial areas in the dead of night. He would like to amend his previous statement. He promises to stop this vigilante act once school starts. He has about a week until his acceptance letter arrives in the mail. He will obviously get accepted into UE, and about a month or so until the school year starts. How else will he pass the nighttime? The written exam was easy. The practical exam was boring. He blew up so many robots, he lost count after 50. Maybe UE should challenge their prospective students a little more. He shakes his head. His thoughts are distracting him from the task at hand. He continues to examine the area with squinted eyes, paying more attention to the dimly lit or unlit areas than those with adequate street lighting. He sees a man walk into a store. Nothing out of the ordinary. If only the store was not closing up, and the man did not look so jumpy. Hey! The shop owner slowly looks up, her face devoid of any other emotion than calm. She raises her hands in surrender. A terribly skinny young man stands in front of her, illegal firearm pointed at her face. Open the register. Everything you got, you hear me. She swallows thickly, but she keeps her calm. It is evident this is not her first rodeo. Of course. I am going to reach behind the counter now and open the register, she narrates, lowering her hands. To the average eye, he is a measly crook looking to skimp cash off of a hardworking and vulnerable person. But Katsuki can see the slight tremble in his hands. The tightness of his muscles knotted from the nerves. The sweat rolling down his neck. Eyes darting at every little movement. He does not want to do this. But, for some reason he has no other choice. Something backed him into a corner he cannot leave. The young man's voice cracks, and his eyes flash panicked. Hurry it up. He cannot observe this situation any longer. One wrong move, and this flight risk will become a homicide case. Katsuki slips out into the open, the store owner's eyes shifting to his moving body. You sure about this? He suddenly asks, right behind the unsuspecting young man. The young man recoils violently, whipping around. Fear dances wildly through his eyes. Who? How? In the confusion, Katsuki lunges forward and easily disarms him, taking the firearm from his wobbly hands. He looks like he wants to bolt. His body visibly trembles. Caught in an act gone nowhere near as planned. Katsuki glares at the young man, eyes narrowed in disdain. He is well aware of the intensity of his eyes. Eyes that can switch from the calm before a storm to the anger of a grim reaper come to judge a lost soul. So, what damassery ran through your mind to do something like this? Speak up? I see you're having some malfunctions, so let me rephrase. I said, Katsuki snaps, purposefully striding up to him. The young man shrinks in on himself, ducking his head between his knees. Katsuki kneels in front of him and tentatively places a hand on his bony shoulder. His voice is low, but laced with concern as he speaks. Do you need help, kid? The young man stills. In a moment freed from his apprehension, his eyebrows knit together in stunned confusion, and he glances up at Katsuki. Whatever expression greets him seems to hit him like a truck, and he bites his lip with regret. You're obviously hurting. And this, Katsuki lifts the disarmed firearm secured in his other hand. This isn't the answer. It doesn't have to be. So, let me help you. And everything that was bottled up in the young man's malnourished body explodes into the air. His face screws up as if he were stung, tears pricking his scrunched eyes. I'm sorry. Please don't hate me. I didn't know what else to do. My little brother, he said he was hungry. He looks between their stares and laughs humorlessly. You don't get it. You won't get it. My little brother is the nicest person on the planet. He doesn't complain when the water shuts off. Or when we can't have heat during winter. Or when other kids get to go to school and play together, but run from him. He just accepts it. And my little brother, a 5-year-old who learned he can't have things like other kids, who never complains, said he was hungry. The young man breathes a shuddering exhale, eyes trained on the tile floor. I'm such a horrible brother. The one thing I could give him was food. No matter how I could get it. I can't let him feel like he can't have that too. It's not fair to him. It's not fair at all. The store is silent as the explosion settles. The smoke is suffocating. Katsuki's hand leaves his shoulder, and he whimpers at the loss, shoving his head back between his knees. Child, what's your name? The store owner asks. Her voice is as even as it was the moment the man opened the door. Haru. It's Haru. Please raise your head, Haru. I'm not mad. Haru takes a minute before he peeks up from the floor, tears and snot streaming down his hollowed face. The store owner is kneeling in front of him. My name is Chiaki. It's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you. Haru replies, his stumbling voice etched with uncertainty. How are you doing? Because I am exhausted. I don't like working late, and I don't like running a store by myself. My back hurts. My feet hurt. My wrist hurts. And don't get me started on nasty customers, Chiaki complains, hands thrown in the air. She looks directly at Haru, a smile crinkling her weary face. I could really use some help. I could use an assistant. Someone who can help me manage at my age. Now, it is ultimately your decision, and I won't make it easy, but it will be honest work. And I own the small apartment above this store. I've never used the place, more of a storage room, really. So, if you and your little brother would like to stay up there, I can easily move some things around. It's heated and has running water. She pauses. My cooking is inedible some days, but I'm sure we can figure it out. You want to help me? But I just, water under the bridge. Really? Really? But, son, I'm dying here. I don't like doing 2 a.m. intake and inventory when I open the store at 5. So, Haru hiccups, an arm slides across his wet nose, and he sniffles loudly. But he is nodding his head like crazy. I'm so sorry for everything. Thank you, Mississippi. Thank you so much. Katsuki vanishes from the store before either of the two realizes. He dismantles and throws the firearm in 3 different rivers. 15. Katsuki rides the bounce of the slackline tied between 2 trees in the backyard. Sweat slides down the side of his face. At the rise of the walking rope, he jumps and backflips, catching himself on 1 foot back on the rope. 16. Honestly, he is just F around between training regimes. He wants to see how many backflips he can land before he loses his balance. Katsuki. The gentle tone of his father's voice calls to him from the sliding backyard door, a large envelope in his hands. His UE acceptance letter, no doubt. Be right there, he replies, easily hopping off the rope. It bounces without his weight before evening out. He takes the envelope from his father's extended hands and dodges his mother's probing ones. Don't avoid me, you little... You want to be covered in my sweat. Be my guest, he snaps, hopping over the back of the couch. His parents crowd behind him. The envelope contains a packet of papers and an electronic puck. And the second Katsuki sets the puck on the coffee table in front of him, a holographic All Might clad in a striped suit barges into their space. Is this thing on? All Might questions, his face getting too close to whoever is filming. It is, sir. Dear, young Katsuki Bakugou. With a perfect score on the written exam and the highest score of 84 points on the practical exam, congratulations. Come on down, my boy. Yui is now your hero, academia. Katsuki blinks. A teasing snort belatedly escapes his nose at All Might's exaggerated movements and facial expressions. Does he do this for every acceptance letter? Sounds about right for him. His father's arms tenderly wrap around him from behind the couch. I am so proud of you, Kats. I know you've been working strong for this every day. I knew you could do it, Masaru praises, his voice blossoming pride in Katsuki's esteem. Even at his age, praise from his father never fails to make him feel capable. As soon as Masaru pulls away, Mitsuki, already jumping in excitement, slaps him on the back a few times. And he said top scores. That's my kid, all right. Nothing less than the best, she brags, eyes lit up in glee. Katsuki rolls his eyes. He was competing against prepubescent children. This victory was guaranteed. However, he is not opposed to his father's request to go out to eat and celebrate. A few days after the Night Stalker incidents, heralded H/Uncanny Vigilante U/Brokeback Mountain 12H. Hey, it's me, Himari Takahashi. Since I can't find the posts for this vigilante, hoodie and face mask guy, I'm starting a new one. And it's a long one. Because I am the first survivor and the last victim of the Night Stalker. And I have nothing better to do in this hospital bed, so I'm telling my story. It's my story, so you should hear it from me. On a totally unrelated note, my surgeries and physical therapy are free. The Night Stalker is not who people think. He wasn't a mastermind villain the pros couldn't catch. Nor was he an elusive serial killer of the night. He was just a creepy stalker holding flowers. I was walking home late from work because my boss is evil. And this guy would not stop pestering me. I just wanted to go home and snuggle with my dog. I was so tired, please don't judge me, but I humored him for a minute. He said he had something quick to say to me. Standing by the side of a building, away from everyone, I'm a legislative assistant. Guys, I am smart. I should have realized my mistake. But I was so tired. He was breathing strong and stood too close. And he asked me out. Like any sane person, I refused and turned to leave. I think he hit me over the head with something because, the next thing, I'm waking up in a teetering chair with my neck chained up like some private hanging. No, like, he was going to hang me. When he noticed I woke up, he started going on and on about how too many females can't identify a nice guy even if one walked right up to her. And it was his duty to call all the whores of the world, so decent men can find pure wives, not succubi. If I wasn't so scared for my life, I would have laughed. He obviously practiced this speech to make me look like the one in the wrong here. Did every victim have to listen to this monologue? Please, spare me your sob story. And then he kicked out my chair, and I was choking to death. It's not something I want to discuss further. I thought I was going to die because I rejected one guy. But, thankfully, our vigilante broke the chain from where it was secured on the floor, and I could breathe again. I never thought I'd miss the feeling of concrete under my feet. But my stalker went feral. And he cloned himself 15 times over. 15 times. There were 16 creepy men, angry and barreling towards our vigilante. You don't get how crazy it was. He fought really strong, but nothing our guy did stop those persistent clones. They wouldn't disappear. And after a while he didn't have the upper hand anymore. And then they realized I was still there too. I honestly can't tell what was worse. Having to listen to 5 of the same stalker repeatedly call me derogatory words, or the fact that they beat and kicked me so strong, something snapped in my spine. I couldn't feel my legs anymore. I couldn't feel anything after that. I could only watch. The remaining 10 clones hurled our vigilante into a wall as their creator watched, and when he hit the concrete, he grabbed this scrap metal and stabbed one of the clones in the seat. And it disappeared. It turned out stabbing them did the trick. And once the stalker realized our guy knew it, he was terrified. Like the undead, our vigilante rose and stabbed every single one of them with this rusted piece of scrap metal. I'm not saying they didn't put up a fight, but it was a useless fight. And man, was our vigilante pissed. If only you could have seen him. He was like some sort of demonic creature, punishing those who wandered into his abandoned building. He turned to the real stalker, who, mind you, was quaking in his boots and yelling at our vigilante that his cause was just and right. And he chucks the scrap metal at the guy and stabs him through the shoulder. The guy was so distracted by the pain, he didn't see our vigilante stumble up to him until it was too late. I watched him punch the stalker's lights out until his fist was as red as his eyes and the night stalker had no front teeth left. I'm embarrassed to say I was scared when he rounded on me. My stalker was out cold behind him, and he was hobbling over to me. They really did a number on him, but I was still a little scared. What was I going to do, though? Run away. He dropped to his knees in front of me and apologized. For being late. When I tell you, I was taken aback. This wasn't his fault. So, why was he the one saying sorry? He saved me. He even called the police and paramedics for me. But everyone, he was so sad. Like he failed me or something. I could have been dead. Dead because I let a creepy guy talk me into an alley. Dead because I told a serial killer I didn't want to date him. And the doctors say I've got a great chance of walking again after my second surgery. If I could have opened my mouth, if I could have said anything, I would have thanked him. If our vigilante ever sees this post, seriously, dude, thank you. No one else was there but you were. My life exploded into a million pieces, and the only one there for me, the only one standing at ground zero, was you. 357k upvotes, 249 comments. Best comments, Stereosynthenite, 5H Holy SHT. I am so sorry for what happened to you. I saw your story in the Muzutafu Times. I am glad you are on the road to recovery, first and foremost. Second, I'm happy your surgery is paid for, but did you know who paid for it? And who's taking credit for saving you? I didn't know our vigilante saved you. This third-rate hero, the builder, took credit for everything. It was all over the news. And his hero office is the one paying for your surgery. F him. Edit. OMG, this whole thread got blasted around social media and picked up by the Muzutafu Tribune and Channel 8. The builder's in it deep now, haha, hashtag banned the builder, 155k upvotes, 97 replies. Best replies. DBS, 3H, screw him. But I also saw on another hero site that the Hero Commission is holding a series of meetings about the increase in vigilantism, and they may start cracking down harder. Which is such bull. They're only doing this because Ground Zero is gaining more traction, and their stupid hero messed up. I really hope he doesn't get caught in it. Hashtag GroundZeroArmy, 93k upvotes, 65 replies. Pirate Booties 270s 28m. Is that what we're calling him now? Hashtag GroundZeroArmy. A couple of hours after the Night Stalker incidents, Katsuki stares a hole into the shower floor, watching the water dilute his BLD under the spray. Anger bubbles in his tea, hot and corrosive, and he clenches his hands into fists. That FBSRD should feel blessed he had the control to not blow up his face. Let us review the facts. First, he arrived late at the scene. Second, he got his butt beat by a deranged man. And third, he let an innocent civilian get severely injured. He does not need to be a doctor to know that woman cannot walk. She cannot walk because he was too slow to realize something was amiss. He saw the guy walk into the abandoned building, tugging along a large metal suitcase, and he did not think much of it. Not until he was 3 blocks away, and something inside him begged for him to turn back and check it out. That FO was hanging her from her neck. And Katsuki saw red. Did any of his other victims even live? She could not be the first, not with how comfortable he was using that place. Is he losing his touch as a pro? Spending too much time lazing around in this reverted life, this reverted age? Worrying about trivial things like training for a high school entrance exam. Designing his hero-in-training uniform. Relaxing on Sundays. It has been nearly a year since he was dropped back in time. His body is 15 years old, his mind 30. He trains himself to the best of his ability during the day and saves as many people as he can muster at night. It is not enough. Is it because he gave himself the silly provision of not using his quirk? Should he start using his quirk at night? His decision was correct, is still correct. His quirk is too flashy. Someone with a keen eye can figure it out. Especially if he makes any waves as a high school student. Someone can put 2 and 2 together. Besides, he said he will stop once school starts. Katsuki freezes. What is today's date? He stops the shower, wrapping a towel around his waist and grabbing his phone. Villains have the worst timing. Of course, it is 4 in the morning on his first day at U. He is 90% sure he has a mild concussion. Those clones kicked him good. And they nicked the side of his head. A small but deep gash slices through his left temple, still bleeding out of the shower an hours later. His hand is definitely sprained, most likely fractured if the severe swelling is any indication. He flexes his right hand, grimacing at the shooting pain that runs from his knuckles through his wrist. And his ribs are bruised. One is possibly broken. He tried to block the beatings the best he could, but there is only so much you can do quirkless against 16 guys. Katsuki assesses the rest of the damage in the bathroom mirror. Several black and purple bruises splatter across his body. His nose stopped bleeding fairly quickly, now only bruised. There are no other gashes. He chuckles. He looks like he got hit by a car. He takes a deep breath. His eyebrow twitches as pain blooms in his ribs. This is fine. This is easy. He can stitch up the gash, and his bangs will hide the evidence. Head wounds bleed more than they are worth, so it is not concerning. His mother shares the same complexion as he, so he can borrow her makeup to hide the bruising on his face. A little swelling to his face does not look any different from the baby fat already there. Everything else will be well hidden under his uniform. And he will wrap up his right hand to the best of his ability and deal with it. This is not the worst pain he has endured. He has fought brutal villains in worse conditions and won. And if the school day starts for students and teachers, it starts for staff as well. He can visit Recovery Girl to embrace away the pain of his larger injuries. Though, he is not stupid enough to go to her before school. He knows, the second she heals him, he will be out like a light. Months of training and no sleep will catch up to him in no time. So, that is an after-school Katsuki problem. Even he would regret skipping his first day. Katsuki pats his hair over the stitches and thin bandage on his left temple. It has been a while since he last stitched anyone up. As most pros do, he had first aid and first response training to help stabilize injured civilians and heroes before the real medics arrive. But the last time he had to suture someone was Shudo during an undercover mission. They had no means of getting to a hospital anytime soon. Katsuki shakes his head. That man needs to be more aware of his surroundings. He walks out of the train station closest to Yui, starting to get used to the shooting and bursting pain with every step. Abusing an ibuprofen pill bottle does wonders. His parents will be sad they missed him leave for his first day, but having them find him in this state would be worse. He will leave later in the morning tomorrow. Katsuki stops at the entrance of Yui. He takes in the enormous buildings, full of nothing but glass panels and connected by indoor walkways. The rows of trees and concrete arches lining the pathway. The humongous doors to accommodate all sizes. He knows he returned to this school for the first time during the entrance exams, but this is different. He closes his eyes and sighs. He really is attending high school all over again. Does this mean he should stop calling these kids, well, kids? They are technically teenagers. He's physically a teenager. Yes. Minors are minors. They all look the same age when you are 30. He is the first to arrive to class 1A. Not surprising. The school day starts at 8 in the morning, and he is gingerly settling into his assigned seat 7:15. He pulls out a piece of paper and a pen. He always thought being ambidextrous would help him with his quirk control, and he is glad he carried through on that thought. He scribbles out an arbitrary sentence on the paper with his left hand. The words are a little unruly but manageable. Red splatters on the white page. Katsuki feels frustration climb his spine at the sight. He wipes the thin trail of BLD trickling down the side of his face with his thumb, rising from his desk. Good thing he thought to bring extra bandages because this one did not last as long as he thought. Sliding into the first restroom he sees, Katsuki pushes his hair out of his face, assessing the damage. The bandage is dark, full. He gently pulls it off and tosses it into the trash. His stitches are holding perfectly fine. Dim and head wounds. He dabs the fresh BLD and cleans up the area before replacing the bandage, patting his hair back over the wound. It has to stop bleeding sometime. Are younger bodies not supposed to bounce back quick? He has been very happy not dealing with the random creaks in his joints. The extra energy is nice too. So, can his body get the memo on injury recovery? When Katsuki returns to the classroom, some students are sitting in their seats, trying to mask their first day jitters. The future talk show host is there. Tailboy too. And more arms, more problems. My chemical chromants, okay, he will learn their names this time around. He knew their names at one point in his life, but he does not talk to most of his high school class in the future. He burned those relationships, and the only classmates left are Aijuru, Izuku, and Shuto. He and Kami really hit it off when she started working at Genius. Or, more accurately, she latched on, and he cannot shake her off. But these are their younger selves. All of his classmates, reverted to the teenage versions of the people they become. Who says they will be friends again? Who says he wants to hang around these foreign versions of his friends, holding out for an inkling of hope that they will be the people he craves? Katsuki swings his feet atop his desk, irritated the pain shooting from his ribs is not distracting enough, and he teeters in his chair slowly. He stares aimlessly at the ceiling, a weariness settling over his body as his mind continues to pester him. Maybe he should not try. Regardless, he will always be 15 years older. 15 years off. He will never stop being a man out of time. They are probably better off without him. What? Don't put your legs on the desk, someone shouts in his ear, and he jerks violently in his seat. Katsuki feels the weightlessness of his body falling backwards, and he shoots his hand out, grabbing the desk behind him. Grabbing the desk with his definitely sprained, increasingly fractured, hand. He inhales sharply through his nose and clamps his jaw shut to stop the scream curling in his throat. There is not enough ibuprofen in the world. Tiny explosions pop in his free hand as he pushes himself forward, his chair and feet slamming into the floor. Don't you think that's disrespectful to your classmates? The boy scolds, his arms slicing the air with a robotic chopping motion. Is he above beating a child? At this moment he is unsure. He points at the four-eyed idiot who is oblivious to his dilemma and his throbbing hand. Turn around and walk away before I do something I'll regret, Katsuki threatens in a clipped voice, a tight grimace on his face. The boy splutters in surprise. How can you say, and you want to be a hero? These are very trying times, Katsuki sees. He is about to stand up, But before he can move, a nervous squeak grabs everyone's attention to the door. The boy swerves from his conversation with Katsuki and makes a beeline for Midoriya. I'm Tenya Ida from Somei Junior High School. Ida extends a hand. Katsuki sinks in his chair. The fact that Midoriya saved him from getting expelled on his first day means he needs to cool the F down. They are just kids who do not know that even breathing hurts right now. He tries to tune out the chirps and happy chatter of Midoriya, Ida, and now Uraraka at the front of the class and the rest of his class behind him. A migraine starts to break his ibuprofen stronghold and blur his vision a bit. He swears internally. He better make it through the day or else. He respects Aizawa. He does. However, the class stands outside on the grounds for an impromptu Quirk appraisal. They have 8 physical tests to complete, and the lowest performing student will be expelled. Katsuki's eye twitches. Expulsion is an obvious lie, but the fact that he needs to perform at his best is still apparent. He should have punched that but 10 more times for this. Bakugou, Aizawa suddenly calls, stirring him from his internal brooding. How far could you pitch a softball in middle school? Katsuki raises an eyebrow. Why would he know that? He pauses. No, actually, his younger self has every stat imaginable written down in a notebook he glossed over months ago. I don't know. 70 meters, Mr. Aizawa. He whips his head around at the sound of Midoriya's voice like a madman. How the hell? No, never mind. I don't want to know how you know, he says, trying to reel in his exasperation, exhaling deeply. He turns to Aizawa. You heard the little language, his teacher warns. Try using your quirk this time around. As long as you don't exit the throwing circle, anything you do is fine. Katsuki looks at the electronic softball in his hand, tossing it lightly to get the hang of using his left hand. All right, this is going to hurt regardless, so he might as well go all out. He will add a good amount of combustion force behind the throw and adjust the pitch a bit. Sucking in air, he winds up his body and flings the softball with one of his larger explosions slamming into it, bellowing his signature catchphrase of motivation. Die. The blowback of his explosion racks through his body, his eyes glossing over even more. Worth it. Remind him to add pain endurance to his training regime. Although avoiding getting hurt on the job is a top priority, it can be inevitable sometimes. This body needs to catch up to his mind. The discrepancy is frustrating. He should be good at working through pain. Aizawa shows the stunned class the small screen in his hand. 725 meters. This is a rational metric that will form the basis of your hero foundation. The tests are not difficult. Long jumping. 50-meter dash. Seated toe touch. Just typical tests they administer during a school gym class. He does his best. It would be nice to have a running list of his stats coming into high school, so he knows where he needs to focus his training. He clicks his tongue. It would be better if he were actually in top shape though. But he cannot have everything. And, as he suspected, no one is expelled. But, somehow Midoriya broke his finger. How did he break his finger? Katsuki stares at the boy cradling the digit with his other hand, looking proud because he is still standing after hurtling that softball through the air. Kid, your finger looks burnt purple. You are not winning any prizes for that. Is All Might teaching him how to control his quirk or not? Because that does not look like control. Hell, with the deep conversations, analyses conducted, and sparring sessions between Izuku and he these past 15 years, Katsuki can teach Midoriya how to use his quirks better than All Might. He will just have to explain how he knows all of this confidential information. Katsuki walks to the nurse's office, hands shoved into his pants pockets. If Aizawa noticed he was off his game, he could have forced him to see Recovery Girl before the performance tests. He hesitates at the entrance of the nurse's office, rapping his knuckles against the door frame before entering. Recovery Girl sits at her desk and flips through a thick packet of paperwork, her eyes flickering to his figure. Oh, hello. I'm Chio Shizenji, but you may call me Recovery Girl. What's your name, child? Katsuki Bakugou, 1A. I have some minor injuries from personal training. She sifts through a stack of papers in a desk divider and pulls out a blank student record chart. Okay, and can you describe how your injuries happened? Katsuki rubs the back of his neck, a line of bullshit forming on his tongue. Yes. I was practicing flight with my Quirk, and I slammed into a tree, so I have bruising all over my body. And I landed on my hand wrong, so it swelled a bit. Major areas of discomfort. Probably my ribs. Probably. Recovery girl continues to scribble notes on the record chart. And another student's shoes shuffle into the office. Kaken, Midoriya says from somewhere behind him. Katsuki does not turn around. He is still irritated about the softball stat. Just a bit. He scowls at the white wall in front of him. What? Mr. Aizawa sent me to get my finger checked out. That's all, the boy replies defensively, and Katsuki can almost hear the gears turning in his mind. Breathe, Katsuki. Be nice. Well, if his brain stops tearing itself to pieces, he will start being nice. Recovery girl finishes filling out his record chart and joins him in the middle of the room. Okay, dearie, this will only take a minute, she tells him. You may feel a little woozy afterwards. Oh, she is starting now. I might want to be on that bed. He begins to recommend, but recovery girl kisses his cheek. He blacks out on impact. Flashback, year 2024/2031. Katsuki stares at the letter in his hands. His hands currently shaking from increasing frustration. Who did that shitty nerd think he was? How did he even find him? For F's sake, Katsuki is stationed in Delhi, India, now. No one has his address. He exhales sharply, debating on detonating the envelope between his fingertips as he sheds his jacket and shoes at the entrance of his apartment. After the war, Deku officially left Yui. There was a big, sappy going-away party for the nerd as he prepared to leave for the States. He was going to finish high school and attend university over there, alongside his mother. On the other hand, Katsuki finished his time at Yui and graduated with flying colors. He stuck it out, watching Japan try to rebuild with glue and tape. He received an international fellowship, the Future Heroes Fellowship, which provided him with an escape too. To run away with his tail between his legs after his pathetic performance during the war. To attend university and practice as a pro-hero in India and China. To learn how heroes across the continent of Asia become the best of the best. He got to choose his mentors for each 2-year PRD in each country, and he chose Miruko for India and Best Jeanist for China. He is still surprised Miruko agreed. She is a very independent hero. But so is he. Maybe that is why it worked. In the field, they complement each other, working together but autonomously. And once she got used to having a protege, she excelled at guiding him. Though, he can tell 2 years away from Japan is pushing her kindness. Katsuki dumps the rest of his mail on his dining table and his day backpack on the couch. With the exception of his parents, he did not tell anyone he was leaving. He simply left. Even his parents do not have his home address. He knows his mother will kill him for that when he returns to Japan. So, that begs the question, how the F does the nerd know? F stalker. And what? What can he possibly have to say to Katsuki? This letter can be a lot of things. It can be a formal emancipation from his former bully. It can be a mockery of Katsuki for being a weak dipshit during the war. The war Deku ended himself. Instead, it is just a simple message. Dear Kaken, how are you doing? I'm doing great. I go to the same university All Might did, and I made some new friends. They have amazing quirks. But I won't bore you with my excitement. They did make me try a tuk for the first time. I don't recommend it. Twizzlers are next though. Anyways, I don't expect an answer, but I did want to reach out. Best, Izuku PS. Don't be so alarmed. I contacted Miruko for your address information. Katsuki scowls at the letter in his hand, crumpling it slightly. A letter is such a frail olive branch. Deku could have called or texted, but writing a letter is different. It is an NTMT act with cautious boundaries. Time needed to process, send, and deliver. It says, I do not want to hear your voice, but I do want to hear from you. His scowl deepens. Katsuki wants to burn it. He pulls out a pen and paper. But when he seats himself at his desk, he is no longer in his apartment in Delhi. He is older, and he returned to Japan. Katsuki scrolls on his phone, sitting in one of the office chairs in Genius Interagency conference room. As always, he arrived too early to the next mission brief. Something cold pokes the back of his neck. He jolts, narrowing his eyes and scowling at the snickers erupting from behind him. Deku, he growls. What did I tell you about your cold butt fingers? Not to do that. Izuku answers in a teasing question, the smile evident in his voice. Yes. But it's funny. You piece of shit, Katsuki spits, but Izuku just snickers again and plops down in the seat next to him. He leans closer, propping his chin on the palm of his hand and peers at Katsuki's phone. What are you looking at? Chirper. We're trending again, he says, and Izuku groans. What is it this time? He whines, stretching out his arms on the round table in front of them. Remember when you used Black WP to throw me at that stone villain? He starts, and Izuku nods, curious. Katsuki shows him his phone screen. Well, someone caught it on video. And added more fuel to the public dumpster fire on their beloved Wonder Duo. Izuku immediately bites his lip as he scrolls through the chirps. But it is not enough to stop him from bursting out laughing. Hashtag Dekuflings Dynamite. When Dynamite breaks Deku's limited edition All Might figure. When Dynamite and Deku butted heads at the 96th Annual Hero Gala, oh my god, Kaken, these are gold. Yeah, so never do that again. You're the one who asked me to. His eyelids are heavy. He uses too much energy just to pry them open. The natural light seeping into his bedroom is also too bright. His covers are pulled up to his chin, his school bag and uniform folded on top of his dresser. His entire body is sore. The type of sore that develops from training like a maniac and hibernating afterwards. His body screams in agony. Anger. He remembers how nice sleep can be, and he is ravenous. Deprived. He turns his head to the side and sees his father scratching away on a tablet and laptop setup. Probably working on his parents' new clothing collection. Katsuki is thankful for their demanding jobs because he could not sneak out as much as he does without them being so distracted by work. His father perks up as he notices his son trying to sit up in his bed. He almost drops his stylus, fumbling with the pen before placing it on Katsuki's desk and saving his work. Oh Kats, you're awake, Masaru notes, relieved. You gave us such a scare there. Katsuki stretches his whining muscles, his face scrunching at their demanding aches and pains. What happened? How'd I get home? He asks. He grabs his charging phone from the nightstand and checks the time, cringing at the lit screen. How is it already tomorrow in the afternoon? Are you serious? His father gingerly sits at the edge of his bed. Your school nurse, Miss Shizenji, gave us a call at work when you passed out in her office, he explains, frowning a bit. You were very hurt, Kats. She said you had multiple broken bones, full body bruising, and a gash on your forehead. This was from training. Multiple broken bones. So, his hand really was broken, not sprained. And he must have suffered broken ribs instead of bruised ones. At least they never realized he was mildly concussed. I fell. Katsuki winces at how horribly cliché that explanation sounds. I was practicing flying with my Quirk, and I overshot myself into a tree. It was embarrassing and I didn't want anyone to know. There was a time when he abhorred liars. When did he stop? Katsuki, his father trails off, his voice laced with concern. I never liked all this training. Masaru rests the palm of his hand on Katsuki's cheek, a thumb tracing just below one of his eyes. You have such horrible dark circles under your eyes. Is this from training too? The back of his hand presses against his forehead. You're warm too. I can call the doctor for a home visit. Katsuki shakes his head, gently pulling his father's hand away from his face. You don't have to baby me, Dad. He flexes both of his hands. There is barely any pain. Recovery girl healed me up perfectly. His father is quiet for a moment. Please don't overdo it again. I have to train, but not like that. Not so much that it hurts you. His father cuts him off. His gentle voice is firm. Absolute. Katsuki looks out the window. There is only one act he can stop to ensure he does not suffer injuries so severe again. His heart thuds heavy in his hands pulsing to the beat. He thinks about the black hoodie and face mask hanging together deep in his closet. The drunk woman who reminded him he is a hero first and a fractured man last. The McMite employee he protected from being stabbed. The man who accidentally pissed off someone thrice his size. The scared young man taken in by the store owner he tried to rob. The woman who sacrificed her mobility at the hands of a corrupt lunatic. He swallows against a dry throat. He does not want to. He is worried about who he will revert to if he does. Fine. His father smiles lightly, placing a hand on his shoulder as he rises from the bed. Thank you, Katz. How about I make you something to eat, and we can spend the rest of the day relaxing at home? How does that sound? Sounds great, Dad. Katsuki barely makes it to class on time. He blames his parents who suddenly want to sit down and eat breakfast together. They are really pushing this bonding time. Katsuki rolls his eyes. It will not last, not with their busy schedules. He just needs to bide his time. He also blames the annoying press-forming hordes outside of the school gates, trying to get a peek at All Might in action. They tried to stop him and ask him questions about All Might as a teacher, until they realized he was the victim from the sludge villain incident and tried to pester him with questions about that as well. They are lucky he and his big mouth could slip away so easily. F extras. The second he steps through the classroom entrance, Midoriya shoots up from his seat. Kaken, you're okay? Why would he not be? His eyebrows knit together in confusion as the whole class turns to stare curiously at him. Then it hits him. This little SHT watched him fold like a lawn chair in the nurse's office 2 days ago. Wait, what happened? What are you talking about, Dek? Uraraka asks, currently sitting in his assigned seat. Midoriya opens his mouth to speak, but Katsuki sends him a withering look. He clamps his mouth shut. Katsuki huffs and strides to his seat, placing his bag on his desk and narrowing his eyes at the two of them before turning to the whole class. You see this, he starts, gesturing to Midoriya and Uraraka. Making friends is such a wonderful act. Practically priceless. You know what else is priceless? Minding your own DMN business. He cuts his eyes to Uraraka. She springs from his chair and scurries back to hers. Not long after he sits down, Aizawa walks through the classroom door. Hope you're rested from yesterday's battle trial, he starts. Katsuki raises an eyebrow. He is rested, but not for the same reasons. He must have missed their first heroics exercise yesterday. I took the liberty of looking at your marks and evaluations, which I'll pass back now. Aizawa pauses at Katsuki's desk. Bakugou, see me in the teacher's lounge during lunch. He does not wait for an answer before turning to Midoriya. Midoriya, I've already said this. Don't make me say it a third time. If you keep going, I can't adjust my quirk, so I have no choice, then you won't get far. Once you've cleared this hurdle, you'll be much more versatile. But you have to work for it. Yes, sir. Okay, so he missed something important yesterday while he was watching horror movies with his father. Big enough that Midoriya could not control his quirk. Yet again. After Aizawa finishes his comments, he returns to the front of the class. Now that the evaluations are complete, let's move on to the homeroom notices. Sorry to spring this on you. He shuffles some papers on the podium. But we need to pick a class president. Oh, God, I thought it was a pop quiz, Katsuki hears Kaminari whisper. Katsuki sits across the table from Aizawa, Hound Dog, and Recovery Girl in the teacher's lounge. It seems the rest of the teachers have lunch or teaching duties. He was not sure what this meeting was about and why he needs to meet with Aizawa, with all 3 teachers and staff, but the more he sits quietly in his chair as they settle in theirs, the more suspicious he becomes. He looks between the 3 of them. His homeroom teacher, the lifestyle guidance counselor, the nurse. He blinks owlishly. Oh, if no. They have to be kidding. He holds up his hand. Before you even think about it, no, I am not self-harming. No, I am not being abused at home. And no, I am not a part of some delinquent group. I face-planted a tree, he says bitterly, glaring at each of them. He stands. If those are your main concerns, I think this meeting is over. Bakugou, sit down, Aizawa sighs, rubbing his dry eyes. He sits, crossing his arms. Sweetie, you had 3 broken ribs, a broken hand, intense bruising across your body, and a deep gash on your forehead that looked self-stitched, Recovery Girl lists. She looks at him with disbelieving eyes. That's not a question. She wants to hit him with her cane, he can tell. All from a tree. Katsuki shrugs. Those branches could fight. Hound Dog tries to cover his laugh with a cough. Be serious, kid, Aizawa warns. Yes. They stare at each other, unmoving, letting the clock on the wall tick by. Of course, they are not going to budge. Katsuki claps his hands together and exhales. Look, I appreciate the concern. It was my first day, and I looked like a court case. He pauses to reel in the snark in his voice. I'm being serious. It was a personal training accident. I already received a tongue lashing from my old man, which is why I took yesterday off from school. To rest. Your concern is misplaced. This will be the first and last time he goes to Recovery Girl to heal him from vigilante-related activities, which he is not continuing per his father's concern. Aizawa relents after a moment. Don't make a habit of too much personal training. You have bags under your eyes. Katsuki presses his lips into a line to physically stop himself from retorting with, paper or plastic? If he wants this meeting to end, he needs to keep it together. Cut the SHT already. But it is so difficult to take this situation seriously. As if sensing the sarcastic comment on the tip of his tongue, his teacher narrows his eyes. Don't train at the expense of your health. I know. The school sirens blare through the loudspeakers. Katsuki jumps into a defensive position immediately. What's happening? Security level 3 has been breached. Students, please promptly evacuate. Aizawa runs toward the door. Someone's infiltrated the school grounds. Bakugou, with me. I'm getting you out of here first. Katsuki nods curtly, shoving the ugly feelings of frustration from being treated like a mere civilian down his throat, and follows his teacher out of the school. To see hordes of news reporters mulling about, searching for All Might. When he hears Aizawa sigh loudly, he feels sorry for the man. He has to deal with the mess they made. But how did the press breach the school's security system? Katsuki crouches on the ledge of a rooftop, fixing his face mask under a blanket of darkness. He does not need to stop. He needs to be more careful. That is all. Heredit H/Uncanny Vigilante U/Pandamanda 5H is not my proudest moment. But who wouldn't do what I did? I saw Ground Zero jumping across buildings and I screamed. It was the first time I ever saw him. And I may have been a little drunk, but details. I follow his activity in this subheredit, and on Chirper and Zoe's hero blog. I mean, Muzutafa finally got an interesting vigilante. Obviously, I'm going to follow him. I should have taken a picture. He really needs a different outfit though. Something with more pizzazz. Well, I guess he is trying to blend in so no one catches him. I'll let it slide. For now, anyone want to brainstorm outfit designs for him? Also, I don't think he knows we named him or that the army exists. It was funny, he tripped when I tried to get his attention. Sorry GZ. And he was looking around like, so confused haha anyways, as a consolation prize for acting like an idiot in front of our vigilante, get your Ground Zero pins here, URL link. 119k upvotes, 111 comments. Best comments, Harry Sherrylegs, 5H is it a requirement to be drunk to spot our vigilante or something? 57k upvotes, 47 replies. Newest comments, Bomb Squad 555, 3H I don't get why you're all going crazy over this guy. He's just some quirkless hero wannabe. All Might would instantly body him in a fight. One actually capable villain, and he's just a statistic. So really, 1k upvotes, 345 replies. Best replies. DBS, 3H, I'm sure he could body you, so does it matter? Hashtag GroundZerOrmy, 45k upvotes, 18 replies. GroundZerosphus Mask, 1H. Oh no, the girls are fighting. Katsuki sits cross-legged on his bed, his hands clasped together in his lap. The lights are off. He has yet to remove his vigilante outfit, the black face mask still covering half of his face, his hood still pulled over his head. His phone is face down on his bed. And he stares at the offending device, biting the inside of his lip. This vigilante act may have been a mistake. Somehow, he has acquired an internet following. People post his endeavors on this app called Heredit, less so on other hero blogs and social media. How did he obtain a fanbase? Why did he obtain a fanbase? He is not a pro-hero in this context. He runs around in a face mask and beats up small-time villains. Surely he is not worth keeping tabs on. He has merchandise. And his army named him. He is sort of mad. It is a catchy name. The sound of a dying animal warbles from his throat as he rubs his palms into his eyes. The more eyes on his actions, the worse the consequences will be if he is ever caught. He should lay low for a while. Let this unnecessary popularity die and actually listen to his father's pleas for now. And stop flipping across buildings near shopping centers. Not his proudest moment. Katsuki did not expect to have a new field exercise a few days after the one he missed. For foundational heroic studies today, we'll study the trial of rescue. Whether it's a flood or any other natural disaster, every hero needs to be prepared to rescue civilians, Aizawa explains. You can wear your hero costumes, but note, some of your costumes aren't adapted to the task at hand. His warning does not stop every student from grabbing their numbered suitcase. Katsuki grabs number 17 and heads for the furthest locker room from the classroom. This is the first time he is wearing his hero uniform in this body. He pulls on the sleeveless black top with the large orange cross painted over his E. The gray shoulder supports. The baggy black pants and green utility belt. The black and orange combat boots with the blunt force-inducing silver kneecaps. The green and orange sweat-building gloves. He hangs his black eye mask around his neck. He leaves his large grenade gauntlets in the suitcase. If it is a rescue mission, he will need full mobility of his arms. They are better equipped for large-scale battles, really, and he fights more close-ranged than long-ranged when he can help it. Plus, he still has the smaller grenades locked and loaded on his utility belt. He observes his uniform in the mirror on the wall. The design is clunkier than his improved uniform in the future, but it gets the job done. And for a moment, he forgets that he is the body moving in the mirror. He clicks his tongue and walks away. He can only stomach staring at his younger self for so long. He has gotten past the disappointment of how far his progress reverted. But the more familiar he becomes with this version of himself, the harder it is to recall what he should be. He shoves his hands into his pants pockets as he walks towards the school bus. A couple of his classmates are boarding, and some are simply hanging outside of the bus. Katsuki's lips quirk upwards against his will. Don't you dare, he thinks. He looks to his right to avoid the fashion disasters in his line of sight and sees Midoriya chatting with Uraraka. An ugly snort burns his nose, and he smacks a hand over his mouth. He looks to his left. Oh no, it is worse on the left. He is on a one-way train to hell for laughing at these kids' costumes. But some may argue he is already there. Because he has the Terminator on ice to his left and the rejected Five Nights at Freddy's animatronic to his right. Katsuki speedwalks to the bus and picks the first two-seater he sees. He promptly buries his head between his knees. Who approved these hero costumes? He is not mad. He just wants to chat. He sucks in a deep breath to control the shake of his shoulders. He will develop breathing problems at this rate. Jiru sits down next to him, scrolling through her music on her phone. Her eyes flicker in his direction, and she raises an eyebrow. Are you okay? Katsuki clears his throat. Peachy. He flicks away the tears forming in his eyes, propping his elbow on the armrest and his chin in the palm of his hand. He hides his quivering mouth with his palm. Some of these costume choices are interesting. That's all, he says. She snickers, trying to stop the smile tugging at her lips by biting them. Yeah, I guess this is the first time you're seeing them, she notes. He nods and leans his boot on the railing in front of him. Jiru goes back to scrolling through her music. A comfortable silence settles between them. The bus finally fills up and departs. He ignores the floating chatter among his classmates, staring out the window and watching the scenery blur past. If we're talking flashy and strong quirks, you have to mention Todoroki and Bakugou, Kirishima exclaims, belatedly grabbing Katsuki's attention from the window. Why are they mentioning his name? He is pretty sure they have not seen him in action yet. Wait, no, they saw him use his quirk during the quirk appraisal tests Aizawa administered. Azui shrugs. Bakugou is too grouchy and intense, so he won't be a popular hero. Jiru snickers next to him. Traitor, Katsuki whispers sharply at her, and she cackles into her covered mouth, turning her head away. He turns to the rest of the class. You don't know SHT, Frogger, he retorts. He is plenty popular in the future, or he would not be in the top 3. Though, it is probably because he works with Izuku so much, and he is Japan's sweetheart. But these kids do not need to know that. On the other hand, he assumes the symbol of victory bullshit the press and the genius office push onto the public helps too. But then, Kaminari opens his mouth with a SHT-eating grin. It's only been a brief while since our socialization has commenced, and yet already, we've been made apodictically cognizant of your personality, redolent as it is of a turd getting steamed in a sewer. He speaks every big word he knows into one uppity sentence with dramatic hand gestures. Did this brat call his personality a steamed turd? That is all he could parse from that nonsense. He can almost hear Kami, his personal hype man, instigating from his mind and whispering, "Are you going to let them talk to you like that? Shut up, non-existent Kami." He is AF adult. Unfortunately, it seems his mouth did not receive the same message as his brain. Channeling the energy of too many Saturday night drinking marathons of Kami's favorite vintage American show, Katsuki spews the speech she bet he could not memorize. "I will not be badmouthed by some ineffectual, privileged, effete, soft-penised debutante. You want to start a street fight with me, bring it on, but you're going to be surprised by how ugly it gets," he says, pointing an accusing finger at the boy. "You don't even know my real name. I'm the Lizard King." Kaminari gawks. Heat licks at Katsuki's face as silence drags. Was that too much? Leave it to Kami to SCK Katsuki into her whims when she is not even present. God, he wants to laugh, not at the absurdity of the televised rant, but at the loneliness and homesickness expanding in his She would be proudly dying of secondhand embarrassment on the floor. Sort of like Jairu, who is trembling in her chair at the moment. "Oh my god, Bakugou." The bus erupts into laughter. "Dude, where's that even from? Kaken jokes? What a vulgar conversation. But they make me laugh. Bet you were waiting to use that one." "Quiet down," Aizawa orders, shutting down the noisy chatter. "We're almost there. All Might is late." Aizawa and number 13 whisper to each other before addressing the class. "Welcome, students," number 13 exclaims. "I am Space Hero number 13, and it is a pleasure to meet you all. We will utilize this practical training arena to STMLT all kinds of accidents and disasters." Katsuki, like his classmates, looks around the giant facility from the entrance. He whistles. Sometimes he forgets just how much money Yui makes. Peering down the long staircase, Katsuki marvels at the several meticulously constructed areas, spanning out from a central water fountain viewing space. There is a large ocean with falling rocks, a severe whirlpool, and a giant waterfall. A mountain area with rickety rope bridges, jagged rocks, and hidden caves. A simulated avalanche tumbling down a snowy peak, complete with half-submerged buildings and foliage. An entire city doused in flames. Another city suffering a severe landslide. It keeps going. However, before we begin, I need to make a few things. As you know, my quirk, black hole, sucks any material into a vortex and turns it into dust. Midoriya, who is visibly vibrating along with Uraraka, suddenly speaks up. "Yes. And your quirk is perfect for removing wreckage and saving people injured by disasters." Number 13 nods. "Yes, it is. However, it is also a power that could easily kill others. And in that way, it is no different from the quirks of everyone here." Katsuki glances at his fellow classmates, noting their stiff and uneasy expressions at the mention of death. Their fidgeting and shifting bodies. He swallows, his face the perfect mask of disinterest. He has killed before. He remembers the events like filed-away briefings in his mind, but he can clearly picture the aftermath. How he stood in front of crying family members or widowed partners who yelled and beat their fists into his tea, unable to come to terms with reality. Watched as the last breath exited a prone villain he was unable to subdue. Carried a lifeless victim into the eyes of the public as their BLD crawled down his tainted hands. He wonders how his classmates, how these untouched heroes in training, would react if they knew. If they knew of the times he failed his duty. Of the times he could not save someone who needed him. Of the times he took a life for the greater good. Of the gray that bleeds into the judgment of heroes. Number 13's voice grounds him. In this society of superhumans, quirks are strictly regulated, and their laws are strictly enforced. That being said, please don't forget that each of you possess a quirk that can go awry. One wrong step is all it takes to kill another accidentally. During Mr. Aizawa's physical strength test, you learned of your respective powers' true potential. During All Might's trial of battle, you took away a true sense of the danger of brandishing those powers against one another. Number 13 claps her hands together, the bulky spacesuit creaking a bit as she tries to brighten the mood. This lesson will serve as a fresh start. Let's study how to wield our quirks for the sake of human life. I would like you to leave this exercise having fully understood that your quirks exist to help people. With those last words, Katsuki can almost feel the relief seeping from the teenagers around him. I know that was a lot of information, but thank you for listening so intently and patiently, she finishes, bowing deeply. Ida claps animatedly. Of course. This was a valuable lesson indeed. All right, Aizawa starts, grabbing everyone's attention. The first thing we will, a blob of black crackles from beyond the staircase and near the large water fountain below. It swirls, dissipating near its ragged edges. It grows. Katsuki squints, his eyebrows knitting together at the almost mesmerizing whirl. The cracked steel box reveals itself in his mind once again, looming ominously from the outer reaches of his thoughts. Its presence is an imposing pressure behind his eyes, threatening the blackness to move any further. Suddenly, the black entity, almost like a mist, expands, seemingly hollow. A pale hand grabs the edge of the mist. And as it grows even further, a face shielded by a detached, petrified hand and pale blue hair emerges. Katsuki stops breathing. He stops hearing. Aizawa's frantic voice mutes, and the static of a neglected television buzzes in his mind. Cold electricity thrums under his skin. His fingers, his toes, feel bloated as if creating a barrier to the outside world. The cracked steel box snaps open, the latch on his memories shattering, and a flood of nightmares he left behind drown his consciousness. Kaken! Deku shouts, distraught. One of his eyes is swelled shut, the other wide and trained on his released form. Mr. Compress freed Katsuki from the confines of the marble only to be imprisoned again. Deku's arms are broken beyond repair and unable to reach out. It is too late. The darkness creeps around Katsuki's body as Dabi's hand grips the back of his neck, fingernails digging into his skin. The dust clears around the rubble and raised buildings. With a single fist in the air, All Might reigns victorious. But to save one boy, the world loses their symbol of peace. He points at the news camera, and with 2 words, he pushes the weight of the world onto another boy's shoulders. You're next. Rage swallows Deku's eyes as he yells a war cry, SWNG punch after punch, lashing out black WHP after WHP at Shigaraki. Jade lightning haphazardly shoots from his body, daring any of the landbound heroes to get in between. But there is an opening, a noticeable hole in his assault. And at that moment, there are no thoughts in Katsuki's mind as he rushes towards Deku. And he pushes him out of the way. Dark tendrils zip from Shigaraki's fingertips and stab through his body. Katsuki kneels on the broken concrete, wordlessly watching the last threads of peace spill their BLD onto the wreckage. As quickly as the memories engulf every inch of Katsuki's body and mind, they shove back into the box, the fixed latch snapping shut. The multiple cracks on its surface remain. He barely feels his eyelids close and open before his vision turns black. Katsuki's eyes flutter as if trying to break the blur in front of his vision. His mind is swirling in fading static as the surrounding noises grow. His skin feels almost too tight now, as if trying to stretch itself as thin as possible. Everything is suddenly louder, brighter, present. Sharp pain strikes from behind his eyes, and he scrunches them in retaliation. A wave of nausea fills the space the static left in his brain, and he digs his fingernails into the palms of his hands, riding out the waves. Liquid burns his throat, and red spills over his lips, dribbling from his chin. He wheezes. His body shudders as he tries to breathe through the invading, stabbing pain and the BLD bubbling in his throat. His ribs. Something is wrong with his ribs. How is something wrong with his ribs? Adrenaline he did not notice numbing his body fades as pain crackles through Katsuki's torso. Every breath is difficult. Something must be punctured. He sways in sync with a rush of dizziness, signaling he is standing upright. Katsuki's arms hang loosely in front of his hunched torso. Droplets of red splatter on something below him. Someone. He looms over a dead Nomu. Don't touch him. The red slashes on his massive dark body look dull. His shrunken black pupils focus on nothing, eyes petrified wide. BLD and boiled bits of tissue pool around the exposed brain of the dead Nomu. Well, it is not the first time he came to his senses next to something dead. Isachi, that's not fair, you cheater, someone shouts. The person's voice is like a strike of cold water, a series of warning bells. Tamura Shigaraki. But the bells ring too late. His body is already jittery. His pulse already threatened to jump out of his skin. The surprise of Shigaraki's appearance. Katsuki already experienced it, still experiences it as the aftereffects of his panic shake his body. Instead, he is left feeling bemused over the redundancy. Questions prod Katsuki's brain, but none of them manage to stick. Shigaraki curses, whipping his head towards his not-dead Nomu. Kurogyari. Get the hell up already and remove him. As you wish, sir. Katsuki hears Kurogyari's strained voice behind him. The villain sounds injured. Katsuki barely manages to turn around before he is swallowed by a sea of darkness. And then he is falling into an actual sea. No, it is the man-made sea in the practical training arena. His body thrashes in the air as he falls against his will. There is no way he can swim. Every movement feels like daggers to his ribs, to his lungs. Every breath scorches and corrodes. He plummets into the ocean. Salty water quickly invades his nose and mouth. He tries to swim, but his body is too heavy. His limbs are like concrete slabs, pulling him closer to the fake ocean floor. A tongue wraps around his waist and pulls him to the surface. He sucks in air against the protesting knives in his ST and pooling BLD in his mouth as hands keep him afloat in the water. Are you okay, Bakugou? Azui says, concern seeping through her words. He is not sure if she expects an answer, but he does not give one, letting heavy breaths fall between them. Her eyebrows furrow as she takes in his shivering figure, heavily relying on her support. Hold on, I'm getting you back to shore. No. He nearly hacks up a lung, villains. Need to run. All Might is here, Azui cuts in. All Might arrived, and the villains fled. Katsuki's hands cover Nomu's exposed brain, and he detonates his palms as fast as he can muster. BLD splatters his face. Something crashes in the distance, as the exposed organ boils and bursts under the heat of his quirk. The blurry vision sends lightning through his mind, and he grits his teeth. All Might is here. Of course he is. He was always supposed to be here. But the question prodding Katsuki's mind persists. Did All Might see him kill the Nomu? With Azui helping him, his other classmates must be close by. Did they all witness Katsuki take a life, no matter how wretched and vacant it may be? As Azui drags him to shore, she throws his arm around her shoulder and supports most of his weight. They watch All Might cradle Midoriya's mangled body in his arms. They watch newly arriving teachers help an unconscious Aizawa onto a gurney while others round up scattered students and defeated villains. They watch the police converse with the school principal, Nedzu, as he sits on Vlad King's shoulder. And Katsuki is hit with another set of prodding questions. The words never manage to reach his mouth. All Might notices their stumbling trek towards the mass of people. Oh, thank you, young Azui, for saving young Bakugou. Katsuki glares at the ground until a gurney comes to pick up his pieces. Katsuki's head slips in the palm of his hand, and he jolts, propping himself back up. He is not sure how much longer he can stay awake. Not after Recovery Girl healed his crushed ribcage. Not after his blackout during class. But they would not allow him to fall asleep no matter how many times Recovery Girl requested. Blackout. That is the best way to refer to it, right? He cannot say he is surprised. It has happened before. And little by little, he would remember what happened. Bits would sneak up on him in the most mundane settings. Pieces would startle him during the worst of his battles. though he has never tried to answer why he blacks out. They have not affected his work. Even when he is not in control, he can carry out his duty uninterrupted and unbothered, or so he slowly recalls. And maybe that is a blessing in disguise. To stand victorious in every state of mind, no matter what the job throws at him. And each returning memory reminds him just how much the job can throw. So, maybe these blackouts are actually... Katsuki's train of thought fades as the urge to slip unconscious presses against his eyelids. He sits cross-legged in a chair, surrounded by several teachers and staff, the school principal, and Detective Tsukachi from the police in the principal's office. Everyone is blurry, but it makes the tense atmosphere more manageable. All Might stands by the wooden desk, but Katsuki refuses to look at him. Nedzu is perched in his giant chair, or maybe the chair is normal and he is just small. Katsuki wearily glosses over the rest of the teachers and staff. Cementos, Hound Dog, number 13, and Present Mike are in attendance. He supposes Present Mike is standing in for Aizawa. Katsuki closes his eyes. Recovery Girl filled him in on his teacher's whereabouts when she treated him earlier. Aizawa is being transported to an emergency hospital because his injuries were so severe. According to the ramblings of one of his classmates during their treatment, Aizawa protected Katsuki from the Nomu's attack. Bakugou, Nedzu starts, folding his paws together. I do apologize for asking you to this impromptu meeting, but it is important we talk. You may not know, but I have been keeping tabs on you since we received your results from the entrance exam. The lag between Nedzu's words and Katsuki's ability to process them causes his eyebrows to rise in belated disbelief. He slides his face into his hands. Katsuki does not have the mental capacity left to process where this impending lecture will go. However, he knows he will be screwed by the end of it. Instead of evacuating like most of his classmates, he took justice into his own hands and ended up hovering over a dead Nomu. He does not need the full story to surmise that much. He got his teacher hurt, and he probably indirectly caused Midoriya's broken legs. He will not be surprised if they expel him. Did you know that only one other student in UE history received a perfect score on the written exam? What makes your case different from hers is that she has a quirk that enhances her mental abilities beyond that of the average human being. Quite similar to me, actually. You then proceeded to obtain the highest score on the practical test. Nedzu stops to accept the steaming mug of tea Cementos brings him, sipping lightly. So, a highly intelligent student with a powerful quirk and impeccable quirk control attends his first day of school with multiple severe injuries from a poorly explained personal training accident. He then proceeds to incapacitate not one, but two incredibly powerful beings of chaos and destruction, Nedzu says. He pauses for another sip. Maybe you can help us understand, Bakugou? He killed both the unnamed Nomu and Kurogiri. No, Kurogiri was awake. How else would he have been flung into the sea? Katsuki sighs deeply. His head is too heavy in the palms of his hand to talk himself out of this one. But why is he hiding everything again? Hiding his knowledge of Numus, of Shigaraki, of traitors and death, of the impending war to hit Japan. Of One for All and All for One. Did he have a reason? He does not remember anymore, not with this muddled mind. He just hopes it is worth sticking to this time. Recovery Girl places a hand on his shoulder. This conversation would be more beneficial if held next week, after Bakugou has rested. This child, like the others, has just witnessed a traumatic event. He's also suffered severe damage to his ribcage, which punctured his lungs. Especially after my healing, he needs rest. It's fine, Katsuki says in a clipped voice, his eyes deeply hooded with each owlish blink. Every word is a bit slower than his normal, a bit slurred. But I don't know what you want me to say. If I see an opportunity, I take it. So, I probably did that. I can't tell you if it was the best choice or the worst, but I can tell you none of my classmates or teachers would be alive if that villain were too. As for my previous injuries, I'm 15. 15. I make mistakes. And I'd like to go 5 minutes without that constant reminder. Nedzu hums non-committedly. I'm aware you are imperfect, Bakugou. Though, I was hoping for more of an answer to quell my suspicions and help our friend, Detective Tsukachi, out. But let's leave that discussion for another day. There is also the matter of your actions today and their impacts. Hound Dog steps forward. We collected multiple student testimonies as well as number 13's testimony. Bakugou, you blatantly ignored your teacher's orders to evacuate and stay back. You also directly engaged multiple dangerous villains on your own. All Might gingerly kneels in front of him, forcing Katsuki to face his favorite hero since childhood. He places a hand on his knee before speaking up. Young Bakugou, your actions were courageous and admirable, and you protected your fellow classmates very well. But you are a hero in training. A student just starting out, not a pro hero. You should not have jumped into the fray like you did and put yourself in such danger. Do you truly realize the reality of what could have happened to you, my boy? With his limited knowledge, he cannot refute what they are saying because they may be right. If you're going to punish me, do it already, Katsuki answers, resigned. I'm sorry, kiddo. Present Mike apologizes, his eyes crinkling at the edges in pity. Katsuki stares blankly at the orange and black controller in his hands, turning it over and taking in its unprompted appearance. He swears he had a controller just like this as a kid. Not to brag, but he was quite the gamer as a kid. X-King Explodo kills 420X knew no defeat. Unfortunately, after his quirk manifested, he prioritized training over one-shotting pixelized enemies while his gaming console collected dust. He looks around. A room of darkness surrounds him. The room is eerily quiet, except for the methodical drip of water in the background, as if it is trying to match the constant thud of a heart echoing off the walls. His heart. He would know its tune better than anyone. Drip, drip, drip. Where the hell is he? Katsuki tries to recall what he was doing earlier, but his thoughts are escaping him. A white screen lights up his face. His eyes follow the black cord snaking from the controller to his old gaming console to a large, blank monitor. Hey, someone shouts. A child, by the crack in their voice. How'd you get in here? The child steps out of the darkness like walking through a waterfall. And Katsuki feels as if he were sent 10 more years into the past. Standing in front of him is the Kid Katsuki with his balled-up fists and his favorite All Might-themed pajamas. The ones his father bought him for his 5th birthday with the blonde hairpieces sticking out from the hooded top. Kid Katsuki puffs out his tea. You're not supposed to be in here, he says. His eyes cut to the controller in Katsuki's hands, and his face twists into something ugly. That's mine. Give it back. He snatches the controller from Katsuki's hands and accusingly points it in his face. Mine. Only I can use the controller. Good God. Was he really like this as a kid? Katsuki pauses, taking in the overdramatic huffs and flared nostrils. Yes, he was just like this. He grimaces, raising his hands in surrender. All yours, brat, he says, pensively watching the kid plop onto the strong ground and mess with the gaming system's controls. Is this one of those cases where someone is aware they are in a dream? Because he has to be dreaming. Katsuki touches his hands to his face and hair. He is still physically 15, it seems. How cruel. What are you doing? Katsuki finally asks. If he is going to be stuck here, he might as well play along. Beating my score, Kid Katsuki replies, his eyes glued to the screen. He sets up his default settings to automatically turn on DualShock controller vibrations, sound, and picture. Care to expand on that, or am I supposed to know what you're playing? The kid rolls his eyes. You are. New content dropped because of your hissy fit, so I got called in. Now, I'm trying to beat my high score. Katsuki's eye twitches. If he were to smack this kid upside his head, technically he would be smacking himself, right? And what the F does he mean by his hissy fit? He is about to open his mouth when sound and noise fill the room like a surround sound audio system. Number 13. Protect the students. That is Aizawa's voice. Don't move. Those are villains. Katsuki blinks, and the screen changes to a still photo of the practical training area. Aizawa is pointing and yelling. Some of his classmates are confused. Some huddling together. Some covering their mouths. Number 13 is blurry as she tries to spin around. Suddenly, the screen begins to move, hurrying to catch up to the sound. Mr. Aizawa, there's too many of them. Midoriya frantically warns on screen. The child bursts out laughing. Dumb Deku being a scaredy cat's always funny, Kid Katsuki says. Don't be in but, Katsuki reprimands immediately. He watches Aizawa pull his goggles over his eyes and unwrap his capture cloth from around his neck. The child sticks out his tongue. Of course, you sound like the old man. Always barking orders. Do this. Don't do that. It's my game, I'll play how I want. What? Dad doesn't curse. You should know that. I'm not talking about that old man. Then who? A hero always has more than one trick up their sleeves, Aizawa says on screen before he jumps down the long staircase, hurling himself at the horde of villains forming by the water fountain below. He is playing the USJ attack like a video game. Aizawa's iconic saying is one Katsuki remembers. F weird dream. An orange box pops up on the screen. New quest available. Stop Shigaraki to protect Class 1A. Use the controller to move, fight, and speak. Special moves and attacks are now available. Additional future knowledge is now unlocked. Story modes have been activated. Do we accept this quest? Increment yes times no. The kid clicks the triangle button. He crosses his legs and rests his arms on his knees, hunching his shoulders. Katsuki controls the urge to tell the boy to not slouch like that. He refuses to sound just like Best Jeanist. On the screen, the camera moves in first-person mode, peering out through someone's eyes. It is him, based on the uniform covering the person's moving arms and legs. Drip. 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 Okay, ready? Kid Katsuki mumbles more to himself. He opens Shoyuta Aizawa's character information window, quickly skimming the information before closing it back. He turns his avatar around in a circle and observes the fast-paced scenes playing in front of him. Black mist begins to form at the edge of the staircase, and he forces Katsuki to jump backwards, arms stretched out defensively in front of his classmates and second teacher. Oh, is that who I think it is? Katsuki says, leaning forward as well. Duh. Another box pops up on the screen. This one is light blue. New enemy alert. The Black Mist is a B-rank villain called Kurogyri. Kurogyri is a Nomu created by Dr. Kyudai Garaki to serve and protect Tamura Shigaraki. His quirk is Warp Gate, which the kid clicks out of the box before Katsuki can finish reading it. He cuts his eye over to the kid, but the kid is too concentrated on the screen to care. Dear student, please stand down, number 13 says on the screen as she steps up next to player Katsuki. Bakugou, hurry up. We need to evacuate, Ida shouts, gesturing for others to start running. Black mist shoots out, crawling around player Katsuki's legs and heading towards the students as an ethereal figure rises. Kurogyri. Greetings. We are the Villain Alliance. I apologize for the presumption, but we took it upon ourselves to enter Yui in order to engage with Mr. All Might, the symbol of peace. We were wondering if we might be allowed the opportunity to extinguish him, you see, Kurogyri states. His voice is too polite, too professional, to match the depth of his threat. The kid clicks his tongue at the statement, gripping the controller harder. Watching him play something Katsuki lived is weird, but more importantly, it is boring. Was Mr. All Might not meant to attend this juncture? Kurogyri sighs. No matter, my role is also to scatter you children. Katsuki hears the sound of the controller vibrating, and the kid clicks seemingly random buttons. The avatar jumps back immediately as mist begins to envelop his classmates. Shoot. I thought I hit it faster this time, Kid Katsuki complains. His fingers are a flurry of taps and swipes as he forces his player to change direction midair and dive off to the side. He rolls to his feet and darts forward toward the metal neck brace peeking out from behind the attack. He clicks the circle and triangle buttons. Player Katsuki front flips and slams his foot into the only tangible part of the villain. The neck brace crashes to the ground, black mist following closely behind. The avatar grabs it and explodes the metal in the palm of his hand. Kurogyri groans, disoriented, as the black mist waves stiltedly around the neck brace. He turns the camera to look at his classmates. Some are missing, and so is number 13, hold up. This isn't what happened, Katsuki blurts out. He did not know how to take down Kurogyri, let alone stop him himself. Not the first time around. He also had help. I didn't do that. And where's, immediately, the screen flips to white and then to an abandoned building. A dozen or so small-time villains surround him and Kirishima, grinning and chuckling as if they have the upper hand. What are you doing? The kid yells at him, flabbergasted. Yes, this is what happened, Katsuki says, nodding at the screen. I don't know what you were doing. I was playing it right. You're messing it up. Stop. With his little hands, the kid pushes Katsuki over. He smacks into the strong ground. What the F? Stop messing up my game, the kid shouts, hovering over him. He points at the screen. That's the outdated version. I was playing the updated version. Now I have to fix it. Thanks a lot, dickwad. Dickwad. Katsuki is too stunned to speak. From the interesting insult to the fact that his memory is apparently outdated, he begins to doubt his recollection. No, he's right. That was important. That fight with Kirishima was too important for their friendship to be imaginary. So, what the F is this brat playing? As Kid Katsuki skips back to the previous screen, Katsuki studies it harder. In this version, Kirishima does not attack Kurogiri alongside him. In this version, less of his classmates get transported across the practical training area. Only 8 students are missing: Jayu, Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, Hagakure, Todoroki, Azui, Mineta, and Midoriya. Of course, Midoriya is missing. He stops Kurogiri. He stops him. Katsuki rubs his palms into his eyes, trying to remember. He knows he was transported into an abandoned building with Kirishima. He knows this. And yet, stopping Kurogiri does not feel entirely fake. A light green box pops up on the screen. We have entered story mode. Choose an option. Increment dialogue 1 times dialogue 2. The kid clicks the triangle button, still grumbling about Katsuki messing with the screen. Katsuki is not even sure how he changed the screen. Player Katsuki turns to his classmates, adding pressure to the neck brace in case Kurogiri tries anything. All of you, get the hell out of here. Call the teachers. Hearing his own voice is jarring in the least, but the monotone nature of it is creepy. Katsuki sounds void of any emotion. The camera shifts specifically to Ida. Ida, you're the fastest. Go now. Do not engage these villains if you can help it. The avatar stands, dragging the metal piece to the edge of the staircase. What? Bakugou, where are you going? Kirishima asks from somewhere off the screen. The source. Then, I'm coming with you, he declares, and heavy footsteps fill the room. Player Katsuki shoots out his hand in warning. Oh, he's not someone you mess with. Do what I said and get the teachers. Kirishima does not budge. I'm not letting you go down there by yourself. The camera turns fast and lands on Kirishima's concerned expression. And the avatar almost sounds angry. Almost. You don't get to make that choice. Before Kirishima can open his mouth, player Katsuki grips the metal piece in one hand and catapults himself into the air with his other, explosions racking the air. The controller vibrates as player Katsuki lurches upward, flying over Aizawa as he subdues the horde of villains. He contorts himself, explosions accelerating the spin of his body until he is but a blurry tornado. Black mist fuses with the amassing cyclone, a menacing mixture of shadow and light. And it hurls into the concrete like an asteroid to Earth. Howitzer impact. Kurogiri's scream cuts off as he smashes into the surface, concrete cracking severely under the force of the attack, dust and smoke billowing into the space around them. The mist huddles together, forming an intangible, motionless body around the damaged neck brace. Player Katsuki pushes through the remnants of the explosion, stalking out like a demon from hell. The camera is trained on Shigaraki's hunched figure. Fury fills the eye peeking between the petrified fingers that obscure his face. You hurt my getaway car, Shigaraki whines, roughly scratching at the dry skin on his neck. You use cheats? I don't cheat, the kid shouts, startling Katsuki. He forgot the kid was there. He was too absorbed by the screen. Aren't you 5? You shouldn't curse, he says. I'm 7, chicken PP, the kid corrects. You did. I'm grown. I can do as I please. Mom'll scold you. She can try. She will. Katsuki relents. A light green box pops up on the screen. Choose an option. Increment dialogue 1 easy, times dialogue 2 strong. The kid grins and clicks the X button. Bakugou, he hears Aizawa yell off screen. What are you doing? Get back. Instead, the camera moves towards Shigaraki. Hands gesture around as the avatar slowly strolls towards Shigaraki. You came to take out the symbol of peace, but you can't even stop one kid. The words are playful, but the voice speaking them into existence is detached. Cold. You don't know what you're talking about, brat. Are you sure, Tamura Shigaraki? Player Katsuki asks. He stops in front of the young man. Send my regards to your teacher. He and I have some catching up to do. Katsuki slaps a hand to his mouth. It is jarring again. The words, the scene, they are wrong. This is not what happened over a decade ago. But these new words do not feel wrong. Here, he openly taunted Shigaraki. He spoke with him as if it were not the first time. When did he do this? Shigaraki looks rigid. Confusion and anger swirl in his eye as he steps back cautiously. How do you know my name? How the F do you know my teacher? Who are you? The avatar is quiet for a moment, almost as if he were buffering. I'm just a guy looking to kill time. Shigaraki glares daggers at the camera, eye clear as day. You will tell me what you're hiding or die by my hand. The avatar drops into a defensive stance, his hands curling upward on the screen and his knees bending. I'd like to see you try, Beach. A light green box pops up on the screen. We have exited story mode. Experience gained. Howitzer impact +1 player rank +1 choose an option. Increment fight Shigaraki times reason with Shigaraki. What do you think? The kid says suddenly. Is he asking Katsuki? Of course he is. No one else is here. Katsuki crosses his arms, an amused smirk on his face. How does All Might talk again? He clears his throat. Beat his butt, young Bakugou. The childish cackle makes him feel a little better about this weird but dream. He cannot say he expected to watch himself play a video game starring himself. The kid clicks the triangle button. Oh, see, Kid Katsuki exclaims, shifting the left joystick and pressing a couple of buttons. The avatar dodges to the side as Shigaraki reaches for his neck. A warning message pops up on the screen. New enemy alert. Tamura Shigaraki, or Tenko Shimura, is the one fated to fight Izuku Midoriya. His current quirk is Decay. This emitter-type quirk allows him to destroy anything his hands touch. Again, the kid clicks out of the message faster than Katsuki can read, but as the scene plays, he is not as put off. Player Katsuki dodge rolls away from another deadly grab. A foot slams into Katsuki's stomach, and he lurches back. The controller vibrates. I said, beat his butt, right? Shut up. No backseat driving. Player Katsuki crouches from the ground, waiting as Shigaraki sprints towards him and reaches for his face. The kid clicks away on the controller. The avatar slips out of the way and grabs Shigaraki's extended arm, promptly throwing him over his shoulder. Shigaraki smacks the ground on his back, his arm tightly secured in Avatar's hands. The kid clicks a button. Player Katsuki scorches Shigaraki's arm. The young man scrunches his eyes closed and kicks out violently, forcing the avatar to jump back. The villain glares at the screen, a grumble in his voice as he growls, "That was the last straw, you imp." He staggers to his feet, cradling his sizzling arm. "Nomu, kill him." The dripping water in the dark room suddenly sounds rushed. Accelerated. Drip drip. Drip drip. Drip drip. A red message pops up on the screen. New enemy alert. A Nomu, also referred to as an artificial human, is a deceased individual whose body has been heavily modified by Dr. Kyudai Garaki. The kid immediately clicks out of the message. Why'd you do that? It was red. I already know what it says. Crazy dangerous. Run. Player Katsuki hightails it to the large staircase. But something massive invades his peripheral vision. BLD red slashes pepper the dark hand reaching for Katsuki. The Nomu's exposed brain pulses, shrunken black pupils zeroing in on him. Kaken. The screen goes white again. The kid screams. But Katsuki does not notice. Because the desperation seeping from that call invades his body. crawls up his spine and infects his mind. Kaken! Deku shouts, distraught. One of his eyes is swelled shut, the other wide and trained on his released form. Mr. Compress freed Katsuki from the confines of the marble only to be imprisoned again. Deku's arms are broken beyond repair and unable to reach out. It is too late. The darkness creeps around Katsuki's body as Dabi's hand grips the back of his neck, fingernails digging into his skin. His body lurches back and forth as tiny hands shake the ever-loving F out him. Wake up, wake up, wake up, the kid says repeatedly. Stop, Katsuki stutters, barely holding on to his ability to speak. You're doing it again. Doing what? Throwing a hissy fit and messing up my game, the kid states as if it is the most obvious fact. Why are you opening that again? The old man already put that back. Katsuki starts to say and reaches his hand to touch the back of his neck. I don't know what I was doing. I told you. You are messing up my game, the kid repeats. I'll kick you out if you do it again. You'll kick me out of my own dream. The kid's head twitches to the side, his eyes narrow a bit. What makes you think this is a dream? What? The kid mimics rudely. Are you dumb? Watch your mouth, Katsuki warns, but the threat has no teeth. Not with how lost he feels. Kid Katsuki returns to the game, chewing on his bottom lip and mocking him under his breath. Again, the screen rewinds from coarse fingernails and dragging darkness to modified humans and frantic calls. Kaken! Behind you! Capture cloth wraps around player Katsuki's torso and yanks. The camera lurches to the side, haphazardly spinning as the avatar rolls on the ground. His body halts, but the camera continues to swirl moments longer. When the controller stops shaking, the kid moves the joystick for player Katsuki to take in his surroundings. The camera darts around the area. Just where did the Nomu go? Katsuki's breath catches. The Nomu hovers over Aizawa's disfigured body. His arms snapped in half. His face smashed into the concrete. A broken ragdoll between the teeth of a vicious dog. Recovery girl said Aizawa had to be rushed to the emergency hospital. She said it was serious. Katsuki recalls being carried into her office on a gurney. Being healed by her quirk and quickly ushered into the principal's office for questioning. This is real. This game, these scenes, they happened. Katsuki looks down at his hands. Is he dreaming? Or is he remembering? Before the kid can even move his avatar, green zips across the screen. Stop it! Midoriya roars as he jumps from the ocean shore to the villain in the blink of an eye, his legs flailing useless and broken behind him. His fist winds back dangerously as emerald lightning dances along his arm. Smash! He lands a resounding punch on the Numu's eye. It does not budge. Shock absorption. This Nomu has a shock absorption quirk that only All Might can overpower. The dripping water beating into the ground of this room picks up again. Drip drip drip. Drip drip drip. Drip drip drip. Katsuki watches himself sprint towards the Nomu, using his explosions to propel him faster. The villain stares vacantly at Midoriya's crippled body on the ground, its beak-like mouth slightly agape in an almost smile. The Nomu reaches for the boy. Don't touch him. Katsuki can almost feel himself shout. Katsuki jumps on the Numu's back, legs tightly clutching its sides. The villain instantly changes its reach, snatching Katsuki's body and crushing his ribcage between heavy fingers. Crunch. But it does not rip him off. Not fast enough. Katsuki's hands cover the Numu's exposed brain, and he detonates his palms as fast as he can muster. BLD splatters his face, and something crashes in the distance, as the exposed organ boils and bursts under the heat of his quirk. The Nomu jolts once, its body standing rigid for a mere moment. The hand squeezing Katsuki's torso slips away. The villain staggers over Aizawa's twisted body and Midoriya's wide eyes, before dropping to its knees, and then to its face. In the dark room, Katsuki touches his ribs, expecting to feel the onslaught of pain. Instead, he feels numb. Who are you? He asks the kid, staring at his hands. Seriously, are you dumb? Just answer the question. Take a good look at me. I know who you look like. That's not what I'm asking, Katsuki shouts, ripping his eyes from his healed torso to the kid, only to find a faceless child staring back at him. Katsuki jerks back as if he were stabbed. And when he looks back up, Katsuki watches rage swallow Deku's eyes as he yells a war cry, SWNG punch after punch, lashing out black WHP after WHP at Shigaraki. Jade lightning haphazardly shoots from his body, daring any of the landbound heroes to get in between. But there is an opening, a noticeable hole in his assault. And at that moment, there are no thoughts in Katsuki's mind as he rushes towards Deku. And he pushes him out of the way. Dark tendrils zip from Shigaraki's fingertips and stab through his body, blending into his skin and drowning him in darkness. The light of the screen and the faceless kid are obscured from his field of view as the murk crawls. I told you to stop opening that box. Katsuki pries his eyes open against their will, letting them clamp shut as a train of exhaustion racks through his body. So, he was asleep. Of course. Faceless children do not exist. He was dreaming. He presses a hand to his ear, feeling the rapid beats of his heart punch his sweaty hand. The scenes he witnessed on that stupid screen felt real. They felt fresh like new memories being fed to him. The memories he is supposed to remember slowly. He has never dreamed them back all at once. That is not how these blackouts work. That is not how they used to work. And of course, his younger self refused to give him any tangible answers as to what the hell was going on. But it was a dream. Dreams do not require explanation. And he should not expect one. Katsuki waits for his heart to calm before trying to fall asleep again. But the sunlight streaming through his window lets him know he failed. Tamura slams his foot into the bar stool as soon as he steps into the abandoned bar from Kurogiri's portal. What the F happened back there? We were completely defeated, he shouts. A bunch of kids and some no-name pro beat up our underlings. Even Nomu was done in. He glares at the blank computer screen, something hot and ugly twisting in his ear. And the symbol of peace looked perfectly fine. You were totally wrong, teacher. The audio system crackles. No, I wasn't. I was simply optimistic, the screen says. And what of Numu's body? I'm afraid the heroes and the police have commandeered his prone body. Although the remains of his brain I doubt they can recover, Kurogiri reports. All Might killed Nomu, the screen's robotic voice sounds almost incredulous. Tamura clenches his hands into fists. He wishes All Might killed him, then this would be less of an embarrassment. No, teacher, it was this kid. Bakugou, that no-name pro said. He killed it with one attack. Oh, the screen replies. That is incredibly surprising. He knew me, teacher. He knew about both of us. Send my regards, he said. He even took down Kurogiri, Tamura says exasperatedly, recalling how that kid flipped him over and burned his arm. Embarrassed him like he was not even a threat. Looked at him with barely any emotion like he was bored. It's all his fault it turned out like this. If only that DMN kid wasn't there. If only I killed him when he was injured. There's no use crying over it. Actually, this is in our favor, is it not? This boy, Bakugou, has knowledge of those who have operated in the shadows. Who attacked his school twice. Yet, we can continue business as usual, the screen speculates. If he were truly good, then he would have notified the heroes by now of what he knows, possibly even before our attack. So, why the hesitation? The audio system crackles in the silence. This is not a threat, but an opportunity. And we should give this mystery boy a proper hello. I want to kill him, Tamura states. But I'll listen to your reasoning this time, teacher. He crosses his arms as the screen chuckles. Good. Still, it's disappointing Nomu was defeated so easily. And after the doctor and my joint work was finally successful in charging him with power to rival All Might's. Well, can't be helped. That reminds me, power like All Might's, there was one kid with speed comparable to All Might's. He rushed into the fray like him too. Oh, now, that is interesting, the screen muses. Well, it is not as though today was entirely in vain. Let's gather a new group, hand-picked for efficiency. And this time, let's take all the time we need. Then we will have a chat with our mystery boy. Tamura grumbles an okay, his mouth screwed in a tight frown. Trouble. Both of those brats are nothing but trouble, and he can tell. Remember, we cannot move freely, Tamura. That is why a symbol like you is necessary. Next time, you must show the world the true horror of your existence. Katsuki's POV, Tuesday, flashback, year 2033, Katsuki hears feet slam into the floor. He does not look up. This is what he gets for opening the windows in his private office. You do realize this is the 4th floor, right? We have a front door. Izuku does not respond. Katsuki stops typing on his dynamite-themed keyboard. He hears him pace across the room, breathing too heavily. Too fast. This is not an amicable visit to annoy him. He resumes typing. Speak now, or forever hold your peace. Katsuki has never minced his words, and Izuku does not want him to. He does not want pity or sympathy, or someone who will sift through his mind at every waking moment. He wants a living wall, to pry the gnawing anxieties and societal pressures from his ankles and throw them at something. A wall he can trust to not fall. How can they call me the symbol of hope if I rip their hope from their fingertips? He does not continue, but Katsuki can sense the hurt rumbling in his heaving teeth. He glances up from his computer monitor. If Izuku keeps pacing, he will pave a trench into his floor. He sighs. Expand and explain, Izuku. I can't read your mind. It was a hostage situation. A new villain threatening mass murder. He took a whole office building hostage, Izuku answers in clipped sentences. Katsuki can surmise the rest. He presses anyways. And Izuku rounds on him with wild eyes. And what, Kaken? You're not an idiot. Why don't you read between the lines? He snaps, slamming his hands onto the desk. Katsuki's computer monitor rattles, and he stills it. He removes his reading glasses. Just in case this talk turns into a fist fight. Ladies and gentlemen, Japan's sweetheart. I said I was going to get them all out. I said they were going to be all right. And he kills a whole floor of people right before my eyes. I lied to them. Degraded their hope. And, Katsuki, I'm going to punch you. Katsuki finally stands up. And what do you want me to do about it? Boo-hoo, you're such a failure. Out of the thousands of people you protect every goddamn week, you slipped up once, he says, frustration growing in every word. He grabs the man by his hair and yanks his head back. There is BLD splattering his face and dust speckling his hair. His uniform is horribly damaged, and he probably needs medical attention. He must have come straight from the crime scene. Katsuki steals his face. Be a wall. Cry all you want now. But visit their loved ones with your head raised. And be better next time. Japan believes in you for a reason. Katsuki shoves away his unruly mop, and the number 1 hero stumbles back, silent. He returns to working on his computer. Izuku roughly rubs his glossy eyes. He pulls up a chair and hides his face between Katsuki's desk and his crossed arms. I know, Izuku says in a muffled voice. He did not always go to Katsuki. He did not go to anyone. And for Izuku, keeping everything bottled up is not a good idea, so Katsuki drove him to see therapist. He broke the therapist. So, now he sees Katsuki since he cannot not break. Yes, he can. And that is a curse in disguise. Because Katsuki is not qualified to console anyone. This is yet another way they are different despite being such a synchronized hero duo. Izuku externalizes his emotions. Katsuki internalizes them. One seeks out the other for comfort. The other pretends he does not need comfort. No, Katsuki does not need it. He needs it. He has his own ways to cope with the job. Can we get drinks later? Or food? Or both? Izuku asks in a small voice, peeking out from his arms. He needs to convince Izuku to see a new therapist. Only if you sweep up the dirt you tracked in here. Has Katsuki ever seen his mother breathe fire? No, but he is sure she will in the near future. Suspended. How did you get suspended? She screams at him, pacing on the living room carpet. Bleary-eyed and hungry, he had just padded down the stairs for breakfast when his mother spotted him. Spotted him with her cell phone propped against her ear as she listened to a particular voicemail. Now, he sits on the living room couch as his mother rages and his father fidgets. Mistuki, please calm down. I will not calm down, she snaps at his father before turning back to Katsuki. You've spent 4 days at this school? Katsuki snorts unintentionally. He clasps his hands together in his lap, lips firmly pressed together, as he stares at the carpet scrunched under his toes. He wills the beige fabric to keep him from laughing. Not counting the weekend, he really got suspended 4 days into his freshman year at U.S.J. If only his younger self could see him now, he would have an aneurysm. Is this funny to you? No, Katsuki replies, summoning all of his seriousness into one statement. Dear, I'm not condoning his behavior, but we haven't heard Katsuki's side of the story yet, Masaru reasons, placing a hand on his mother's tense shoulders. Mitsuki crossed her arms tightly, narrowing her furious eyes at his seated figure. Speak. At least he can answer truthfully this time. Although he is not sure his dream is fact, he knows it is not fiction. Katsuki clears his throat. The reason I got suspended for 2 days is because, when villains attacked our class. I'm sorry, what? Mitsuki interrupts, her voice but a sharp whisper. He guesses the voicemail only listed the general details of suspension from Yui rather than the details of the attack. If you'd let me finish, Katsuki snaps, huffing a bit. I have a notice for you about it in my backpack. I forgot to give it to you yesterday. He was so exhausted after the villain attack, Recovery Girl's healing, and the impromptu interrogation yesterday. He came directly home and crashed on his bed. The last thing he wanted was his parents to pick him up from school again, so he took the train back himself. He is pretty impressed he managed to make it back. Katsuki gets up from the couch and pads over to his discarded school bag in the foyer, grabbing the packet of papers from a folder. Mitsuki snatches the packet from his extended hands, eyes racing across each line of words. I actively engaged the villains, so they suspended me. He finishes, a gross understatement of the event, and barred me from participating in the upcoming Yui Sports Festival. From the gravity of the situation, Katsuki thought Nedzu was going to expel him. He compartmentalized and minimized the war for all so much, slowly chipped away at the stress and trauma. All that remained was that the event merely occurred. Shigaraki's appearance pried open his memories, and he blacked out. He expected his recollections of the war and the events leading up to it to revisit him like a clingy, stale friend. However, he did not expect those memories to rapidly attack him. The onslaught of what may happen again disconnected him so far from reality. His mind dreamed up a kid version of himself to direct his body through it all. However, no matter the situation in his mind or how brain-dead that Nomu already was, he murdered him. In the eyes of the public, a student took a life, to save lives, and that is unacceptable. Taking a life. It is narrow road few popular heroes walk. A poisoned road no teacher or professor warns you about, no mentor can prepare you for, until you are faced with your first covert mission that results in an extremist who would rather be dead than detained. He wonders if it is his intense personality or the way he catches the eyes of certain villains like moths to a flame, but he is familiar with the dirty side of being a pro-hero. The side that most popular heroes never see. The side that attracts specific underground operations or hero commission-mandated jobs that never feel right or wrong, just a puddle of ugly and muddled gray. The work shrouded in secrecy and kept away from the eyes of the public to keep said public safe. Katsuki is no stranger to the public and private sides a pro-hero can adopt. Work is work. But when he saw All Might, the symbol of peace, happy for his safe return from being dropped in the flood zone, Katsuki only felt shame. He tried to jump off that F-road. He tried to reject death and propose different ways to victory, victories he grew up watching on TV and had snatched from him by the realities of the field, only to end up on the same diamond road while his employers pat him on the back, congratulating him because he reacts to something impossible by removing it from this earth. The U.S.J. attack was not the first time he came to his senses next to something dead. However, it was the first time he came to his senses next to something he killed himself. Those moments used to be reserved for his clearest state of mind, the moments he has been backed into a wall with no way out. But he digresses. Instead of expulsion, Katsuki is suspended for 2 days, disqualified from the first-year sports festival, and required to take a week's worth of hero and Quirk ethics classes as soon as he returns to school. Since the school is temporarily closed today, it is as if he is suspended for 3 days. At home. With his parents. His father gasps, eyes searching for any injuries. Katsuki, why would you do that? You could have been hurt. He was hurt. Katsuki could have been killed, but he is not about to correct his father. Not when he worked strong to convince Recovery Girl to let him leave the school grounds by himself. He shrugs. They attacked my classmates and teachers. I couldn't do nothing. His mother finishes reading the notice, her mouth screwed in a deep scowl. Her eyes flicker to him, and she studies her son for a moment. The longer she stares, the more upset she seems. And you won. Mitsuki. No, Katsuki answers immediately. But his mother's stare does not budge. She knows he is leaving out information, hiding details she would find overly concerning. He sighs. Yes. It wasn't definite. People got hurt, and the villains got away. Winning is not what's important here, his father exclaims, worry etched into his words. His mother walks up to him, looking down at her son with an unreadable expression. Grounded. 2 months. Give me your phone, she says. Mitsuki holds her hand out, and Katsuki gives her the device. You'll get it back in 3 days. Her gaze hardens further. And be better next time. I know. He knows that better than anyone. If he could do the whole thing over, he would still stop the villains. But this time, he would undisputedly win, and no teacher nor student would be injured. I'll come and get you when breakfast is ready, his mother says, her voice descending to a whisper. She nods her head towards the staircase, and Katsuki silently ascends to his bedroom, listening to the hushed voices of his parents bickering over him. We could have handled this better. What do you expect from me, Masaru? I don't expect anything, dear. He pauses. You hide behind a tough exterior when you're scared. I just want to know what you're really thinking. I think he's hiding information from us. I think he's doing worse than he's letting on, and it pisses me off. I think we almost lost him again. I think we should transfer him to a safer school. I'm thinking about a lot of things, Masaru. Are you happy now? It takes a couple of hours for his mother to bust open his door. Katsuki stares at her from his comfortable position on the bed, a different romance novel between his fingertips. He wonders if she took extra time to calm down. She quietly closes the door behind her. Listen. Mitsuki starts, but twists her mouth shut, almost unsure of how to proceed. I just want you to listen to me for a second. She strides purposefully over to his bed before nudging him with her knee, a voiceless order to move the hell over. As Mitsuki loosely clasps her hands together, they both sit in a moment of silence, leaning against Katsuki's propped-up pillows with shoulders brushing together. When did my dumb, hard-headed son become so strong to read? She sighs and rests her head against his shoulder. A smirk finds its way on his lips. I get that hard-headedness from someone, and they aren't Dad. Shut up, you little... She laughs, flicking his forehead. The conversation dies for another moment. We don't really do this, do we? His mother admits almost sheepishly. This is up your father's lane. I yell and you yell back. Our little bouts of shouting, that's our language, you know. Regardless of whether our words matched our hearts, we still understood each other. Katsuki hums non-committedly. His mother is not wrong. The screaming matches that his father does not understand, the snide comments back and forth, the intensity of his mother's demands of perfection and his perfect DLV. It is a dance they do. They did. A dangerous tango full of twists and turns. A dance built on a lack of straightforwardness to admit their true feelings. And they were okay with that. But instead of looking in a mirror, I can't see you at all anymore. Now when I yell, you pause first. Like you're lost in your own world, and your father and I aren't invited. We've lost our language. Katsuki rests his head atop of hers. Maybe I can't yell all the time anymore. Okay, she whispers. That's okay. I don't mind discovering a new language with you, Katsuki. I just don't want to lose my son. Something heavy pools in his ihi at the quietness of her concern. He gently nudges her clasped hands apart, intertwining his hand with hers. Mom, I'm right here. Are you really? He takes a deep breath. I am right now. Katsuki closes his eyes and listens to his mother's slow, even breaths. They stay like that for a while, almost scared to break the spell of comfortable silence. Mitsuki sighs and gets up from the bed. Let's go eat, you punk. I'm starving. Izuku's POV, Wednesday Kaken is different. Izuku wants to laugh, and he presses his face into the yellow backpack perched in his lap to stop the urge. He does not think the other passengers on the train will appreciate such an outburst. But it is funny. After everything that happened 2 days ago, his first thought, the one not related to scouring hero blogs or calming his mom for the 7th time after she read the notice on the villain attack or the social media buzz on the private hero commission meetings related to the increase in vigilantism, is of his childhood friend. Monday was a whirlwind. Not just during the attack, but also afterwards. All Might personally took him to see Recovery Girl to heal his broken legs and fingers. Kaken was brought in on a gurney not long after, looking quite disoriented and pale. And Mr. Aizawa was quickly transported to a hospital. What happened to his teacher was horrifying. Mr. Aizawa switched places with Kaken, pulling him out of harm's way, and the villain, it was horrifying. Tsuyu had covered Minetta's mouth with her hand because the boy looked like he was going to scream at any moment and give away their hiding spot. Izuku never felt so helpless. Actually, barely a minute later, he had never felt so helpless. When Izuku tried to punch that villain with One for All on 100%, and he did not budge. He will never forget how the villain stared at him. With such vacant and dead eyes and an almost smile curling his beak-like mouth. How the villain reached for him. And he was too frozen, too hurt, to move. He shakes his head. He is getting off topic. This self-discussion is about Kaken's change in demeanor. Not how terrified Izuku was. Nor is it about how Kaken sounded when the villain reached for Izuku or how he exploded. This introspective analysis is about his change in demeanor only. Kaken is not inherently different. Kaken is always Kaken. But, at the same time, he is not acting how Izuku expects him to act. It is difficult to explain. It is as if the Kaken he knew lived an entire life in one day and returned a changed person. The Kaken, yes, but an evolved one. The boy shakes his head. Kaken is not a Bokeman. He cannot evolve, Izuku. Still, there are many key differences in the boy he once knew fairly well. Kaken gained a capacity for patience. Or at least a much higher tolerance for people than before. Instead of an explosion that catches everything in its wake, Kaken is more contained. An explosion that violently attacks every surface of its container, but does not escape. He cracks jokes now. Izuku does not know why, but this observation weirds him out the most. It is not like Kaken does not laugh or anything. However, the things he found funny were pain and causing pain exclusively. He especially found Izuku's pain hilarious. So, witnessing him recite some American television show from heart in retaliation to an assault on his personality gave Izuku severe whiplash. Kaken is quieter. Now, the boy was never excessively loud unless knowingly around other people who boosted his ego or around people he wanted to mess with. Which is most of the time. But when the class was in awe of his ability to pitch that softball 725 meters, Kaken did not bat an eyelash. Actually, he looked like his was hiding a lot of pain, which Izuku guesses he was if the way he passed out in the nurse's office later is any indication. Maybe that is not a good example. Izuku wonders what could have caused such injury. He noticed the expertly wrapped bandage on his hand and wrist. He noticed the way Kaken sometimes winced, his hand jerking towards his ribs before he stopped its route. He also rubbed his temples multiple times during class. Was it a training accident? Or did he encounter another villain? Izuku shakes his head. If it were an attack, the news would have publicized it. Well, actually, the news was publicizing a series of attacks, the Night Stalker incidents, because a pro-hero, the Builder, was taking credit for the actions of a vigilante, Ground Zero, as coined by his fans, who brought the villain down. The last victim, Himari Takahashi, spoke out about it, and the Builder received harsh backlash from the public. Kaken were caught in another villain attack. Maybe it got swept under the wave of reporting and coverage of the incidents. The boy is insanely stubborn. He never talks about the sludge villain attack, so why would he talk about a different attack? Izuku clicks his teeth. He is getting off topic. His fighting style changed. Kaken's fighting style was always an all-out offense. using his Quirk's propulsive abilities to close the distance between him and his opponents, followed by a bombardment of close-ranged attacks that often start with a powerful right hook. And yes, he still uses elements of his original fighting style. However, Izuku sometimes saw the boy training before the school term started. Even his approach when fighting what looked like the ringleader yesterday, the small bit Izuku saw, he looks like he is incorporating more martial arts and gymnastics into his fighting style. Less explosive confrontation and more targeted and calculated attacks. At least when within melee range. Kaken does not care for his well-being as much as before. Izuku mentioned it in passing months ago, but he does not think Kaken upholds the same standards of health as before. Again, this is unusual. Kaken was adamant about perfect diets, perfect sleep schedules, perfect routines, because they led to perfect grades, perfect results. Izuku does not know about his eating habits, but he guesses Kaken does not sleep much. He spaces out more. Sitting right behind him in class, Izuku can tell when he stops listening. His hand stops moving and his body stills. Scarily enough, Kaken cares for Izuku's well-being and safety instead. It is subtle in everyday life, but apparent during crucial events. Villain attack aside, the boy celebrated his birthday, and he stopped pestering him. Izuku frowns. Actually, although he seemingly cares for Izuku's well-being, he is quick to avoid the boy as well. Maybe it is not outright avoidance. Maybe more like indifference. For example, last week, Izuku displayed his quirk in front of the other boy for the first time during Mr. Aizawa's quirk appraisal tests. He chucked that softball 705. 3 meters. And yet, Kaken did not bat an eyelash. The boy he knew to be quirkless and went out of his way to remind said boy countless times suddenly appears with a quirk, and Kaken is as indifferent as ever. The Kaken he knew would have grabbed the front of his shirt, shook him violently, and demanded answers. Does he know about One for All somehow? Izuku shakes his head. How could he know? He never told a soul. There was no instance Izuku talked about One for All in the vicinity of the school or around anyone other than All Might. Well, unless he includes the conversation with Detective Tsukachi when the man visited them in the nurse's office while Recovery Girl berated Izuku for being reckless again. This Kaken is unnerving. He is calculating, quieter, sarcastic, tolerant, a little self-sabotaging. They need to talk. Someone taps him on his shoulder. Are you okay, kid? You've been mumbling to yourself for the past 15 minutes, the man asks warily. Other passengers side-eye him discreetly. Izuku shoots up from his seat, his face burning. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to bother everyone. Oh, this is my stop. Have a good day. Everyone is too early. Izuku is the last student to enter the classroom. His eyes land on the empty chair in front of his. No, he is not the last student. The air seems a little tense, too thick and too quiet. Over the past few days, his classmates started to open up to each other, and he liked walking through the door and being greeted with idle chatter. He got used to Uraraka and Ida's hearty hellos. But now, no one wants to speak. Someone steps up. So, Zero starts, breaking the tense silence of the classroom. Monday was wild. Wild doesn't even describe it. We were attacked by villains. Mineta nearly shouts, slapping his hands on the surface of his desk. At school? Yeah, my mom set up a meeting with Mr. Aizawa to talk about it more, but I'm pretty sure she just wants someone to yell at, Ojiro admits. The notice they gave us for our parents was pretty dry on the details. Oh man, my dad too, Sata pipes up. He grabbed the phone right after he finished reading it. Did everyone get scattered to other zones in the training area? Yaoyorozu asks the class. Jairu, Kaminari, and I were dropped in the mountain zone. We were surrounded by so many villains. There was no time to be scared or confused. It was scary though. But we made a great team, right? Kaminari asks, his shoulders doing a little dance as he beams at Jairu and Yaoyorozu. Todoroki and I were in the landslide zone, and Todoroki was super strong. Hagakure announces, her clothed arms waving animatedly in the air. He froze all of the villains so fast, he was amazing. Before Izuku can open his mouth, someone beats him to the punch. Midoriya, Mineta, and I fell into the flood zone, Tsuyu says. She looks Mineta dead in the face. Some of us were more helpful than others. Hey! Mineta cries. The only reason those villains were all stuck together was because of me. The chatter dies down, and Yaoyorozu looks around. And everyone else? Well, Bakugou kind of stopped the rest of us from getting scattered, Kirishima explains vaguely. He looks a little uncomfortable, but admiration shines in his eyes. I don't know how he figured it out, but he stopped the warp gate guy in the blink of an eye. He did. Izuku only remembers the black mist-like substance engulf him, and then he was falling into the water. The next time he saw that specific villain, Kurogiri, the ringleader called him, he was unconscious on the ground floor near the water fountain. Kaken figured out to stop him. Izuku shakes his head. Of course he did. Hey, he didn't protect me. I jumped out the way, Shiro adds with a cheeky smile. Kirishima rolls his eyes good-naturedly. Even so, it was like watching a pro hero at work. As soon as he subdued the villain, he immediately directed us to evacuate and get the teachers. Ida grumbles, I didn't like his tone, but he was right. I'm the fastest, so I left immediately. Shuji's detached mouth speaks up, I evacuated with Kuda, Satu, Ojiro, Ashido, and Oyama. We tried to help Ida find as many teachers as possible. Ida furrows his eyebrows, his mouth moving soundlessly. He whips his head towards the remaining students. Wait, Uraraka, Kirishima, Shiro, and Tokoyami, did you stay? Why would you do that? The teachers told us to evacuate. Kirishima bristles and stands up, his chair scraping loudly on the floor. Bakugou went down there by himself. I wasn't about to leave him too. Shiro gestures between himself and Tokoyami. We wanted to make sure none of the villains tried to leave the training arena and attack the rest of the school. Ida turns to the last student. Uraraka. The girl picks at her fingernails in her lap. I was worried. I couldn't leave without knowing everyone was going to be okay. The classroom falls silent. And no one wants to be the first to address the elephant in the room. The empty chair. Yaoyorozu bravely steps up to the plate. So, what happened? Is Bakugou okay? By the time Jairu, Kaminari, and I finished securing the villains and found our way back, wasn't he being taken to Recovery Girl on a gurney? Some of the students look around, shrugging and trying to guess who may have information. Hagakure clears her throat. If an animated uniform could look sheepish, she pulls it off spectacularly. I eavesdropped on some of the teachers talking yesterday. It looks like Bakugou's on a 2-day suspension, got barred from the sports festival, and has to take some sort of extra lessons, she relays, and Izuku wonders what else she may have overheard. Holy CRP. He's even out of the sports festival. What did the guy do? Kaminari inquires, incredulous. The class falls silent again. Oh, come on, we're dying to know what happened, Ashido whines, sprawling out on her desk. You're acting like he killed a guy. Silence. Ashido blinks owlishly for a moment. She jumps out of her seat. Wait, no, did he actually kill a guy? No way. Ida stands up, waving his hands in front of his body, appalled. I'm sorry, Bakugou murdered a villain, and he hasn't been expelled. What is Yui doing? Why are the teachers being so lenient? Did number 13 not warn us in the beginning of the lecture how dangerous any of our quirks could be to human life? No, wait guys. The situation is more complicated than that, Kirishima tries to reason. His eyes flicker to Izuku for a split second. Did any of you, not Shiro, Tokoyami, Uraraka, or I, but anyone else actually see the villain? In action. He was like nothing I'd ever seen before. He moved like some mindless machine. And he was going to kill Mr. Aizawa and Midoriya. Izuku swallows against a dry throat. Taking a life does not justify saving one. We don't get to play God by being heroes, Ida argues, his voice rising in frustration and shock. You didn't see what happened, bro, Shiro speaks up, shaking his head. I'm not saying that was the best answer, but you just didn't see what happened. Then, explain the situation for the rest of us. I only saw part of his actions, but Bakugou actually ran from the villain when the ringleader ordered the villain to kill him. Tsuyu begins, her words turning the air stale with unease. Numu, I think he said. Before Numu could grab him, Aizawa pulled Bakugou out of the way and was severely injured in the process. Midoriya tried to stop Nomu but failed, and then Bakugou killed Nomu before he could hurt Midoriya. Don't touch him. The words echo in Izuku's mind. I'm sorry. This is a lot to process. Ida stumbles over his words, sitting back down in his seat. Tokoyami stands up. We've been at UE for less than a week. I don't know if any of us could have moved if we were chased by that villain. He was faster than my eyes could follow. Stronger than our teachers. He can't justify Bakugou's actions as right or wrong. I don't think any of us can since we weren't in his shoes. His eyes flicker to Izuku. The class falls silent again. A killer doesn't make a good hero, Ojiro says quietly. Izuku's head snaps in Ojiro's direction, his eyes zeroed in and eyebrows furrowed in judgment. Too many emotions well up in his st as the statement settles in the air. They do not know just who they are talking about. They do not know how much Kaken and he look up to All Might. How, when they were barely 4 years old, they always watched the stack of televisions displayed in a store window in awe as their favorite hero saved countless people without fault. How much the other boy dreams of having his own hero agency one day in the future. They do not know how desperate he looked when Nomu reached for Izuku. I also attacked that person with all of my power, he asks, a bite to his voice he never intended. He had some sort of shock absorption quirk I didn't know about, but if he didn't have that quirk, would that make me a killer too? The class stares at him with wide eyes. What? Deku, you're not a killer. Uraraka protests, trying to find the right words. You're one of the nicest people I've ever met. He smiles sheepishly at her as embarrassment dusts his cheeks. Thank you, Uraraka. But, even so, how come I wasn't punished too? I went out of my way to attack that villain. I gave away our hiding spot at the edge of the flood zone. Midoriya stares at his open palm lying on his desk, stares at his bandaged fingers, clenching and unclenching his hand into a fist. I didn't know what to do. That villain was monstrous, fast, strong. I saw Nomu standing over Mr. Aizawa, and all I could think was, stop hurting my teacher. I'm sure Kaken was thinking the same, if he had time to think at all. Kirishima scratches the back of his head. Yeah, I wanted to go help Bakugou too, but he stopped me. I planned to go anyways, but there was just so much going on, I couldn't jump in at all, he confesses, a small frown on his face. But if I went down there too, would I also be suspended? Izuku nods fervently. He has so much to say. So much to get across to his confused and lashing out classmates. But what words would drive the biggest impact? When All Might visited me in the nurse's office, Detective Tsukachi followed because he had some questions about the attack, Izuku says quietly but resolutely. The students fought bravely and gave it their all. They experienced true battle at such a young age and survived. In such stressful and crucial moments, tell me, do you know any other high school freshmen who have faced such terror? Who have truly faced the perils of the world of adults? They showed those villains how idiotic they are. The students of 1A will make fine heroes. That's what he said. All Might had nothing but praise for us. All of us. Kaken is not a villain. He is not a horrible hero. He is also just starting out like the rest of his classmates, so who are they to judge him so harshly? Judge someone willing to risk everything to protect the injured. Izuku doubts anyone but All Might could have overpowered Nomu with only his fists. Yaoyorozu stands up, straightening her back. I think we all need to calm ourselves. We are classmates. Friends. We shouldn't be fighting like. The classroom door slides open, and everyone watches as Mr. Aizawa trudges through the entrance. The man is wrapped head to toe in bandages with barely enough space for his dry eyes to peer through. Both of his arms are wrapped in large casts. Every step to the podium is shaky, his shoulders hunched greatly. Morning, he says simply. Teacher, you're all right? Ida exclaims, raising his hand high as he speaks. Can you really call that all right? Uraraka questions behind him, a hand raised to her mouth. Mr. Aizawa sighs deeply from the front of the class. Don't concern yourselves over me. After all, the battle hasn't really ended for you yet. Wait, there's more. Please, no more villains. Mineta wails from behind Izuku, shrinking in his seat. Yui's sports festival is approaching. Katsuki's POV. Katsuki thanks all higher powers that his parents, no matter how watchful they have been these past couple of days, still go to sleep fairly early. He cannot take another family movie or game or whatever other bonding activity they want to do together. Taking time off from work to spend with their son cannot be good for business either. Katsuki sighs. Hey, he is being too harsh. He did not mind destroying his parents in Monopoly. It was hilarious watching his mother flip the table after she landed on his Illinois Avenue property with a hotel ready for business. However, all of the sitting around, even with the mountain of chores, was making him antsy. He needed to get out of the house. His mind is also aggravating. The sheer exhaustion following the event finally dwindled to but a tickle in the back of his mind. The muddled barrier preventing most strenuous thoughts from sticking was finally tore down. And then his thoughts decided to fill in the available mental space. He cannot stop considering coming clean to someone. Midoriya. Aizawa. Someone. He has knowledge of events that will happen in the near future. He may even have a potential mission if he plays his cards right. If he learned anything from being back in the past, he cannot do anything on his own. The most helpful resources would come from his agency, Genius. Since that is out of the question, the next best thing would be a teacher he is sure he can trust. He cannot speak to too many people, one person is already too many. But would they believe him in the first place? Would he be able to communicate everything well enough for them to take him seriously? If he does talk to Midoriya, would this knowledge put a bigger burden on the boy's already heavy shoulders? Would Aizawa spread this information to a point where the future League of Villains would counter and change their plans? Who can he trust? He cannot F this up. This information is crucial to preventing or at least lessening the impacts of the war. Katsuki shakes his head. He is getting dragged back to his doubts and worries. Focus. This night has been fairly active with criminals. He already stopped a purse snatcher and a mugging. As much as he hoped that his little fanbase would lose interest after a few days of laying low, they have not. The stars in the young man's eyes after he stopped the mugger was a little too much. You're real? Oh no. That's not what I wanted to say. Of course you're real. I'm messing this up so much. Just, thank you, Ground Zero. Look, hearing civilians thank him always makes the job worth it, but he is not acting as a pro-hero right now. Katsuki is glad, relieved even, that he can help protect these people. However, he is still lying to them in a way. Operating illegally and above the law. So, every thank you is tinged with something that tastes just a bit awful. He sighs and continues to peer out across the city from his perch on a rooftop. So, you're the vigilante everyone's talk. Katsuki immediately sprints in a random direction. He jumps off the rooftop, dodging the sharp branches shooting at his torso, and uses the walls to slow his fall. He dashes into the crowded area, weaving through people with ease and exiting into an empty alleyway several blocks away. He scales the brick wall and climbs, dashing across the rooftops. Once far enough away, he jumps off a roof and into another alleyway. He quickly pulls off the face mask and hoodie and clutches the balled-up clothes in his hands. He ducks into a random public bathroom and hides. Holy F, Katsuki's heart hammers in his tea as he keeps as quiet as a mouse. That was Kamui Woods. Katsuki knows the pro-heroes are out for his head because he read a news article on the Hero Commission's crackdown on vigilantism. But he has yet to come face to face with a hero since he started. Was it dumb luck, or were they monitoring his activity? Scoping him out and finding the perfect moment to strike. He can never be caught, or he will ruin his future. Far more than he already has or plans to do. He waits hours before calmly exiting the bathroom as a regular civilian, hoodie tied around his waist and face mask shoved in his pocket. What is more important? This small-time vigilantism or becoming a pro-hero? Izuku's POV. Thursday. Izuku is not going to get used to seeing his teacher so wrapped up in bandages. Instead of foundational heroic studies, we will be having a special lecture, Mr. Aizawa starts, garnering different levels of confusion and curiosity from the class. By now, I'm sure you have heard of the increase in vigilantism this past year, and how certain vigilantes have been gaining popularity in Nizudafu. You may also have heard of the private meetings the Hero Public Safety Commission, or Hero Commission, has held the past several months. Today, I am supposed to hold a special lecture on the consequences of vigilantism. His classmates begin to murmur, and Izuku glances around. He wonders if this lecture is directly related to the chase Kamui Woods gave Ground Zero last night. Izuku does not know how he feels about vigilantism. Vigilantes are just unlicensed heroes, right? Moved by the need to protect, the need to save, right? If so, the very day All Might recognized him, the day he ran to save his childhood friend from the sludge villain, does that count as an act of vigilantism? However, not all vigilantes are so pure-hearted. Some of them are ruthless. They will do anything to get the results they want, do anything to uphold their warped version of justice. Countless vigilantes are like this: Ratman, Pixie Queen, Supersonic, and pro-heroes have brought several of them in to answer for their crimes. The crimes they swear are to protect the public. Even the vigilantes that seem good, that uphold the same values as pro-heroes, only do small acts of kindness. Almost like they are too afraid to step on the pro-hero's toes, but not afraid enough to don a disguise. But then something major happened for vigilantism in Mizudafu. Ground Zero single-handedly stopped the Night Stalker from taking his 11th victim. The Night Stalker was a serial killer that preyed on young women at night and hung them to death. Not a single pro-hero could catch him, and the public was getting restless. And then, out of nowhere, the Builder, a small-time pro-hero from the countryside, claimed he took down the villain. His agency was praised for not only bringing this gruesome case to a close, but also paying for the last victims, Himari Takahashi's, medical bills. However, Ms. Takahashi took to Herodot and explained what really happened that night. How Ground Zero, beaten and bloodied, stopped the Night Stalker from ending her life. How he apologized for being late and stayed with her until the police and medics arrived on the scene. How a vigilante acted more like a pro-hero than a pro-hero. Izuku was not actively following the vigilante in the beginning of his career, just noting his acts here and there, but he will not forget the boom in his popularity after the news caught wind of the Builder's lie. Not only is it amazing that a vigilante can have such an impact on the public, but he is a quirkless vigilante as well. Not one civilian saved by Ground Zero documented him using any type of quirk when he subdued their assailant. Izuku knows this does not necessarily mean Ground Zero is quirkless, but the thought is inspiring. One of his favorite hero blog discussions questions the vigilante's vigilante status if he truly is quirkless. All anyone really knows is the man is less than 6 feet tall, has red eyes, and is quite intense in person, but tries his best to be cordial to the civilians he saves. Some social media users mention he fights with a mix of martial arts and gymnastics. Yip365 noted Ground Zero utilized judo on the man who tried to mug him, and Pandamanda said she caught him flipping across buildings. If an Izuku who had not had the chance to meet All Might, to receive One for All and begin his journey to be the #1 hero, read about and possibly even met this vigilante instead, Izuku wonders if his dream of being a pro-hero would be rekindled, or if he would try to take up vigilantism himself. Midoriya. Stop mumbling and pay attention, Mr. Aizawa reprimands, and Izuku shoots up straight in his seat. Sorry, sir. Though it is unfortunate how much backlash the pro-hero received from the act, inciting an internet war between Ground Zero fans and Kamui Woods fans. Well, not like the army stood a chance against the woodpeckers, because Kamui is so cool. Izuku is sure the hero was only following the protocols set by the Hero Commission to crack down on vigilante activity. His teacher sighs. But you're correct. This lecture is partially related to the attempts to subdue a certain vigilante last night, Mr. Aizawa admits. He looks at each student in his class. For homework, I want you to write a 4-paragraph summary of sections I to L of Title 6 of the Pro-Hero Acts. These sections explain the detriments and consequences of vigilantism on society as well as the strict process of becoming a pro-hero and the need for this process. The class groans. Quiet down, his teacher warns. This homework is mandatory, however, you are all smart individuals with your own opinions, so, instead of a 50-minute lecture, I want to open up the class for discussion. Izuku perks up at that. A mandatory homework assignment. However, is it mandatory curriculum set by UE or the Hero Commission? It is interesting that they are holding, or would be holding, this special lecture right after the Ground Zero chase. It is possible it was not planned that way. He knows a few other vigilantes have been detained these past several months. First, what is a vigilante? Mr. Aizawa asks. Yaoyorozu immediately raises her hand, and the teacher calls on her. A vigilante is a person who voluntarily carries out duties usually done by pro-heroes without regard of the hero and Quirk restriction laws. Mr. Aizawa nods. As you already know, I am an independent, underground hero. I've come across quite a few vigilantes over my career, and I've made my own judgments on how to handle them. You may also come across a vigilante as a licensed hero, and you will have to rely on your own judgment in the moment. He pauses. Just know that a vigilante, first and foremost, hides their true self behind a mask and molds the law in their own image and morals. One major difference between a pro and a vigilante is that only one of them operates truthfully in eyes of the public and therefore is held accountable for their actions. A pro-hero license may be the very thing keeping an inspired hero from becoming the very thing they swear to oppose. The class quiets for a moment, but Hagakure raises her hand as the first to break the ice. I was watching a YouTube livestream of when Edge Shot caught Supersonic back in January. That was the first time I ever saw a vigilante, but this YouTuber caught the whole thing on video, she explains. I've never seen someone so angry and unhinged that wasn't a villain. Tokoyami raises his hand. And only then does Izuku notice the small Ground Zero pin attached to his blazer. You don't need to raise your hand to talk. Just speak, but keep it civil, Mr. Aizawa says. Well, Tokoyami starts, clearing his throat. That's an unfair comparison. I don't think all vigilantes are unhinged and angry. Some are just trying to help the civilians that go unnoticed by the pros. Why not do that legally, then? Aoyama counters, chin resting atop his entangled fingers. Maybe they don't have the financial resources to do so. Being a hero can be expensive if you're not popular or paid through civil service, Uraraka offers. But laws are in place for a reason. If everyone could use their quirks for whatever they wanted, then society would threaten to crumble, Ida says, his voice booming after Tokoyami and Uraraka's softer responses. Tokoyami's hand jerks up until he remembers he does not need to raise it. He folds his hands together on the desk. For one of the quieter kids of the class, he sure is vocal today. The law doesn't always help everyone, but good people do. Just because someone isn't a licensed pro doesn't mean they can't lend a helping hand. Supersonic sure didn't look like he was helping anyone, Mineta mutters under his breath. Neither did the builder. Tokoyami fires back, his back a little straighter. But society is supposed to depend on him. Oh, is he? Kaminari whisper laughs, hiding his smile behind his shaking hand. Izuku glances at his teacher to step in, but he is not sure if Mr. Aizawa is awake or sleeping while standing up. Guys, let's not devolve into idiotic quips, Yaoyorozu reprimands. Let's get back to the point. Mr. Aizawa said, if we ever encountered a vigilante as a pro-hero, we would have to rely on our own judgment in the situation. What would that judgment look like? I mean, if they aren't hurting anyone, why would we need to do anything? Jiro asks, twiddling her thumbs a bit. And in some cases, maybe they have information we would need to stop a villain. Like, maybe they have a better grasp of the situation, so, my initial judgment would be to work together unless proven otherwise. What if they're pretending to be nice, but are actually really twisted on the inside? How do you know they won't stab you in the back the minute you let your guard down? Tsuyu counters. Everyone has been answering so quickly, Izuku could only listen. But he has some interesting thoughts on this subject. On how you can observe the facial expressions, body language, and other aspects of a person to determine their thoughts and objectives. He raises his hand before he remembers he does not have to, excitedly bouncing in his seat. And with that, we are going to stop this discussion before it turns into a verbal essay. If you would like to continue, I can set up an open forum on the class portal. Let me know after class, Mr. Aizawa says, cutting off all other opinions about the subject. Izuku lowers his hand. Flashback, year 2030, it is a quiet night. Katsuki has not had a moment to breathe in 4 months with the bioterrorist on the loose and all. And, finally, they caught him before he could poison another water supply. He relaxes on his couch, comfortably wrapped in a soft blanket, as he reads his new fantasy thriller. His door bursts open. Katsuki's sense of comfort is thrown off balance at the bang of his door against the wall. He whips his head in the direction of the noise, scrambling to find purchase on his couch. Cammy bounces in, decked out in her best clubbing outfit with her hair bouncing in loose curls. She throws her arms in the air. "Girl, it's Friday night. We ain't kick it in a while on a Friday night." He sinks back into his couch and rolls his eyes, already used to her SHT. He does not miss a beat, singing the next line in perfect English. "It's time to step out on this Friday night." Cammy smiles like she won the lottery, gesturing to his book. "You're acting like an old lady." He snickers, closing his book. "Girl, you're probably right." She squeals, hands making tiny claps, and jumps him on the couch. "Finally. This is the 5th time I broke into your place, and you're actually here. So, levels, right? Because they kicked us out of Studio 1 last time. Totally rude and uncalled for. You drunkenly challenged the owner to a wrestling match." Cammy leans back, looking scandalized. "And won." He still has not figured out when or how she copied his apartment key. Katsuki licks the salt off his fingertips and knocks back another shot of tequila, sucking on the lime wedge quickly. Songs that were popular 14 years ago are scratched together by a DJ as drunk people sway on the dance floor. The lights are dim, slowly flashing between blue and purple, and the bar is packed with bodies trying to order the thirsty Thursday night specials. He sits at the far edge of the bar, trying to ignore the music booming in his iced tea and the people happily chatting around him. This is a funeral anyways. He cracks a smile and takes another shot of tequila, Cammy's favorite choice of alcohol that was not some fruity cocktail. He is being dramatic, but it is a fitting sentiment. To drink to the friends he will not see again. To reminisce about the people he keeps pretending will tap him on the shoulder one day and put an end to this replaying nightmare. Every time he thinks of Izuku like the man is going to pester him tomorrow with some absurdly wholesome letter from a kid fan. Or Cammy spiking the Genius coffee to make the day a little more bearable, and Genist calling both of them into his office even though Katsuki did not do it. Or Idrew stopping by Genius to invite Katsuki to go mountain climbing, but really he is just checking on him and making sure he is okay. Or calling Shuto in tears of laughter because yet another obsessed fan is pretending they are in a sordid relationship with the man, and the press is eating it up. Every time he thinks of his friends like they are here with him. Not their kid versions that will never look at him the same way. Never be the people he needs now. The ones he conquered the world with who understand that, even if he tries so strong to hide it, he cares about them so much. This is his funeral because he is dead to the friends he left behind. Dead because a certain villain, some mystery BSTRD whose identity no one knew of before the raid, ended his life with a punch. This is his wake-up call. No one is looking for him, or if they are, no one can find him. He is not a pro-hero anymore, no matter how much he pretends to be at night. He is not the powerful symbol of victory of the future. He is not surrounded by friends who constantly pester and annoying him. He is just some brat. And the sooner he accepts this, the easier the pill will be to swallow. He should just focus on graduating at the top of his class. Receiving his university fellowship. Building his pro-hero career from scratch. Katsuki finishes his shots and waves over one of the bartenders. But he cannot really do that, can he? Not with the memories of high school buzzing around his mind like a horde of gnats. The knowledge, albeit a bit limited, of events that should still occur no matter what he has done so far. A whole war. How the F is he going to prevent a whole war? Who the F can he trust to help him prevent a whole war, especially if he dies trying? He's already on a timer. He needs to figure out who he should confide in, who will not jeopardize his knowledge, and what actions will best lessen the impacts of a crumbling country. And fast. And he needs to talk to Midoriya. But not tonight. Katsuki rubs the palms of his hands into his eyes, rubbing away the worries in his mind. He pays the bartender for his next line of tequila shots. He just wants one last night. A few more hours to pull himself together. Someone taps his shoulder. Katsuki glances back, coming face to face with two young women. They had obviously been here for a while with how worked up they looked, probably from dancing. One of them holds out her hands to hug him, making grabby hands. "You are with us now. Come here, my sad child." Katsuki trails off unintelligently, raising an eyebrow at the girl and leaning away. He is here to drink until he is numb, and then go home. Ignore her. She gets weird when she's drunk. "I'm not drunk." "Okay, sweetie." The other girl humors her, patting the top of her head. She pauses as she turns her attention back to him, trying to find the right words as she makes slow gestures with her hands. "Look, we just happened to notice you sitting alone at the bar, in a packed club, in sweatpants and a t-shirt. And we wanted to know if you'd like to join us. I can spot a depressed beach 3 miles away." "Oh my God, shut up. Make me," the girl says in a mocking tone, sticking her tongue. She suddenly points at a random man hanging out with his friends, narrowing her eyes dangerously. "I'm going to make that guy buy me another vodka cranberry." "Don't bother," and she's gone. Katsuki snickers at her frustration. "Looks like a handful. I know the type." "Yeah, well, sometimes she's worth it," the girl says, a small smile on her face. She holds out her hand. "I'm Eri, by the way. The walking tornado back there is Hibiki. I swear we're not weird people." He snickers, lips quirked in a half-smile. "Katsuki," he says, firmly shaking her hand once. "Seriously though, it's no fun brooding at the bar. Why come to a club if you're just going to sit and drink? There's a million bars for that," Eri asks. She crowds a little closer when a group of girls start pushing towards the bar. Well, because he is physically underage, and bars have less of a chance of having cheap paper bracelets, he can easily steal that, tell an indifferent bartender the customer is of age. And Cammy liked nightclubs. He shrugs and says, "I'm happy to live vicariously through these people." Eri rolls her eyes and places her hands on her hips. Downer. "You can also be one of those happy people. Just a thought." Before Katsuki can open his mouth, Hibiki appears behind them and jumps on Eri's back, half of vodka cranberries sloshing in her cup. "Come on already. The music speaks to me. It tells me to dance. To the dance floor, my trusty stead." Eri scrambles to secure her partner in crime on her back before turning to him. "So?" He throws back the last of his shots and stands on wobbly legs. "Why the F not?" By the time Katsuki makes it back to his parents' house after walking his new friends to their apartment, he has less than 3 hours to sleep off the rest of the alcohol sloshing in his stomach. However, he would like to pat himself on the back for not only making his way home undetected by police, but also not waking up his parents after accidentally slamming the front door shut, bumping into the dining table after inhaling a couple of snacks in the kitchen, and tripping up the stairs. He groans and falls onto his bed. He is out before his head hits the pillow. He will never drink again. Katsuki fixes his black sunglasses to better block out the treacherous bright lights and takes a sip of his large coffee. How did he manage to get Eri and Hibiki to drink water throughout the rest of the night? But he forgot himself. The intensity of his cotton-mouthed tongue when his alarm clock tried to make his ears bleed this morning reminds him of why he stopped going out with Cammy once he turned 27. Better yet, how did he keep up with Hibiki's drinking? No one that small should be able to handle all of that alcohol. It is scientifically impossible. A wave of nausea washes over his body, and Katsuki has to stop and lean against the wall in the first-year hallways until it passes. He downed a water bottle and a Pocari Sweat like a deprived man, took enough ibuprofen to numb a stab wound, ate his famous hangover soup. The F else does this body need? Probably not the coffee that is sure to dehydrate him and mess up his quirk. He takes another sip and steps through the classroom door. More than a few heads snap in his direction, and all of the idle chatter ceases to exist. He takes in his classmates' varying reactions to his presence. Ojiro's judgmental huff. Kirishima's nervous wave. Ida's piercing stare. Siro's entertained smile. Uraraka's shifty eyes. Ajui's blank stare. How fun. Katsuki ignores every silent emotion seeping from his classmates as he walks to his seat. He plops his school bag onto his desk, clutching his coffee mug a little tighter. A vein pops in his forehead. Keep staring and maybe I'll do a trick, he growls at the class, daring one of them to say something. Anything. Give him a reason to get suspended again. An amused smirk tugs at his lips when multiple heads duck down or turn away. Mineta's squeak is especially satisfying. Jair gives him a weird look as he sits down. Welcome back, I guess, she greets, turning in his direction. I'm going to take a stab in the dark and say you had quite the night last night. I did have quite the night. Thanks for noticing. Jairu rolls her eyes, shaking her head. Will you make it through the day? That is to be determined. She hums non-committedly. Well, don't puke on me. Katsuki stops pulling out his class notes to dramatically hold his stomach, a dainty hand to his forehead. Now that you mention it, I'm suddenly feeling queasy. She snickers, waving her mechanical pencil menacingly. Don't you dare. I will retaliate in self-defense. And a tension in her shoulders seems to ease up a bit. Not long after, Aizawa walks in. If you could call it walking. He more or less hobbles to the front of the class. Katsuki's eyebrows shoot off his forehead, and he whispers, he looks like the Walking Dead. A stab of guilt fractures in his sisi. Yeah, Katsuki, he looks he saved your butt from sudden death. Jairu leans over a bit as Aizawa starts greeting the class. You don't know the half of it. He came to class the day after the closing. He could barely stand. Seriously. The second Aizawa sees him, the man forgets what he is saying and interrupts himself. Bakugou, are you hungover? Are you serious right now? Aizawa asks incredulously. Katsuki tenses and takes a long drag from his coffee. He clears his throat. I'm not hungover. To be honest, he may still be drunk. 3 hours is not a lot of time to sleep off the ungodly amount of tequila he consumed. Aizawa stares at him for a second before releasing the longest sigh Katsuki has ever heard from the man. See me after class? Katsuki's eye twitches. Wow, you just came back to school, and you're already getting in trouble, Jairu teases quietly. I'm just sitting here, existing, he whispers back. Maybe you're doing it wrong. Have you tried putting your existence on rice? No, but I'll do that the next time I breathe wrong. Aizawa has to tell them to be quiet when she cannot stop laughing. Jairu shoots him a thumbs up before she leaves the class with Yaoyorozu. Midoriya takes the longest to leave, loitering at the entrance of the classroom until Aizawa's cleared throat has him hightailing it. Aizawa turns his full attention to Katsuki. What's wrong with you? Katsuki makes a face. Excuse you. Nothing's wrong with me, he replies, offended by the accusation. Aizawa's stare is jarring. I'm signing you up for weekly lunch sessions with Hound Dog, his teacher states, leaving no room for debate. Katsuki struggles with his words for a second, thrown off kilter by the sudden addition to his sentence. Sessions for what purpose? Why the hell does he need to see the guidance counselor? Are you shitting me? Do you want to make it 2 times a week? Aizawa threatens in an even tone. Katsuki holds up his index finger, looking around and trying to find who the hell this man thinks he is talking to. He zeroes in on his teacher. What I do outside of school is none of your DMN business. Got it? 2 times a week. Would you like to make it 3? Katsuki inhales fast through his nose, but clamps his mouth shut. His eyes are screaming. Just be quiet, Katsuki. Quit f-baiting him. It is just, getting reprimanded again so quickly by pro-heroes his age is painfully demeaning. The emotions bubbling in his throat threaten to detonate the room. He smiles bitterly through gritted teeth. I promise to be a model student moving forward. Bakugou, this is not a punishment. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Katsuki mumbles under his breath before speaking up. Can it at least be with Recovery Girl instead? Recovery Girl is a great nurse, but she's not. I'll feel more comfortable if it's her, he bargains. At this point, he is convinced Aizawa gets frequent flyer points for every sigh. I'll see what I can do. His teacher reminds him about the hero and Quirk ethics classes he must attend with Cementos, starting today after school. The classes are meant to expand on topics he learned in elementary school when kids start exploring their quirks at a concerning amount. Aizawa pauses for a moment. Look, Bakugou, if this, he gestures to his sunglasses and coffee cup, has anything to do with taking you out of the sports festival. I apologize. It was never my intention to do that. I recommended the ethics lessons only, and I offered the option for time away from school after what happened. Not mandatory suspension. I recommended the same for most of your classmates. Aizawa closes his eyes for a moment. Although I wasn't conscious, I know you didn't make that decision lightly. Nor with a clear head. You shouldn't have been down there in the first place, but, even so, you're a 15-year-old boy who witnessed a villain not hesitate to kill anyone in his path. You panicked. We have your entire high school career to work on your reactions in high-stress situations. Aizawa, Katsuki trails off. With all due respect, that villain wasn't going to stop with Midoriya. The other guy, Shigaraki, wasn't going to stop murdering every single kid in the area until All Might showed up. And since I wasn't fast enough to stall that villain, I only had one option. No, Aizawa states. Oh. What do you mean, no? You're still a hero in training, kid, so even though you may think you only had one option, there will always be another way. Heroes will always have more than one trick up their sleeves. Katsuki stills at his words, shame pricking his skin and heating his face. His mind replays the shaky events of the attack as he searches for a different tactic. A new plan. A better way to handle the situation. Anything. Maybe if he, caught and dead. But if he tried, no, that is stupid. That Nomu reached for Midoriya with nothing but massacre on his mind. Katsuki had one option. Only one. Maybe if he were in the right state of mind and not within a mental breakdown, he would have thought of something different. Aizawa is right. Not once has he been sure of his actions since he came to the past. Nothing, not one action he took has gone his way, and every time, the wake of his decisions leaves him wondering just whether he is a pro-hero at all. He is nothing if he cannot do his job correctly. If he cannot save people perfectly. A heavily bandaged hand lands on his shoulder. We will work on this, Bakugou. You don't need to figure out everything right now. You're a very smart kid with a lot of untapped potential. We will overcome this. The rest of his morning classes carry on slowly. However, the mundaneness of it all is relaxing. He can feel the stares from his classmates, but he refuses to address them anymore. He already took the DMN sunglasses off. Leave him alone. However, when lunch PRD rolls around, he is bombarded by bodies before he can rise from his chair. Ashido, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Siro attack and confine him to his desk. Dude. Kaminari eloquently exclaims. Ashido grabs one of his arms, and Siro grabs the other. What the hell? Let me go, Katsuki orders, roughly tugging at their tightening grip on his arms. Bakugou, come on. Let's have lunch together. You look like you could use some friends, Ashido says in a light voice as they drag him to the cafeteria against his will. I don't even have I grabbed your lunch, bro. Kirishima cuts him off, dangling his bento box in his hands. He is stuck between Kaminari and Kirishima at a random empty table in the bustling cafeteria while Ashido and Siro step into the seats across from them. I know you got in trouble for it, but you were so manly during the villain attack. You were really looking out for everyone's safety, Kirishima starts. Dude, you were insane, Siro adds, unwrapping his large sandwich. How'd you do that exploding tornado attack? I can't believe that Kurogyari guy got up after that. Practice? Katsuki answers. Ashido waves her hands dismissively. Yeah, we get it already. You're amazing, she says, leaning in closer on her elbows. What happened to you these past couple of days? You look horrible. Well, worse than normal. He blinks. Katsuki wants to be offended, but he cannot tell if she is deliberately being rude by the worry in her voice. I'm not dignifying that with a response, he says and unwraps his bento box. If he has to sit here, he is eating quickly and quietly, then leaving. What? Bakugou, don't be like that. We just want to know. We're all friends here, Kaminari reasons, nudging him in the shoulder. Katsuki nudges him back harder with an elbow to his side. Ow, you demon. I spent my suspension reflecting on my actions. That's it, Katsuki says in between bites of food. Siro stares directly into his eyes. You don't actually think we believe that, do you? Katsuki shrugs. Kirishima puts a hand on his shoulder. Maybe we can stop pestering Bakugou and talk about something else, he offers. But I'm curious, Ishido whines. Do people with a stutter also stutter in their thoughts? Kaminari suddenly asks. Zero jumps up, pointing an accusing finger at the boy. No, you lost your rights to ask dumb questions. We still haven't recovered from the last one. Kaminari jumps up too. You can't silence me. I will find the truth. We can ask Midoriya. Ishido innocently proposes, and Katsuki chokes on his lunch. He truly cannot tell if she is being purposefully mean or ignorantly insightful. But if it is not on purpose, she is dangerous. Are you okay? Kirishima asks as the table watches him regain the ability to breathe. I'm fine, Katsuki wheezes. And don't ask him that. Besides, he doesn't have a brain-to-mouth filter, so just eavesdrop on him mumbling and you'll get your answer. Kaminari salutes him. Aye, Captain, he exclaims before turning to Zero. You sit right next to him in class. Message the group chat the next time he starts mumbling. Bakugou, wanna join our group chat? Kirishima excitedly invites as he pulls out his phone. No, don't be such a grouch. Grouches aren't popular, Ishido says. What's your number? Kirishima asks. Katsuki makes a face and reluctantly adds his contact information to Kirishima's phone. Immediately, his phone vibrates in his blazer's pocket, and he is scared to look. He pulls it out. School of Rock added you to We Survived, including Flex Tape, Electric Slide, and Dancing Queen. It's horrifying that I know who's who. We should come up with your username. Kaminari adds. No, Bakugou's fine. What about? Zero starts, but Katsuki cuts him off. No. Zero raises his eyebrows, amused. I didn't even say anything yet. I don't trust a word out of your mouth. Katsuki points at all of them. Any of your mouths? Done, Ishido cackles. His phone vibrates again. Dancing Queen changed Katsuki Bakugou's username to roast me harder. His childish classmates burst into laughter. He cannot do this. He needs to escape their clutches as soon as possible. I'm changing this, you immature shits, Katsuki spits, opening the notification on his lock screen. Midoriya interrupts unintentionally. Their table turns around to stare at him. Mido. What's up? Kaminari greets, a smile still on his face. Nothing. Just, he turns to Katsuki. Kaken, can we talk? Ooh, trouble in paradise. Kaminari teases in a sing-song voice. Shut up, discount Pikachu, Katsuki spits, and Kaminari loses all hope in humanity. The walk to an empty classroom is uncomfortably silent. Midoriya does not look back, and Katsuki does not walk next to him, trailing after the boy with his hands shoved into his pockets. As Katsuki shuts the door behind him, Midoriya's light pacing stops and he turns to face him. Katsuki raises an eyebrow. He did not expect Midoriya to reach out first, or even at all. Katsuki actually wanted to confront the boy about One for All. To help him better use his quirk because, with the small instances Katsuki has seen, Midoriya has no control over it. And, for some reason, All Might's training is not helping. Katsuki does not know how much time he has until he is face-to-face with Shigaraki again. He remembers he was kidnapped during the summer camp, but will that stay the same? Additionally, he does not know if the villain is going to try to kill him or recruit him, but he hopes his taunts will not lead him to the former, because he has plans with the soon-to-be League of Villains. So, speeding up Midoriya's mastery of One for All is high on his list. But what does Midoriya have to say to him? Out with it already, Katsuki huffs, crossing his arms. Did you know that when Tsuyu, Mineta, and I were transported to the flood zone during the attack, when we were surrounded by villains and barely cobbled together a plan to fight back? I couldn't help but think, what would Kaken do? Midoriya admits. No matter how unfriendly you are, your sheer amazingness at everything you do is so inspiring. How you always blast your way through every obstacle, always standing victorious in every battle. You inspire me to push myself past my limits even more than All Might. He stops talking for a moment, looking down at the classroom's tile floor and clenching his hands into fists. But now, I can't tell what you are thinking anymore, Kaken. I don't know what you do. Katsuki's eye twitches. One of Izuku's most annoying traits was how he could always read him. But as he assumed more responsibility, more duties and heroism, he did not have the time to dwell on Katsuki's state of mind. He had a whole country to look out for and protect. Not that Katsuki wanted the man in his head. I'm not seeing the negatives here. But his deflecting does not deter the boy. Midoriya stares at him with those calculating eyes, his eyebrows slightly furrowed in thought and his mouth screwed in a frown. Did something happen? Midoriya asks. Something that started back in middle school. And I'm not talking about the sludge villain incident. This is something else, something more. I can't figure it out. Katsuki straightens his spine, taken aback. He really was not expecting this conversation. He shakes his head and holds up a hand. No, stop, he says. First of all, I'm perfectly fine. Second, stay out of my head, you asswipe. Last time I checked, you don't have time to be mucking around on anyone but yourself. I'm not trying to get in your head. I'm just concerned. Keep that concern to yourself, Katsuki cuts. Him off, narrowing his eyes. He gestures widely to the room. You're at your dream school, finally making friends that don't want to beat your butt, and you're worrying about the one guy who does. And I thought you were smart. He steps up to Midoriya, looking down at the shorter boy, putting distance between them with his words, but closing the distance with his actions. Stop thinking about stupid SHT, and enjoy your youth. Do whatever kids your age do these days. A weird smile curls on Midoriya's lips as he tilts his head. Kaken, we're the same age. I know that, he snaps a little too fast. He watches Midoriya laugh nervously, something still on his mind. Just spit it out. I'm trying. Midoriya exclaims, wrangling his hands together. I'm trying to. I need to ask just one more thing. I've been trying to rack my brain around it, but I can't figure out just why you're acting the way you are. You're just so indifferent about it. Did I say something unintentionally, or how do I know you got your quirk from All Might? Katsuki interrupts, watching Midoriya's mouth clamp shut, his eyes wide. He sighs. Look, you're SHT at keeping secrets, but I'm the only one who's noticed enough that it'll be a problem. Let's just say I'm very perceptive. But how did you? I won't say anything, so stop worrying about it. That's not what I'm asking, Kaken. You keep dodging my questions. Because I don't dignify stupid questions with an answer, Katsuki snaps. They're not stupid. Midoriya yells, standing his ground. I'm obviously asking the right ones, or you wouldn't be dodging them. How do you know about this? Katsuki stares at the boy. He dug his own grave, so he might as well lie in it a bit. Because I saw you too. What? Right after the sludge villain incident. I saw you two talking about how you wouldn't have to give up your dream of being a hero. How All Might was going to give you a quirk, he explains in an even voice, a humorless smile making its way onto his face. I passed out in the bushes right next to you. And yeah, I could have heard wrong, I was delirious, but then you showed up at Yui with this fancy new quirk. Just like All Might's. It wasn't strong to put two and two together. He stabs a finger into Midoriya's ichi, pushing the speechless boy back a step. Well, now that that's out in the open, the next time you have a meeting with All Might, tell me. I'm a part of this little club now. And you're bone-breaking but needs all the help it can get. Oh no, All Might, Midoriya says, dread seeping from his voice as he tugs at his hair. He told me not to tell or let anyone find out. Technically, All Might said everything, so I think you're in the clear. Maybe next time, don't have an important conversation in the middle of a street. I've got after-school classes soon, so I'll make this quick, Katsuki says, leaning against the smooth concrete wall. The breeze is nice against his skin. He stares at Ida and Uraraka in front of him. He is a little surprised they humored his call based on the looks he received this morning, but he will take it. You two are Midoriya's friends, right? I wouldn't be here if you didn't say it was about Midoriya, Ida gripes at the same time Uraraka says, of course. Katsuki narrows his eyes at the walking car engine. Then, you better stay his friends, he continues. The nerd has a tendency to care too much about people and try to rescue them from themselves. Don't engage that side of him. Don't put him on a pedestal or think he'll solve your dumbass problems. He's not your therapist. He pushes off the wall and walks up to them, his mouth screwed in a frown. If you're going to be Midoriya's friends, then be his friends. Of course, Deku is our friend. We'd never treat him like that, Uraraka says, a little offended. Bakugou, where is this coming from? Past experience, he answers curtly before exhaling lightly. Look, there's a high possibility I'm not going to be at this school for long, so I need you both to look out for him. That boy's got a hell of a future ahead of him, and he needs friends, not responsibilities. Uraraka waves her hands in front of her shaking head. Wait, slow down. What do you mean you won't be at this school for long? Are you leaving or something? She presses. Is the school rightfully punishing you for your crimes? Ida adds, crossing his arms. That's strike two. Don't test me, Sonic, Katsuki warns. And it's just a hunch. Worry less about me and look after him. Midoriya's never had a real friend in his life, so you two are F special. But aren't you his friend? Uraraka asks. You guys grew up together? No, I'm not. Oh, that's all I wanted to say. You can go back to whatever you nerds do in your free time. Here's a detailed summary of the last 9 chapters if you need it. Too long for the summary box. Katsuki is appended from his demanding pro-hero life and sent 15 years into the past by the powerful Quirk of a drag kingpin's mysterious bodyguard. After a failed attempt to seek out help from Best Jeanist, his future mentor and boss, Katsuki thinks no one will believe his crazy story. So, he begrudgingly decides to relive the next 15 years to return to his time, keeping his true age a secret. Katsuki goes back to middle school, noting how nervous and timid Izuku used to be, how he bullied him, and why Midoriya ended up this way. He relives the sludge villain incident, dissociating severely when the villain tries to take over his body. However, it is all worth it to secretly watch All Might tell Midoriya that his dreams of being a pro-hero are not dead. People look at Katsuki differently after the sludge villain incident, and it irks him. While distracting himself with training and studying for the entrance exam, a disturbing nightmare disrupts Katsuki to his core. He drunkenly goes for a walk in the middle of the night and stumbles upon a man mugging an inebriated woman. He subdues the man and stays with the frightened woman until the police arrive. Katsuki decides to take up vigilantism to remember what it feels like to be a pro-hero again, to be wrapped in duty and responsibility, and to shove aside his own problems and save people again. During the 10 months he has to prepare for the UE entrance exams, Katsuki celebrates Izuku's birthday. Spending the day with the boy is awkward to say the least, but he leaves with a jarring conversation with Inko about Izuku's hardships growing up. Katsuki enjoys his vigilante life, saving people like Chiaki the store owner and Haru the confused attempted robber, until he doesn't. A belated judgment call nearly costs him Ari Takahashi, the final victim, her life when the Night Stalker nearly hangs her to death. Katsuki begins to question his ability as a pro-hero while his vigilante persona gains popularity exponentially. He also attends his first day of high school half-beaten to death from stopping the villain. He passes out in the nurse's office. Masaru pleads with Katsuki to tone down the training, and they spend a school day resting and relaxing together. He returns to school only to have a very awkward meeting with Aizawa, Hound Dog, and Recovery Girl about his first day injuries. The press invades the school somehow. Katsuki finally learns about the fanbase following his vigilante activities. Class 1A goes to the Practical Training Arena, or U.S.J, to study the trial of rescue with Aizawa, All Might, and Space Hero number 13. However, All Might is late. Shigaraki attacks the arena. His presence triggers Katsuki's heavily regulated memories, and the negative emotions attached to them, on Shigaraki and the War for All. To keep himself afloat, he retreats into his mind and blacks out. In reality, his mind's strongest defense built by years of trauma as a pro-hero and training to be, takes over. He engages Kurogyari, Shigaraki, and Tun. Katsuki has the upper hand until Shigaraki orders Nomu to kill him, and Aizawa protects him from death. Katsuki kills Nomu to protect his classmates and fallen teacher. Instead of slowly recalling the events of the blackout in the days to come, Katsuki is slammed with recollection in one jarring dream, starring his even younger self. For actively engaging the villains, Katsuki is suspended from school, disqualified from the first-year sports festival, and required to take after-school classes on hero and Quirk ethics. Unable to understand her son past his need for victory, Mitsuki grounds Katsuki out of fear. After thinking through their relationship, she sits down with Katsuki and opens up to her son for the first time since he arrived in the past. Katsuki resumes his vigilante activities when he cannot handle lazing at his parents' house any longer. Kamui Woods tries to apprehend him, and he has a crisis over his vigilante career. Meanwhile, in school, Class 1A discuss the villain attack. Midoriya overthinks about his childhood friend who has changed so much this past year, and he concludes that they need to talk. Aizawa holds a special lecture on vigilantism in Yuzurifu that turns into an open debate. Katsuki sneaks into a nightclub to drink to the friends he will never have again. He manages to make some new, one-time friends and party all night. However, going to class hungover, potentially drunk, lands him another talk with Aizawa. Once Aizawa can sort everything out, he will attend sessions with Recovery Girl. Aizawa also causes Katsuki to doubt his experience as a pro-hero when he tells him that killing Nomu was not the answer. By lunchtime, Katsuki is whisked away by Ishido, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Siro, and reluctantly obtains entry into their friend group. Midoriya confronts him about his actions lately, and Katsuki reveals he knows about One for All. Should his POV be a teacher, they say? Guide the next generation of heroes into the world, they say. No other profession will compare to the satisfaction of seeing your students prosper. Bullshit. He opts to give Nomuri the silent treatment every time he remembers how the woman talked him into teaching. Because if one of these kids pulls another stunt this week, he is going quit. Why be vague about who? If Bakugou or Midoriya pull another stunt, he will risk it all. Izuku Midoriya. The flight risk with a tendency to jump straight into danger without a care of how broken he will emerge. Shoyuta was briefed on the events of the villain attack after he slipped out of consciousness. He was briefed on how the boy tried to take down Nomu by himself. Midoriya does not have control over his quirk, yet he uses it as if the consequences are not destroying his chances of becoming a pro-hero. Shoyuta told the boy to learn how to adjust his quirk during the first week of classes. If he can figure this out, he will be much more versatile. Fortunately, he can breathe a little easier with Midoriya. All Might obviously took the boy under his wing well before the school year started. Shoyuta suspects it is because their quirks are so similar, though a deeper reason for this mentorship lies underneath. He just does not have the time to dig for the truth. He also suspects this is why the boy remains unpunished from the events of the villain attack. Shoyuta sighs. All Might needs to stop playing favorites with his students so transparently. Now, do not get him wrong. Although Shoyuta thinks Midoriya should have been punished, he is also proud of his students' efforts. These teenagers were thrown into the world of the pros within their first week of classes, and they came out victorious. For example, Kaminari, Jairu, and Yaoyorozu were whisked away together to a terrain they had never been before. Forced to work together as a team in a situation where one wrong move could cost them their lives, they overcame the obstacles in front of them in record time, melding their quirks into synchronized teamwork. His students helped apprehend over 70 villains. Real-world experience is valuable in this field. The more experience a young hero in training has, the more it sets them apart from the others struggling to make it. They understand what is demanded of them faster than the rest. But too much exposure too fast. This leads his thoughts to Katsuki Bakugou. Just thinking the boy's name gives him a headache. The self-sabotaging perfectionist who thinks he is better at hiding his emotions than he actually is. The kid who scored the highest on the UE entrance exams and decided coming to class with a battered body was fine. The kid who took it upon himself to stop 3 dangerous villains to protect his classmates. The kid who can somehow assess a highly stressful situation with the rationality of a seasoned pro. The kid who turned to drinking because his actions had consequences, no matter how excessive. Shoyuta has never seen someone so young so different from his environment. It was so unusual that he ran a background check on the boy and his family. He did so immediately after dealing with the press debacle the day he sat Bakugou down to talk about his injuries. No child growing up in a normal household acts like this. And yet, Bakugou reigns an exception. His parents are fairly respected in the fashion industry. The family lives in a two-story house in a neighboring town with a low crime rate. No criminal backgrounds, not even a parking or speeding ticket to their names. Bakugou is a smart kid who was at the top of his class in elementary school and middle school. He missed one day of classes in his life before entering UE. What the hell are they feeding this kid? Is there something in the water? Shoyuta wants to believe Bakugou when he says he is not being abused or not caught up in a dangerous situation, but the facts do not add up. And the more Bakugou stands out, the higher the chance the Hero Commission will take note and pluck him out of school. It will not be the first time they took one of Yui's gifted students. He sits back in his office chair, peering at the stack of test papers on his desk that he has not finished grading. With his students on break this week for Golden Week, he has the time to catch up on grading while they prepare for the sports festival. If he moves slowly, he can at least write for a couple of hours a day. He carefully pulls Aoyama's test from the top, picking up his red pen with a bit of difficulty. Bakugou made a difficult choice. Shoyuta has an inkling the kid knew what he was doing. From the second he slammed Kurogiri into the concrete to the way he walked up to Shigaraki, he looked like he knew exactly what he was doing. And when whatever plan he had concocted in his head backfired, he reassessed his surroundings, reconsidered his options, and came to one conclusion. The boy could not have known when All Might or another teacher would arrive on the scene. Whether it would be before or after Nomu got to Midoriya, murdered Bakugou, Shoyuta, and his two students hiding at the shore. He witnessed the speed and power of a villain he could not match in a head-on battle. He would like to think his student considered every option to distract, stall, and stun. But Bakugou also watched his teacher get crushed. Nomu destroyed Shuta's body. His arms were riddled with comminuted fractures, his face with facial fractures, where the bones around his eye sockets were crushed into a powder. His eyesight took a small hit that day. So, Bakugou made a choice no child should be able to do. He used Nomu's distracted state against him. He outsmarted and killed him before the villain could take a life. Each step seemed calculated, each step pre-programmed. In his first real heroics lesson at UE, Bakugou showed his classmates the bleak choice a pro-hero may make out of necessity. How a single judgment call, weighing lives against each other, taints his hands in BLD he can never wash away. Because there is no way he is walking away from this decision unscathed. And yet he acts like he shoulders decisions like these all the time. Bakugou told him he had one option, and he stuck by his decision, a look of finality in his eyes as he spoke. This kid with no prior experience in the field decided, right then and there, killing was the only option. This kid, whose only prior experience with a villain is the one who tried to kill him in middle school, decided killing was the only option. And that unnerves Shoyuta. He needs to disrupt this train of thought before it is too late. Bakugou needs to understand the weight of his actions. To make sure his potential does not go to waste, and to make sure he never turns into something he will hate. This boy needs to always think of the better solution. The one that he can be proud of at the end of the day. And Shoyuta needs to talk to Chiyo. He told Bakugou he will attend guidance sessions twice a week. However, the nurse was running around last week because of the third-year heroic students, and he did not have the chance to flag her down. He will pull her aside after the sports festival. The kid requested her over Ryu, so he hopes she can get through to him. Have him open up to a person instead of a beer can. Because there is no way he is all right. The only problem is Chiyo is a physical healer. She takes her patients very seriously, but this is not a case she can embrace away. Katsuki's POV move faster. Katsuki yells to no one. He stretches his body to his limits and beyond, reaching further, stepping faster, pushing harder. He sprints across the rooftop, jumping at the peak of his momentum onto the rooftop in front of him. He rolls and immediately continues running. Running because their lives depend on him moving faster. If he cannot catch up to the black van before it hits that red light, before the stoplight turns green, and it speeds onto the highway, he will fail them. He has one chance. After the run-in with Kamui Woods, Katsuki completely changed his night patrol route to throw off any pro-heroes who may be looking for him. He began to stick to the shadows far more than before. and on this new route, he witnessed a young man with prominent koala bear features get shoved into a van, his wrists bound and his mouth gagged. He was not alone in the van. But the 5 kidnappers had illegal support items. Katsuki was distracted taking down the 4 kidnappers guarding the van, and the driver got away. He just found the DMN thing again, and he is not letting it go. The stoplight flickers to green. Katsuki curses loudly and pushes the rest of his energy into his run. The van starts to shift forward as he risks a 2-story jump off of the edge of a building. He crashes onto the top of the van. Something in his left ankle snaps under the force of the fall as he rolls through it, hands and knees smacking onto the metal. He steadies himself. The pain carves through his ankle like a jagged knife, every slice of the blade swelling the area. He grits his teeth and tries to push the pain from his mind. This is not the time. Gripping the edge of the van top on the passenger side, he pushes off his feet, swooping down and smashing through the window. He unintentionally kicks the driver in the neck. The kidnapper chokes and slams into the side of the van, swerving the vehicle dangerously. Cars surrounding them swerve too, honking and nearly crashing into each other. "F you," the guy tries to say, but his words are garbled and strained. He grabs Katsuki's injured ankle, and out of reflex, Katsuki smashes his right knee into the man's nose. The man slumps in the driver's seat, blood gushing from his crooked nose. But his foot accelerates the gas as the van veers without anyone steering. Katsuki scrambles for the wheel, shoving the guy's foot off the gas and stomping his own foot on the brakes. The van crashes into a telephone pole. The airbags automatically burst, squeeze Katsuki against the unconscious kidnapper and the car seat. He feels for the driver's seat door handle and opens it, pulling himself out and falling onto the ground. He makes sure the man is unconscious before pulling him out of the van and tying him up with the man's belt. Katsuki quickly limps to the back of the van. Cars circle around the crash. Confused and frustrated people exit their vehicles and start swearing, only to lose their voices at the sight of the vigilante and the slightly smoking van. Katsuki swings the back doors open. 5 people with hands bound and mouths gagged, their limbs tangled together after the crash, but thankfully unhurt. 1 young man, 3 young women, and 1 little boy stare at him. All of them have various mutation quirks that gave them animalistic features. None of them look related. This is possibly 5 different kidnapping events with the same van. "You're all safe now," Katsuki says, gesturing for everyone to exit the van. "Sorry for the bumpy ride." He helps the 4 adults out of the van one by one, removing their bindings. Katsuki's eyes flit to the little fox boy. He cannot be older than 5 or 6 years. Tears stream down the boy's face and wet his fur as he breathes heavily around his GG. His fox ears jolt at every little noise, and his eyes dart around, wide. He stays pressed against the wall dividing the back and the front of the van. Katsuki carefully holds his hands up. "Hey, it's okay." He tries for a gentle tone. The boy stills immediately, eyes glued to him in terror. He thinks about how his father used to talk to him after a particularly nasty nightmare when he was a kid. Katsuki attempts to mirror his father's soft expression, though the face mask is not doing him any favors. "It's okay now. This bad dream is over, and those men are never going to hurt you again." He holds out his hand. "It's okay now. I promise." The little boy hesitates for a second, a hesitation that will stick with him for the rest of his life, but he slowly crawls to his feet. And he jumps into Katsuki's arms as the loudest cry rips from his quivering lips and threatens to break Katsuki's heart. "It's going to be okay, you're going to be okay," Katsuki whispers to the boy like a mantra, propping him up on his hip. "You are very brave. Your parents are going to be so amazed by how strong you are." The boy has an iron grip on his hoodie, hands balled in the soft material, but Katsuki manages to get the cloth GG and wrist bindings off of him before addressing the amassing crowd of people. People with recording cell phones. "He needs to get out here." Katsuki clears his throat. "Has someone called the police?" he yells at the crowd. "I did, Ground Zero, sir," a random person shouts back. "Great. Time to go." Katsuki turns to the koala bear man still lingering by the van. "Could you relay to the police that 4 unconscious villains are in the alleyway of 5th Street and 1st Avenue? That's the rest of them. The man nods fervently, still spooked by the way his hands have not stopped shaking. Police sirens wail in the distance. Katsuki looks at the little boy in his hands. Kid, he starts in a soft voice. I have to go now, but the police are on their way. They're going to get you back to your parents, all right. The boy frantically shakes his head and burrows into Katsuki's hoodie even more. Oh, don't go. Please don't go, he begs in a cracked voice. Hey, Katsuki says, pulling out a gentleness from his voice he did not think he had. He sets the boy on the ground in front of him and kneels down. Small hands latch onto his hoodie once again. I want to stay here with you, but if I do, then who's going to help the next kid? Katsuki wipes the tears from the boy's blotchy face with his thumb. The sounds of the police sirens are much closer. You were so brave, I'm super impressed, kid. I know you can do this too. And you won't be alone. You've got all of these people out here watching over you, Katsuki says, gesturing to the dozens of people crowding the area. The other victims huddling together and comforting each other. So, do you think you can wait here just until the police come? Please. The boy is silent for a moment, staring into Katsuki's eyes before he gives one nod. His ears lower pitifully. Okay, he replies in a quiet voice. A feeling of hopelessness fills Katsuki's heart. He wants to stay here with this child. To personally make sure his parents find him again and wrap him in a blanket of hugs and kisses. But he cannot. He bites the inside of his lip and ruffles the top of the kid's head, watching his ears perking up slightly. Thank you. Katsuki looks at the koala bear man one last time. Stay with him until he's back with his parents. Please. Yes, of course, he replies instantly, joining the boy and holding out his hand. The kid hugs him one last time as police cars pull up and several officers pour of the vehicles. Katsuki pulls away from him, but one step on his foot sends throbbing pain through his bloated ankle. He bites down harder on the inside of his lip, drawing BLD as he falls back on his knee. Hey, a police officer shouts. That's ground zero. Katsuki springs back up and limps through the excruciating pulses racking his foot, weaving through the crowd before the officers can grab him. He disappears from the scene. Heredit H/Uncanny Vigilante U/Ground Zero's number on 1D, TZ, breaking news by Muzutafu Tribune. Ground Zero stops human trafficking in transit, sparks police investigation, by Ray Nakamura, URL link. Hey, Army. Just sharing the news article on Ground Zero's actions last night. Anyone else super excited? Isn't this the first time we have clear pictures of our vigilante and not those extra blurry drunk ones? Apparently, Nakamura's partner was at the scene when the van crashed. Was anyone else there? Hashtag GroundZeroArmy, hashtag FrontPageBaby, hashtag Finally Not Blurry, hashtag Hanitsa Costume, 363k upvotes, 429 comments. Best comments, DBS, 21H I was there. I made a YouTube page and posted my video there, URL link. I recorded from when the van crashed to when he runs into the crowd. It was my first time seeing him in public. He actually passed close by me. So cool. And he does have red eyes. I think he has blonde hair, but it was strong to see with the hood. 285k upvotes, 124 replies. Best replies. Takoyakibabi 3218H, oh my god, you are a lifesaver. Any other videos I found were so blurry and shaky, and yours is so clear. Look at our Ground Zero go. I was on the bus when I watched the video and audibly thud when the little fox boy stuck to him like glue. Police almost caught him though. Too close. 81k upvotes, 65 replies. Newest comments, drowning in margs, 10M looks like Best Genist is helping the police with their investigation on this new human trafficking ring. Glad this is being taken seriously. The traffickers are obviously targeting people with visible animal mutations, and my friend is absolutely terrified right now. I hope Best Genist and the police can nip this in the bud fast. But I wish Ground Zero could be a part of the investigation too, since he brought it to light. What happened to your foot? Aizawa asks immediately. He is still covered in bandages from head to toe, though less so than a week ago. Katsuki pauses at the entrance of the sportscaster's box. The open door letting the loud chatter of several management students predicting today's prospects on the floors below. He rolls his eyes and limps through the door, letting it slam behind him. He and his removable boot expected nothing less from his prying teacher. Sprained my ankle? The chase happened nearly a week ago. Katsuki sat outside of a walk-in medical clinic until they opened in the early morning to see if they could heal his ankle. However, the clinic only had a doctor who could reduce inflammation and a nurse who could cure minor wounds. They suspected multiple fractures, but without an X-ray at a larger clinic or hospital, they could not be sure of the damage. They did the best they could, reducing some of the swelling and alleviating some of his pain. But no matter how much he assured his parents it was only sprained or rolled, nothing too serious, they dragged him to the hospital. The clinic was correct, and Katsuki had to get surgery. Thankfully, instead of inserting a bunch of metal plates and screws into his ankle, the two orthopedic doctors had quirks for fusing bone together and repairing soft tissue. All that is left is 4 more days with his foot stuck in this removable boot, and he can walk normally again. His mother did not yell this time. She grilled him on how the hell he got multiple fractures, but she did so in an even voice. And that was unsettling. He liked it better when he could see how mad she was. Especially since, after she finished questioning him, she just hugged him tightly, cupped his face in her hands, and stepped out of the patient room for a couple of hours. Katsuki thought only his father had the ability to scare him with affection. Visit recovery girl during the lunchtime intermission anyways, Aizawa orders. He looks Katsuki dead in the eyes. To be sure. Fine, Katsuki replies, dragging out the word in annoyance. The DMN thing is basically healed, no harm in proving Aizawa wrong. Why am I here? Present Mike swivels around in his chair from peering out the large glass windows. He clasps his hands together as an excited grin tugs at his face. This is definitely his idea, whatever this is. I thought. Present Mike corrects, frowning childishly at Aizawa for a second. You should help us give commentary. It'll be so much fun. And it's a great way for you to be a part of the sports festival without actually being in the festival. Aren't you happy? Katsuki is not happy. No, thank you, he finally replies. In fact, I should visit recovery girl, like Aizawa suggested, right now. Sit down, Aizawa says pointedly, and Katsuki clicks his teeth. He plops down in the chair between his teachers and looks out into the enormous arena. News reporters, journalists, pro-heroes, and regular civilians pile into the stadium-style seats. Management students bustle about, selling various drinks and snacks. A small television crew shoots video of the stadium from the inside as a remote-controlled drone flies above. Aizawa clears his throat. We have 3 rules. Katsuki throws up his hands. I didn't even do anything yet. Bakugou, kiddo, you have a tendency to be a little much. And we want this event to stay family-friendly. That's all. Present Mike chimes in, trying not to laugh. Rule number 1, no cursing or other foul language. Rule number 2, any criticisms you have to offer must be constructive. And rule number 3, lighten up. Remember, this event is supposed to be fun, Aizawa explains. Though, the man does not look like he wants to be here either. Katsuki deadpants. I'll lighten up when you do, Aizawa. Watch the sass, kid. Is that rule number 4? Aizawa stares at him with a dangerous glint in his eyes, and Katsuki mutters an apology. Present Mike checks his phone, snickering. Oh, we're starting soon. He clicks the intercom button on his microphone. Gather around, everyone. This year, all your favorite high school kids will let their youth run free like a bucking bronco. The UE Sports Festival has begun. Everybody. Are you ready? He leans in closer, an enormous smile on his face. And let me guess, all you miscreants came to see them, right? The freshly formed miracle stars that shrugged off a mass villain assault with the wills of steel. Present Mike pats Katsuki on the back as he speaks. The Department of Heroics freshman class. You're here for Class 1A, right? Katsuki was a little nervous about how much information on the villain attack reached the news, but Yui worked strong to cover up his involvement with Kurojiri, Nomu, and Shigaraki. The news reports did talk about the class as a whole, naming names and giving some background to the students, but most of them hyped up All Might's presence there, labeling him as the main hero of the day. Midnight steps up on the small stage in the middle of the arena as first-year students crowd around. She whips her flogger with the snap of her wrist, cocking her hip to the side. Now, kids, quiet down, she directs. Let's hit it off with a few words from the player representative, Katsuki Bakugou of Class 1A. Katsuki looks to Aizawa, then to present Mike. You see me, right? After a beat, Aizawa clears his throat. Tell me you discussed this with Nomuri, Aizawa says to present Mike. She wasn't at his meeting with Nedzu, just the following meeting with the police, remember. Does she even know he's disqualified? Present Mike chuckles, shrugging sheepishly. Must have slipped my mind. Students look around themselves for a person not present. A soft murmuring covers the stands. An event coordinator frantically runs up on stage and whispers something in Midnight's ear. She goes red in the face. Why am I only hearing about this now? Midnight snaps, loud enough for her lowered microphone to pick up. She turns back to the crowd, clearing her throat. Ahem, unfortunately, Bakugou cannot participate in the sports festival. However, as the highest scorer and a fellow student, he has an interesting perspective. So, he is helping Eraserhead and Present Mike deliver today's commentary. Bakugou, smile and wave for us. The big screens all flicker to his spot in between Aizawa and Present Mike. Disgust immediately flashes on his face, and he displays his middle finger for the world to see. He may be here, but he is not going to like it. The cameras cut from the sportscaster's box as Present Mike frantically covers his hand, and Aizawa scolds him. The appalled look on Midnight's face is perfect. That brat, I swear I'll… So the runner-up player representative Iger Kirishima, please say a few words to your fellow students, she says. Katsuki snickers inwardly as he watches Kirishima jog onto the stage. Student tournament matchups. Midoriya vs. Shinso, Todoroki vs. Siro, Jair vs. Kaminari, Ida vs. Hatsum, Ashido vs. Aoyama, Tokoyami vs. Yaoyorozu, Monoma vs. Kirishima, and Uraraka vs. Tsuburaba. Katsuki limps down the narrow arena hallway, his hands shoved into his pockets. Aizawa was not joking about visiting Recovery Girl during lunch intermission. The sports festival has been pretty boring so far. The first challenge was a 4-kilometer obstacle race. The second challenge was a human cavalry battle. Well, watching Midoriya blast himself across the minefield from Rambo 3 was highly entertaining. The nerd managed to trip Todoroki and narrowly take the first-place spot. Crafty BSTRD. Other than that, he watched the kids run around like headless chickens as Present Mike did most of the commentary. Katsuki never went to these events as a pro. The sports festivals stopped for quite a few years after the war, so he only participated his freshman year. But they were reintroduced as a way for people to return to a sense of normalcy even if they were not as popular as now. The Genius office always sent a few sidekicks or management staff members to scout out the new talent and write up a list of potential interns to nominate. He can admit that they got some great sidekicks out of those internships. And him. Genius was nothing without Katsuki, especially since the big man himself became more of a figurehead of the agency when Katsuki turned 26, enjoying his fashion empire and his position on the Neo Hero Commission advisory board. And Katsuki loved to remind him who was the star of the show. The last challenge of the day is a tournament between the top 16 students. He should thank Principal Nedzu for pulling him out of the sports festival. Because no matter how annoying they are, Katsuki does not have a dying need to fight children. He turns the corner and almost freezes when he sees Endeavor walking briskly in his direction. He looks disgruntled, like a bad taste was left in his mouth, and he cannot get rid of it. Katsuki wonders if the fire beard is really necessary. He glances at the floor and limps down the hallway as the fire hero Endeavor strides towards him. If anyone thought his stare was intense, Endeavor's eyes are 10 times worse. Stay on task, Katsuki. He is on his way to Recovery Girl. She will check his ankle, tell him to stop being reckless, and then he can go back to beating up people at night in 4 days like he already planned. However, just before Katsuki can safely pass the man in the hallway, The heat rolling off his large build is almost suffocating. Endeavor's eyes flicker towards him. He frowns. "You're the student commentator," he states simply. Katsuki limps for a couple more steps before he decides flat out ignoring the man will probably get him in trouble. "Yeah," he answers curtly, crossing his arms. "I understand now why you couldn't participate," Endeavor continues, gesturing to his injury. "A shame, but even someone who placed first in the exams is no match for my Shudo." Katsuki stares at the man. "Although, your participation would have been welcomed. To show the world just how perfect the boy I made is. If only he could get over his ridiculous rebellious phase," he says, a slight growl to his voice. He looks Katsuki straight in the eye. "You're classmates, right? Is he acting out in school?" "Acting out?" Katsuki repeats, stretching out each word. "Refusing to use his fire side. Refusing to fully utilize both of the gifts I gave him," Endeavor explains snappily, expectation in his eyes. Katsuki blinks owlishly at the man. Does he hear himself when he talks? This is not an Endeavor that Katsuki can handle. Not that he interacted with Shudo's family much in the future. Swapping recipes with Fuyumi was the usual, but his father was not this much of an but. Not anymore. The Endeavor of the future was a retired hero consultant who was brought into mission briefs for his expertise every now and then. He was someone who, when Shudo and Katsuki talked to J about the man to his face, laughed lightheartedly or made that absurd cry for his son like a kicked puppy. This man must have gone through a hell of a transformation because the shit stain standing in front of him is on thin ice. Katsuki narrows his eyes at him. "This is why your children hated you." Endeavor jerks his head back, eyebrows furrowing in confusion as if Katsuki's words were not very clear. "Excuse me. Stop talking about Shudo like he's your prized show dog. Besides, it's his F-body. He can do whatever the hell he wants with his quirks because they're his," Katsuki says. He steps up to Endeavor. The heat of the man's quirk hits his face like an indirect warning. "Are you even trying?" "Trying what?" Endeavor questions with a scowl. "Are you even trying to be his father? He's your son, or did you forget that entirely? Can you even do the bare minimum?" In that moment, a rush of relief and gratitude washes over Katsuki's body. He feels almost dizzy by the emotions. Because Masaru is nothing like this man. He is lucky he has a father who cares about his well-being, who takes off from work to spend time with his son, whose hugs are so warm and filled with love, Katsuki could melt under them. A father who, every time Katsuki stopped a dangerous villain on national television, would immediately call him for two things: to ask if Katsuki is all right and to tell him that villain did not stand a chance against his son. A father who believes in his son no matter what happens. "Watch your tone, boy," Endeavor spits. What does a child know? This child knows enough. Irritation bubbles in Katsuki's gut, low and deadly. His fingers slowly curve into fists, his mind working out the best way to break Endeavor's nose. Knock that fire beard right off his face. Katsuki stops. He breathes deeply, raising his hands in surrender. "I talked out of my butt," he says in an unapologetic tone. He turns to limp away. "I already got suspended, so I'm leaving before I start a fight with the second-best hero." Katsuki misses more than a few of the tournament battles by the time Recovery Girl finishes berating him for another sketchy injury and sends him off. When he reaches the sportscaster's box, the kid with the copycat quirk is dodging an attack from Kirishima and tripping him out of the ring. The look of pure condescension in his crooked smile makes Katsuki's eye twitch. Minoma advances. He was just too tricky to catch. "Nice try, Kirishima." Present Mike says into the microphone. As Minoma saunters through an arena exit, Kirishima walks through the other exit with his bottom lip jutted out and his shoulders slumped. Cementos and Midnight check over the tournament floor before giving a thumbs up. "Alright. It's the last match of the first round." A plain-looking kid walks out of the opening. He is not from Class 1A. He steps up to the tournament floor with one hand in his gym pants pocket. His hair is weirdly spiked out at all angles, his oval-shaped eyes look nearly penciled on. The boy who huffs and puffs and blows your house down. Cozy-eyed Tsuburaba of the Department of Heroics. Uraraka walks out of opening on the opposite side of the battle floor. Her back is straight as she strides forward, determination shining on her rosy face. Verse. The kid I'll be rooting for. Uchako Uraraka, also of the Department of Heroics. The moment they both step near the middle of the ring, Tsuburaba smiles and says something to Uraraka. His body language is easy, laid back. However, she bristles at his words, her eyebrows drawing together in confusion. Katsuki squints at the boy on the large screen. What is he saying? The speakers will not pick it up unless they yell, and he cannot read his lips from this angle. Midnight looks at both of them before raising her hand high. Start. Immediately, Uraraka dashes forward. Her body is close to the ground as she runs in quick steps, and she angles her right palm open to grab Tsuburaba. She clearly wants to decide this match fast, and the best way is to make him float. But before she can reach him, Tsuburaba sucks in a big breath and blows. Uraraka slams into a wall of air. She bounces off, hitting the floor on her back, her teeth gnashed together. She does not stay down for long. She rolls onto her feet and sprints forward again, circling around the boy, flashing a guilty smile. She fakes right and sprints left, quickly reaching for his shoulder. Another wall of air smashes into her face and pushes her back. Her feet lift off of the floor as she flies back a bit, smacking her head on the ground. There's just no getting around Tsuburaba's defenses, Present Mike narrates. I'm starting to feel bad for her. Aizawa reaches around Katsuki to smack Present Mike on the back of his head with his cast. Don't say that. No one cares if you feel bad for her. But it keeps going for a while. Sprint, feint, blah. Uraraka cannot find a good opening. Pro-heroes in the audience start murmuring loudly. Katsuki cuts his eyes to the stands when one of the extras gives a nervous shout. Hey, she's a girl, man. His partner leans over to him, tugging at his cape and speaking too low for anyone outside of their section to hear. However, the big screen flashes to their section, and Katsuki can read his lips. Must be tough fighting a girl though. Like, what's he supposed to do? Katsuki curls his upper lip in irritation. What the hell do they mean? F them. Those sideshows are not worth watching. He watches the stage directly. Uraraka stumbles back again. She is breathing strong, bruises littering her body, with her hands curling on her knees. Tsuburaba scratches the back of his head. Why is he fighting like this anyways? All he is doing is defending. If Katsuki had his quirk, the second he knocked his opponent back with an air wall, he would spit air from his mouth like a pistol. Knock his opponent off guard, grab them, and then fling them out of the ring. But this kid is not even trying to knock her out of the ring. He is just half-heartedly throwing up a shield. Tsuburaba opens mouth again, gaining only Uraraka's attention. The big screen perfectly displays his face, and Katsuki can read his lips this time. You're not going to reach me, so give up? Yeah. This is kind of painful to watch. He rubs his eyes. No, he imagined that. Read his lips wrong. The guilty smile on the boy's face says otherwise. The strangled noise that scratches his throat makes his teachers glance at him warily. He clicks on his intercom. If you're not going to take this seriously, you can leave, Tsuburaba. Katsuki spits with vitriol. And for the pros out there, she's a girl. Must be tough fighting a girl. Are you serious? That kind of attitude will get you killed in the field. Underestimate your opponent, see what happens. I'm surprised any of you made it this far. He breathes deeply. That being said, Uraraka, what's taking so long? F him up already. What did I say? That was constructive. Click. Aizawa and Katsuki can be seen arguing animatedly in the sportscaster's box while Present Mix head is down, his whole body shaking and his fist banging on the table. Uraraka's war cry silences them, draws everyone's attention back to the stage. She winds back her fist and punches through his solid air barrier, punches him straight in the nose. Wow, what a turn of events. Tsuburaba's wall of air is no match for a determined Uraraka's right hook, Present Mike says enthusiastically. Tsuburaba trips backwards, holding his nose as BLD drips down his hands. He falls to his butt. Uraraka advances forward. And everyone can hear her words. I'm still here. She touches his face and makes him float against his will. She pushes his flailing body out of the ring before releasing her quirk and watching the boy fall to the ground. Cradling a quivering hand into her sigi, she flashes a proud grin. Tsuburaba is out of the ring. Uraraka advances. Midnight calls, and the stadium erupts into cheers. Katsuki sits back in his chair and crosses his arms, a small smile on his face. "We're not done here," Aizawa says to him. "Wait, you were serious?" "Bakugou." A moment later, the intercom clicks back on. "I apologize for the use of foul language. It won't happen again." Students advancing forward. Midoriya versus Todoroki, Jair versus Ida, Ashido versus Tokoyami, and Minoma versus Uraraka. The fool. A self-sabotaging, overly compassionate, risk-taking fool. Katsuki could not utter a single word as Midoriya and Todoroki fought. The way in which Midoriya sacrificed his fingers, his arms, his legs, to prove a point. To win. To show All Might he can live up to the expectations of his idol. Was this how his fight with Shinso went? Katsuki is unsure if he watched the whole fight. He was so still, he was not sure he was breathing. But every time Midoriya shattered his finger, his arm, his leg, to tear at the shackling bond between Todoroki and his abusive father, a minuscule flinch struck Katsuki's spine. It has been over a month since school started, over a year since the boy started training with All Might. And all he has to show is how he can mutilate his body with his quirk. What the F? All Might is an amazing hero, unmatched by no one, but an inkling of doubt settles in his mind on whether he should be a teacher. If the man is capable of mentoring anyone. The frustration, the scorching fire in Midoriya's eyes as he shouted at Todoroki to reclaim his power, his autonomy, could he even feel his body crying out in pain? How his skin was a discolored burnt purple under the stress and weight of wrongly using One for All. By the time the fight is over and Todoroki reigns supreme, Katsuki is walking out of the door. Bakugou, he hears Aizawa call, almost mutedly, before the door to the sportscaster's box slams behind him. Katsuki rushes into the branch nurse's office before Midoriya even arrives. Recovery Girl looks up at him from her desk, a walkie-talkie in her hand as she fills out a medical report. "I have a patient potentially in need of surgery arriving in any minute now." "I cannot talk right now, sweetie," she says quickly, getting up from her seat to pull out various supplies. Katsuki straightens his back. "I know. Midoriya. Look, I have first aid and first response training. Can I stay and help?" he says. She does not look away from her task. "Are you going to actually help me or just yell at the boy?" she asks. "Depends. But whether he's conscious enough to understand my anger." She glances at him again, trying to discern the emotions rumbling behind the calm mask on his face. "Please," he presses. She sighs. "Don't upset my patient," she warns before pointing at the shelf behind him. "There are disposable scrubs behind you. Put them on, wash your hands, and put on the nitrile gloves. You do exactly as I say when I say it. Got it?" By the time he finishes changing, shoving that stupid boot through the scrub pants before he realizes he could have taken the DMN thing off, 4 medbots are carrying Midoriya into the office on a gurney. All Might is scurrying behind them in his deflated form. Katsuki stares at the man who jumps back at his presence. "Oh, you're the student commenter," All Might says. "Why are you in here?" So, Midoriya has not told All Might that he knows yet. Katsuki says. He wants to yell at All Might too. "He's my impromptu student helper for now," Recovery Girl replies for him, walking over to the infirmary bed the medbots place Midoriya on. "If you could be so kind as to wait outside as we assess the damage done to this poor boy," Midoriya groans, his face scrunching in pain as they wrap his arms in temporary splints and slings, setting his left leg in a splint as well. He's got a crush fracture in his right hand, and I can't revert it back to the way it used to be so cleanly anymore. For now, the fragments need to be extracted, so they don't get stuck in his joints. Healing will come later, Recovery Girl explains to All Might after Katsuki lets him back into the office. She glances at All Might as if she wants to say more, but she is not sure if she is allowed. So, Recovery Girl knows as well. He rolls his eyes. "I already know who the Scarecrow is, you don't need to be secretive with me," he says in a low voice. All Might looks taken aback, opening his mouth to question him, but Katsuki beats him to the punch. Not the biggest concern right now. Recovery Girl continues, her words turning sour and reproachful. I hope you realize how big of a hand you dealt in his injuries, Toshinori. You made this boy destroy his own body to this extent out of longing for you. You lit a fuse in him that led to this detonation, she says, looking directly into All Might's eyes. This is overdoing it. Don't you dare praise him for this. Katsuki stays quiet as her words sink in the air, loosely clasping his hands in front of him. He was indifferent about Recovery Girl before, but he definitely respects her now. The door to the nurse's office swings open. Midoriya, Deku, Azui, Ida, Mineta, and Uraraka pile into the room, varying stages of concern and worry on their faces. Uraraka notices All Might's surprised state and bows slightly to the man. Nice to meet you, sir, she quickly greets. The boy in question cracks open his eyes at the calls, wincing a bit. Hey guys. What are doing here? What about the next match? It seems that, because of the stage's total pulverization, there's a break for repairs, Ida explains. He glances at Katsuki's scrubs, cocking his head in bewilderment and distrust. We were so worried we had to come, Uraraka chimes in. Mineta rudely points at the boy. That was so scary, Midoriya, no pro's going to want to pick that? Azui smacks him with her tongue. Quiet down. It's nice that you're worried, but he is being prepared for surgery, Recovery Girl scolds them, waving her cane and shooing them out of the nurse's office. Midoriya whimpers, drawing All Might and his attention. Sweat drips down his face, his eyes screwed shut again. I'm so sorry, All Might. I couldn't keep my promise, he says slowly. If I kept my mouth shut, but I had to go and tell Todoroki all of that. Katsuki stares at All Might as he stares at Midoriya. Shame riddles the man's face. Katsuki does not know what All Might said to Midoriya, but the exact words do not matter. This boy idolizes the man. He knows everything there is to know about the symbol of peace. He could tell you which villain All Might defeated and how if you give him a date and time. There was a time when Katsuki could match him in his All Might knowledge, but not anymore. So, how does the man in question not know that Midoriya will push himself far beyond his limits, go to hell and back, to make sure he accomplishes whatever All Might asks him to do? That he will feel like a complete failure if he cannot live up to his expectations. You try to impart young Todoroki with something, All Might finally comments. Yeah, I saw Todoroki looking so sad and butted my nose in, or that's what I thought. But in reality at the time, I was just feeling regret, Midoriya's voice quivers as he speaks. I lost sight of my surroundings and the way forward. Please forgive me. It's certainly an unfortunate outcome, and don't take this the wrong way, but it's an outcome that couldn't be helped, All Might says, a pitiful but reassuring smile on his face. But that butting in, as you call it, is one of the principal qualities of a hero. Stop justifying his obsessive need to help others and measure up to the number one hero by breaking himself with pretty words. He cannot help anyone 6 feet under. Katsuki sucks in his breath. Get out, he says tersely. His mask is cracking as rage drips from his eyes. He struggles to reel the emotions in, but he can feel the control slipping from his fingertips. He tries his words again. It's time to leave. Recovery Girl said he needs to be prepped for surgery, so visiting hours are over. For the time being, this will be enough treatment for you to walk again, Recovery Girl explains. Thank you so much, ma'am, Midoriya says, huffing a bit out of exhaustion. He glances at Katsuki too. Kaken too, thanks for helping. I'm not here to be your nurse, he spits. Remember, Recovery Girl starts in a warning, bring the attention back to her. This is what you reap for abusing you know what's so much in such a short span. Let the warped shape of your right hand be a warning. And don't expect me to treat wounds like these again. Yes, Midoriya trails off, getting off the bed to leave. Katsuki grabs his face and shoves him back. What are you doing, ouch? I said I didn't come here to be your nurse, Katsuki snaps, pulling up a chair. I patiently waited for you to stop being delirious, so you're going to sit there and listen to me. Got it. He takes a deep breath. What the hell was that? What? Midoriya stutters slightly, confusion knitting his eyebrows together. Katsuki is about to open his mouth again, but he looks at recovery girl sitting at her desk and furiously filling out another medical form. She glances at him when the pause in conversation stales the air. "Oh, don't mind me, boys. My hands are too full to worry about your little squabble," she says, bitterness dripping from her voice. She leaves her desk to walk into the back room of the office. Katsuki rounds on him. "Why are you using your quirk like this?" "Yeah, you idiot, if you focus all of one for all into your finger, it's going to shatter." "But I can't use it another way. 5% is as high as I can go without completely blowing off my limbs. Sometimes I can control it to not break my bones, but sometimes I also use 100% by accident." "Then, stop doing that. There's no other way to use it." Midoriya fires back, matching his volume. "Kaken, you don't understand. I haven't trained my body enough to handle it yet. I can't just use one for all like you use your explosion. I can't draw it out all the time, or I'll disable myself. I haven't mastered it yet." Katsuki opens and closes his mouth multiple times. He clasps his hands in front of his face. Midoriya should figure out how his quirk fits with his body. Maybe that is what All Might is thinking. Let the boy figure it out himself. But why does he have to when he has the previous successor mentoring him? And someone who has analyzed and fought the demon quirks multiple times right here. What is the point of mentorship if he does not discuss his troubles with All Might and figure out the means to cross the hurdles in his way? Or to at least have someone tell him when he is blind to the obvious obstacles staring him right in his face. Katsuki is not going to sit here with his thumb up his butt and not push him in the right direction. For all the bullshit you were spouting earlier, how can you not get it? "What? It's your power," Katsuki says in a nasally, high voice. "Sound familiar? Who told you to handle it? A quirk isn't something you train your body to handle, it's a part of your body. I get that it's a passed-down quirk, but think of it more like a new bodily function. It's something you should be able to do as easy as breathing, as blinking. So, stop telling yourself to blink and just blink. Your first problem lies there." Midoriya stares at him until his eyes glaze over and his eyebrows furrow together. He is inside of his head now. Katsuki sighs and props his elbows on his knees, waiting tolerantly until Midoriya's lips start mouthing the thoughts in his head. "I can't read your mind, nerd. What are you thinking?" Midoriya sort of jolts out of his head at the sound of Katsuki's voice, blinking a few times. "I really wish we had this conversation when I could actually move freely," he groans. Katsuki barks out a laugh. "Not my fault." Midoriya makes a face, his nose wrinkling a bit, but he returns to his thoughts. "I obviously haven't had this quirk as long as you or anyone else in our class. So, I can't just stop consciously thinking of using one for all. Especially since I've been trying not to use it, so I don't injure myself. But that was wrong. I can't use 5% power as unconsciously as blinking if I don't practice that concept. I need to get used to it." He pauses in his musings. "Though, I haven't figured out how to practice without injuring my arms and legs. I don't think blinking is supposed to hurt. So, what component am I missing? Channeling one for all into my finger is too much. To my arm, it is still too much, but less so. Is it the way I'm channeling it?" Midoriya suddenly snaps his head in Katsuki's direction. "What do you think?" "Nope." He rejects the boy's hopeful look, lightly shoving his head to the side. "This one's all yours. If you can get this far, you can figure out the rest yourself." In Aizawa's words of wisdom, Katsuki continues, dropping his voice a bit and really bringing out the dead in his eyes. "A hero always has another trick up his sleeves." "Oh my god," Midoriya says, scandalized. "That was a horrible impression of Mr. Aizawa." "Shut up. It was perfect." Students advancing forward. Todoroki versus Ida and Tokoyami versus Uraraka. Katsuki stays with Recovery Girl for the remainder of the sports festival. It beats having to be in the sportscaster's box and listening to present Mick's loud voice. He is not sure who wins the sports festival, but he does not care. However, if he has to pick a student, he probably chooses Tokoyami. But that is not his main concern right now. Katsuki stares up at the genius office. Without participating in the event, Best Genist will not nominate him to intern at his agency. No one will nominate him. If he wants this internship, he needs to state his case to the man himself. He pinches the bridge of his nose. The last time he visited his ex-mentor, he was delusional, scared, and frazzled with being in the past. He got thrown out. He has no clue how it will go this time, but he hopes a clear head and even voice will at least land him a meeting. Katsuki pushes through the glass doors. Shoyuta groans, rolling over in his bed. His hand slowly emerges from under the warm comforter to pat around on his nightstand for his blaring cell phone. If Hizashi is calling him at the crack of dawn, he is putting salt in his coffee the next time he sees him. The school is closed for 2 days to let the students rest after the sports festival. As a teacher, he is granted extra time to catch up on grading, lesson planning, and compiling a list of hero agency nominations for each of his students. However, he does not need to do so at 5:15 in the morning. He pushes the comforter off of his head and rolls onto his back. Bleary eyes stare at a lit screen. The number calling him is not in his contacts. A central Tokyo area code. Probably a spam call, he thinks. And yet, something compels him to tap the call button. The need to chew out the spammer and make them question their life choices, maybe. The composed and polite voice on the other end of the call surprises the drowsiness out of his body. Hello. Is this Mr. Shoyuta Aizawa, teacher of Class 1A at UE High School? Shoyuta clears his throat. Yes. Pleasure to speak with you. This is Tsunago Hakamada. Best Genist, if you are unfamiliar with my name. He pulls the phone from his ear to stare at the device. He glances around his room. He is definitely awake. Raising the phone back to his ear, Shoyuta questions, "To what do I owe this early morning call from the Best Genist himself?" Someone starts talking in the background, and Best Genist's voice sounds muted for a moment. "I apologize, we are very busy. I will cut to the chase. Your student, Katsuki Bakugou, visited my office and asked me to sponsor him for UE's field internship week. Surprisingly, he was far more civil than the first time he barged into my agency, but an unruly child cannot pretend to behave forever." Hold on. Shuta's eyebrow twitches as his morning brain works overtime without caffeinated assistance. There's a lot to unpack in that answer. First, this is the second time Bakugou visited Best Genist. And why did he travel all the way to Tokyo to ask this specific hero to sponsor him? When did he find the time to? Is this why he stormed out of the sportscaster's box? To network. Shoyuta did not expect the boy to never come back, but he never fails to surprise him. He told his students that if they did not receive a nomination, they will choose from a list of 40 agencies that Shoyuta curated. They will get the list the day after tomorrow. So, what is so special about this particular hero? Best Genist continues to speak. Bakugou cracks pretty easily when you point out his obvious imperfections. And when he struggled to keep his voice level, I asked him why he is so fixated on me. Just what he hopes to accomplish here when he is so clearly drawn to my office due to my popularity and success in the hero charts. I thought it would be easy to uncover his ill intentions once he was worked up. Do you know what he said to me? No, but I'm sure you'll tell me, Shoyuta comments, a slight bite to his words. He is not so keen on the idea of his student being bullied into messing up. There is a soft huff over the phone. Almost a laugh. Red in the face and gripping his knees, he said, "Even if I had a million heroes to choose from, I'd still choose an but like you. Because I know, if I don't try to save this relationship now, I'm going to lose something important to me in the future." Best Genist is quiet for a moment, letting the words settle over the phone. He hums lightly. "To be entirely honest, Mr. Aizawa, I wasn't planning on taking any interns this time since I am neck-deep in 3 different private investigations. However, I will make an exception for 3 days, depending on your answer to one question. Why should I take this ticking time bomb as my intern?" Shoyuta is a little more than speechless. This is not how he expected to wake up today. He shakes his head to focus his thoughts, stepping out of his bed to pace around the room. Regardless of how utterly reckless barging into a hero office was, Bakugou was trying to establish a connection to further his chances at being a pro-hero, possibly even extend an olive branch for his previous mistake of a first meeting. Establish a relationship he deemed important to him. Why he decided Best Jeanist was the man for the job, Shoyuta is unsure, but he is not going to hurt Bakugu's chances. He still feels guilty for the kid's abrupt removal from the sports festival, so if he wants to intern at the genius office, he will support his choice. Within reason. First, I apologize on his behalf for showing up unannounced at your agency. Bakugou is quick to act when he thinks what he is doing is right. Shoyuta begins, a growing headache pressing against his temples. Bakugou has areas he needs to improve, but so do the rest of my students. These field internships are a means for my students to learn from successful heroes and help them realize their shortcomings and ways to overcome them. I'm not saying he won't be a handful, but I also need you to understand, your frustration will be worth it. He has a lot of untapped potential that, with the right mentors, will make him unstoppable. He pauses in his monologue to give the man a chance to speak, but Best Jeanist stays quiet on the line. Bakugou is a student who will surprise you when you least expect it, if you haven't garnered that from your conversation already. So, without a doubt, you'd be lucky to have him as your intern. Katsuki's POV, flashback, year 2032, the door to Best Jeanist's office slams into the wall. Katsuki stalks into the large room, molten lava dripping from the glare in his eyes. He throws his hands in the air. Why the hell am I still considered on vacation? His boss flips the page in his hardcover book, stabbing at the colorful salad on his desk. Katsuki, always a pleasure to have you in my office unannounced. Katsuki skips the sarcastic pleasantries. Why do Kami and that new guy have my patrol routes? My missions. I discovered half of those DMN operations. You can't give away my SHT. Best Jeanist glances up from his book to read Katsuki's face. His face, initially amused, now turns concerned. Please tell me you're kidding, he says, putting down his fork. Katsuki, you just finished physical therapy? I'm fine now. I want to come back. You can't possibly be ready. Why the hell not? Best Jeanist stares at him, folding his hands together and composing himself. Don't play this game with me. The man who wrote me a detailed report on his captors, especially when I told him not to, should know why. You needed that report. Don't pretend like you didn't, he fires back, crossing his arms. They didn't expect me to live, and I had valuable information. I didn't want you to have to relive your experience so soon, Best Jeanist reasons, speaking in a slow and careful tone. But he throws caution to the wind with his next words. They cut off your hands? And Eri gave them back, Katsuki states dryly, waving his hands in the air for his boss to see. So, I'm not understanding the problem. You are not all right after this. He will be all right because he says so. They pulled one over on him. He can admit that much. Villains sometimes have this idiotic notion they can convert Katsuki to their side. To work for them and become their muscle. He is not exactly sure why they think so, but this notion has led to successful undercover missions. A pro-hero looking for a change in management in an age where being a pro-hero is not a popular career choice anymore. Where a hero either lives in the reality of the field or the televised propaganda. Where the rate at which new pros switch out of the field within their first year is 33%, and the rate at which pros are found dead is 37%. So, number 7 hero or not, villains open their doors to the Katsuki Bakugou, blind to the consequences. Except this terrorist group caught on to the ruse. They baited the hero commission, letting information trickle down to their spies, and another undercover mission found its way to Katsuki's desk. He was sent to them like a lamb to get slaughtered. They videotaped him for 2 days. They planned to spread the footage online with a live broadcast debuting their group. To desecrate Japan's up-and-coming symbol of victory and put the pros back in their places. To show the world that, just because these new heroes have gained traction, they are still SHT. They cannot protect you, they cannot even protect themselves. They will always fail you, let you down. If this group were a little smarter, they would have live broadcasted his torture instead of acting like they were editing a Hollywood movie. By the time the rescue team found their hideout, the terrorists fled in a panic, vowing to achieve their goal with the next hero symbol. Unfortunately, his rescuers were more concerned with Katsuki's state than catching these idiots. He will find them. Return the favor. He would like to see them try to touch another symbol by the time he is finished with them. It happens, and then you move on. He says, a wave of resignation washing over his body. Best Genus does not look convinced. Katsuki rolls his eyes, strong. Don't look at me like that. I don't need your pity, and I sure as hell don't need to be coddled. Katsuki. Tsunagu. Best Genus sighs barely audibly, leaning back in his office chair. I can't tell if this is you bottling everything up, but you know you don't have to, right? There are plenty of qualified professionals you can talk to you. I doubt your ranking will drop if you take more time off. Bottling it up. He does not bottle up his emotions. He shoves them in a banged-up box that haunts the back of his mind and lets them fester. He separates his emotions from the events that try to defeat him. He removed himself from the situation, watching through distant eyes as they took a serrated bone saw to his strapped-down arm, looking all too disappointed in his lack of response to metal teeth ripping through his skin, his bone, his muscle, in repeated, sloppy motions. What can he say? He cannot be beat in a game of endurance. His heart thuds slow and heavy in the confines of his ear, the organ drowning in a viscous liquid. Scraping desperately echoes in his mind from the locked metal box. It threatens to escape, to sink its claws in his brain and infect him with nasty viruses. He takes a deep breath, digging his nails into the palms of his hands, forcibly grounding his body in the present. Katsuki chooses to focus on the second part of his boss response. You and I both know I don't give a F about my rank. There's a very popular video of you trying to blow up pro hero Deku after he received a place higher than you. His eye twitches. And I'd do it again, but right now, I don't care about that little rat pulling one over on me. He snaps, exhaling sharply. He lowers his voice a bit. I just want my job back. Katsuki, I'm not going to force you, but at least consider seeing someone. Please. If it makes his boss feel better, he will research different professionals, but he can take care of himself just fine. He has gotten this far without breaking like some of the other pros. He cracked the code. All he needs is his work. All he needs is the suffocating pressure to be the best, the constant validation from thrashing these extras into dust and saving those in need, and that goddamn scraping noise will shut the hell up. Give me my job back first? Morning, Kaken. I didn't know you took the train at this time too, Midoriya greets just as the train doors slide open and everyone squeezes inside. I usually don't. Thanks for giving me another reason not to, Katsuki comments, elbowing a salaryman when the corner of his briefcase hits the back of his knees. You don't have to be a JRK about it, Midoriya mumbles in return. He angles his body away from Katsuki, busying himself with his phone. Bandages wrap around his fingertips and disappear under his blazer. He sighs. Midoriya, unfortunately, has a point. He does not have to be mean, especially since this younger version of his friend does not fire back with even meaner retorts. But it is too early in the morning for a change of heart. Hey bro. Bro, someone says from behind Katsuki. Midoriya of the heroics department. You were great in the sports festival. And pretty close too. Top 8, right? A thumbs up shoves its way between him and another passenger. Midoriya's head snaps up from his phone at the man's call. Other passengers turn to look at him, joining in on the compliments. Then again, it does not look like Katsuki needs to be nice at all. He watches the boy sweat under the attention with mild amusement. You were so cool, man. Oh, you're actually pretty short, huh? You really reminded me of the good old days for me. Oh yeah, I get what you mean. That desperation. Katsuki snorts. That desperation really was something. Exiting the train, they pull out their umbrellas to shield themselves from the dreary skies and pouring rain. The walk is quiet. Katsuki is 90% sure Midoriya is only walking next to him because heading in the same direction makes walking separately quite awkward. His eyes flicker in his direction. A little smile graces Midoriya's face as he stares at the wet ground, sometimes kicking at the puddles in the pavement with his signature red shoes. The existence of that smile irritates Katsuki. He smacks the back of his head. Oh, don't let your newfound fame go to your head, Katsuki says. I can't if you beat it out of me, Midoriya hisses, rubbing a hand through his unruly curls. He opens his mouth to continue, but a booming voice cuts him off. What are you two doing walking so leisurely? There's only 5 minutes before homeroom. Ida scolds, speeding past them in a large raincoat and rain boots. Get a move on. Midoriya trails off, staring after Ida's retreating back. He quickly turns to Katsuki. I'm going to go ahead. Are you free after school? I think I figured out my blinking problem. Really? Yeah, I'll tell you later. See you in class. He runs ahead, disappearing around the corner. A song of greetings fills the air as Aizawa walks through the classroom door. I'm happy you were able to remove your bandages, Mr. Aizawa, Azui comments. Katsuki can see the hints of relief on her face, her shoulders sagging a bit. Aizawa rubs at a scar around his eye. The old lady got overdramatic with her treatment, he explains in a grumble. But let's put that aside. Today's Hero Informatics PRD is a little special. It's time to formulate your code names. Your hero names. The class erupts in a cacophony of cheers and excitement, students jumping out of the seats and pumping their fists into the air. Oh my god, yes. Now this is making my sissy swell. The menacing aura emanating from Aizawa quiets his classmates down. He continues his explanation. This is related to the draft nominations by pros I mentioned the other day. However, these nominations matter more after you've gained experience and your adaptable fighting ability is judged during your sophomore and senior years. In other words, the nominations you're getting this year are more akin to expressions of interest in your future potential. It's not rare that that interest dries up by graduation, or it's simply unilaterally dropped. Hagakure raises her hand. So, the nominations we receive are like personal hurdles, then she notes. Yes, Aizawa affirms. He picks up the remote for the smartboard, clicking on a preset list. Now, the tally of nominations is as follows. Todoroki, 4,123. Tokoyami, 2,256. Uraraka, 360. Ida, 301. Yayorozu, 272. Kirishima, 108. Jiru, 68. Kaminari, 20. Siro, 14. Bakugou, 2. Typically, the results are more balanced, but this year, all the attention leans towards Todoroki and Tokoyami. Wow, he hears Uraraka exclaim. I was afraid of that, Mineta says solemnly. Jiru pokes Katsuki with her pencil. Her face is the definition of incredulous. How did you manage to get 2 nominations? You weren't even in the sports festival. Don't hate the player, hate the game, he snickers. He catches Aizawa's attention amidst the class chatter. His teacher narrows his eyes at him, the annoyance just barely contained. Bakugou, I received a phone call after the stunt you pulled. Katsuki folds his hands together on his desk. Which one? Which, I wasn't aware of the other stunt, but it makes sense now, his teacher says, exhaling sharply. You need to remember that you are a student of UE. Your actions represent this school. No more unannounced visits. Next time you get a big idea, talk to me first. My bad. After Best Jeanist cooked him over an open fire, and he collected his seared pride off of the floor, Katsuki made another stop in central Tokyo. It is difficult to flag down someone who is always on the move around Japan, and it was pure luck she was even in the area at the time. She refuses to hunker down and build a hero office, neither now nor in the future. However, social media is a special place. Katsuki tracked her activities through Herogram. Why would I do that? Miruko exclaims when Katsuki finally catches her in the lobby of her hotel. Why not? I get an internship, and you get an extra set of helping hands. Looks like a win-win to me. I don't need to take an intern, and I work better when I can fight freely on my own. Sidekicks aren't my thing. Katsuki crosses his arms. Good thing I'm not some sideshow. I don't do sidekick. Miruko pauses at this for a second. A hearty laugh booms in the lobby, drawing stares of awe at the famous rabbit hero. I like your attitude, kid. But that doesn't change the fact that team-ups slow me down. See ya. She gives a short wave before turning to leave through the sliding doors. So, all I have to do is not slow you down? Katsuki does not move from his spot, but he raises his voice to reach her. I can do that. Better yet, I'd like to see you keep up with me. She snorts, stopping right before the entrance. A hand sits on her chin as she draws out a thoughtful, closed-mouth interjection. I'm not going to give you guidance or anything. I don't teach, she states. Good. I'm tired of everyone telling me what to do, he replies immediately. Her laugh booms in the air once more, and she whips around in her spot. A large grin dawns her face. All right, I'll give you a nomination. You can stick around as long as you keep up. His luck is seriously looking up. Talking with Maruko has always been easier than talking with Best Jeanist. Autonomous personalities, similar morals, whatever it is, something just clicks for them. He was prepared to spend the whole week with Maruko, but on the second day of compulsory rest, Best Jeanist called his mother to discuss possibly sponsoring Katsuki for a few days. The morph of pure shock into unadulterated excitement on his mother's face had him matching her energy in the living room. His father walked in on the two jumping in a circle as if they were performing a shaman's ritual. After sorting the dates out with each hero, Katsuki will spend the first 3 days at the genius office and the last 4 days with Maruko. Everything just needs to be approved by Aizawa. Honestly, it could not be more perfect. Katsuki is still shocked, both heroes agreed. A small smile tugs at his face, and he ducks his head to hide the excitement. It will be like his university fellowship days. Aizawa reins the class in once more. Regardless of whether or not you received any nominations, I'll have you all get some so-called workplace experience, he says, grimacing a bit. Well, you've all dipped a toe in the world of pros, unfortunately. But I think experiencing the activities of pros firsthand will be more fruitful training than before. And 'cause of that, we need hero names, huh? Sato surmises, turning to Uraraka when she raises her fists in excitement. Things have gotten fun all of the sudden, she says, a large smile on her face. Of course, placeholder names are fine too, but something appropriate. Because if not, it'll be hell from there. Midnight interrupts Aizawa from the classroom entrance. The names you pick now, the names you come to be known by the world as now, in many cases, they stay that way after becoming pros. Well, she is correct, Aizawa says, pulling out his emergency sleeping bag and taking a seat in the corner of the class. I'll be having Ms. Midnight evaluate your naming sense since I definitely can't. Midnight gives the class 30 minutes to come up with their hero code names. And as his classmates work, small groups begin to form. Katsuki stares at his blank dry erase board lying on his desk. He does not quite know how to feel. While his class is animatedly going through possible names, he should roll his eyes. Be indifferent. He has a hero code name. Technically, he has 2 hero code names, but he has yet to accept the second one. He does not need to formulate his code name because it already exists, will exist. But the swirl of doubt in his stomach makes him pause. With all of the bullshit he has caused, does his current self live up to his pro-hero name? Live up to Dynamite, the symbol of victory. Was it a victory when Himari Takahashi lost her ability to walk? When he let his teacher take his pain during a villain attack? The same teacher who told him his judgment was wrong. When he almost screwed over his future when Kamui Woods tried to apprehend him? Was it a victory when a frightened kid asked him to stay, looked to him for comfort from a traumatic experience, and Katsuki could not grant that wish? The decisions he made so surely in the future make him pause now. And this pause, this stutter of doubt in his actions, makes him wonder if he can be the man he was before. As his classmates excitedly decide on names that will go down in history, Katsuki sits at his desk, quiet. A chair slams onto the tile in front of his desk. Hey, bro, want to work together? Kirishima asks, but he sits down regardless of Katsuki's response. Didn't think this was a group exercise, Katsuki responds, blinking his worries to the back of his mind. Yeah, but it can be fun to bounce ideas off of each other, Kirishima says. A sheepish smile worms its way onto his face as he rubs the back of his neck. Well, to be honest, I've had my hero name picked out since middle school. Oh really? Yeah, Kirishima flips his filled-out board around so Katsuki can see. I'm going with Red Riot. A Crimson Riot fan, huh? Katsuki hums knowingly, and Kirishima's eyes light up. Dude, you know about Crimson Riot? He's kind of retro, so not a lot of people immediately think of him. But he's the kind of hero image I'm aiming for. I used to know an idiot who couldn't stop talking about him, so I'm pretty well versed. Kirishima sets his board on the desk. What about you? What are you thinking for your name? Katsuki clears his throat, his voice lowering just a bit in the loud classroom. I was thinking of going with Dynamite, but I'm not sure. Not as attached to the name as I used to be. But it sounds cool. Wait, Kirishima abruptly stops talking, a sly smile on his face. Do you mean Dynamite or Dynamite? Katsuki knows what he is getting at, but he refuses to give the boy the satisfaction. Yes. Kirishima clicks his teeth, grumbling, and he snatches Katsuki's blank board. He quickly scribbles out his suggestions. The smirk returns as he flips the board around. Which one? Katsuki rolls his eyes and points to the All Might reference. Kirishima lights up, excited, and taps his fingers on the desk. Do it. Then we can be the same. I'm going to choose Red Right regardless, but then I definitely won't be the only one honoring another hero. We'll see, Katsuki says, erasing both options off of the board. After the 30 minutes are up, midnight calls for everyone to return to their seats. Each student will present their hero names to the class while she critiques them. Katsuki closes his eyes and listens to the names of heroes that persevere into the future. Names that change into something darker. Names that walk away from the field. Names that perish. Bakugou. Katsuki slowly opens his eyes at Midnight's voice. He looks down at his blank board. Yeah, that works, he says. You want to go with your family name. Midnight's. He nods once and she shrugs. Okay, it's your decision. After first PRD ends, Aizawa stops Katsuki from leaving the room. He hands him a packet of papers. I talked with Recovery Girl, and we set up Tuesday and Thursday sessions for you the week after your field internship, he says as Katsuki flips through the packet. Those are for you and your parents, so they are aware of these sessions. Schedule, initial survey, things to expect, letter from Chio, those types of things. Katsuki closes the packet with a snap. Wonderful. Aizawa looks him in the eye. I'm not punishing you, Bakugou. I also cannot force you to attend these sessions. Tell me now if I just wasted my time, his teacher says. Katsuki presses his lips together. This is not the first time a concerned teacher or mentor asked him to seek help. He is fine because he says, he knows, so. But it is possible something is a little off. No, he finally says, struggling to pull the words from his mouth. I'll do it. All right, just try to talk to her. You never know, it may be exactly what you need. And if you have any concerns, you can always come to me. I didn't know you were an option. I'm your homeroom teacher, kid. I'm always an option. Maybe I wasn't clear about that before, but you brats are always on my mind. Katsuki raises his eyebrows. Subconsciously, he knows his teacher is trying to look out for him, for all of them. However, it is different when the action is spoken into existence. He covers his nose and mouth with one hand and takes a step back. I'm allergic to the energy we've created here. Aizawa inhales deeply, pinching the bridge of his nose. Get out of my class. Izuku's POV, I don't think we're allowed to be in here, Izuku says, trailing behind Kaken as he pushes open the doors to Gym Gamma. They have never had a class inside this gym before, and he breathes a little easier seeing the vast space empty. Kaken has already been suspended. Why is he risking another punishment? Though, Izuku cannot think of another place they can practice away from prying eyes. He has yet to see a security camera or security bot loitering around or inside of the gym. Kaken glances back at him, rolling his eyes. Then why's the door unlocked? That doesn't mean we can be in here, Izuku says, shuffling through the door and internally jumping at the loud slam behind him. Do you want to test your little quirk or not? He makes a face at the patronizing wording, but he does not press further. This is the closest to kind Kaken has been in years. He should take what he can get. Although it is still amazing, weird, unsettling, that they are even holding conversations now. They even walked to school together today without breaking into a fight. Well, less of a fight and more of a one-sided display of power and hierarchy. Astonishing, really. Immediately after their last PRD, Izuku grabbed Kaken before he left, so they could finally discuss his discovery. He has been waiting all day to tell someone about this. He figured out a way to use his quirk automatically and decrease his reaction time immensely. To flip all of the switches in his head from the get-go, so he does not have to waste time directing power to a specific place. On separate occasions, Mr. Aizawa and Kaken both told him his first problem lies here. How he needs to make his quirk his before he can make it something more. And after churning their words in his head non-stop, he finally came to a solution during the second day of compulsory rest. As they warm up on the gym floor, he uses the stretching silence to explain his discovery. "Do you remember when Uncle Masaru used to take us camping?" he asks. Kaken looks up from his pike stretch, a single eyebrow raised. "No." "Oh," Izuku says, wetting his dry lips. He sucks in a quick breath. "Well, he did. We were like, 6. You might have been 7. I actually dreamt about it the other day. Actually, it was more like a nightmare because you turned into a 12-foot bear that spit grenades and tried to maul me, but that's beside the point. I figured out my problem because I remembered those trips. Because I'm a marshmallow." Izuku beams triumphantly, looking expectantly at the other boy, but the expression on Kaken's face makes him falter. The slightly vacant expression where Kaken's eyebrows do not quite bunch together, his eyes squint a bit, and his mouth sits ajar as if he wants to speak but not even his words know what is happening. Wait, he did not explain that well. Okay, let me backtrack. So, you remember how we roasted marshmallows over the fire every night, right? Oh no, you don't remember. Well, we did. And Uncle Masaru taught us how to rotate the marshmallow slow enough to evenly crisp the outside of it. You kept stealing my marshmallows because you kept burning yours on one side. If you're wondering, that's when you turned into a raging bear and attacked everyone in my dream. He chuckles nervously, swallowing thickly under Kaken's intense stare. Izuku screams internally. They can hold conversations now. He mocks himself in his head. Not when he cannot speak like a normal person. He stares at his shaking right hand, willing the appendage to stop. Anyways, I'm the marshmallow. I've been using my power unevenly like your burnt marshmallows. Trying to push my power into my arm or leg takes too long because I first need to think about pulling the power out and sending it to that limb. And then I hurt myself because it's too much too fast. I burn myself. But if I start out by evenly distributing my quirk throughout my whole body, like my evenly roasted marshmallows, then I can move more naturally. I can move faster and finally use this quirk like it's my own. That's my solution, he finishes, standing up and shaking out his wrists. That camping trip when he was 6 years old was the last trip Uncle Masaru ever took him on. He's unsure if Uncle Masaru and Kaken ever continued the trips without him, but Izuku did miss them. Kaken was a tyrant on the best of days, regardless of whether Izuku was labeled quirkless or not. However, Izuku is not sure the boy realizes he matches the energy of the people around him. Without the usual audience behind him, and with his dad smoothing the air between them, Kaken was more subdued. His laugh was less sinister, his smile more genuine, his walls raised. Izuku did not really get it at the tender age of 6, but he did know those trips were always really fun. And bittersweet when the return to normalcy arrived. Kaken cracks his knuckles in the quiet after his explanation. There is a small, pensive frown on his face. My marshmallows were not that bad, he says. Of all the responses Izuku expected, that was not one of them. They always caught on fire. You completely burnt one side every time, he points out. Maybe I like them that way. Then why'd you keep stealing mine? Are we going to do this or not? He finally snaps, crossing his arms. And Izuku has to cover his mouth to stop the laugh bubbling in his throat. Note to self, this Kaken likes to change the subject when he is losing a verbal argument. Izuku might not understand his childhood friend as well as before, but he can learn again. He has filled several notebooks with analyses on quirks and pro-heroes, so research is nothing new to him. Actually, the day after the villain attack, he should have started a new notebook on Kaken. Recorded the changes and similarities in his childhood friend. He will do that now. Because he does not believe Kaken, no matter how many times he says nothing happened. No matter how many times he says he is fine. What is with his friends? Not just Kaken, but Ida as well. No one seems okay. He grimaces. No duh, Izuku. Why would Ida be all right after learning his brother was hospitalized? Izuku only heard about what happened to Ingenium on the news after the sports festival. While in pursuit of a criminal, out of nowhere, a villain who murdered 17 heroes and crippled 23 beyond the point of recovery attacked him. The hero killer. And Ida had not said a single word about it. He only reassured Izuku he was fine. Izuku wants to punch the word, fine, so his friends can never use it again. Banish it to the abyss. A small explosion erupts from the palm of Kaken's hand. His foot taps the ground impatiently. Get out of your shitty head already, he snaps. I don't have all day. Sorry, Izuku apologizes impulsively. He closes his eyes and tries to concentrate. The heat, the raw power, that he transferred to a single body part before. He holds the image of carrying this heat uniformly across his whole body. Steadily. At all times. His knees jerk at the shift in his power. It is like lightning striking his spine. The energy buzzes under his skin, barely contained. It runs through his fingertips, irritating his scars. One for all. 5%. Full cowling. When he opens his eyes again, he is met with a ferocious and toothy grin. Finally, Kaken says in a laugh. He cracks his knuckles. Now, we're getting somewhere. It's working, Izuku says through gritted teeth. He curls his fingers into fists. Can you move? I don't know. Only one way to find out, Kaken says. Izuku does not like the poorly veiled enthusiasm in his voice. He hears the explosions before he registers the movement. Kaken flies forward, the grin on his face sharpens, his eyes widening in excitement. He propels his body into a flip, gaining momentum, and aims a tornado kick at Izuku's face. In a panic, Izuku puts his all into dodging. He recoils at the rush of power to his legs, his bones creaking under the weight, and his body lurches to the left. He barely shoots his hands out in time, catching himself as he slams into the gym wall. Behind you, idiot! Izuku flinches at the warning shout. He ducks, narrowly missing an explosion to his head. Stop aiming for his head. He sweeps his leg, trying to knock Kaken off of his feet, but he forces the boy back instead. Using the movement in his favor, he jumps up and sprints forward. He pulls his fist back. Jade lightning gathers and sparks haphazardly around his arm, and he throws a punch at Kaken's face. He swears he hears a snort. Kaken times his explosions perfectly, shifting backwards and moving in sync with Izuku's fist. Kaken hastily grabs his extended arm and flips Izuku onto his back. As he slams into the ground, One for All snaps off completely. The spell breaks. Izuku puffs out a heavy breath, staring up at the ceiling. Frustration wells deep in his stomach. The itch of disappointment causes his fingers to twitch. An extended hand obscures his vision. For a first try, you weren't terrible, Kaken admits, reluctantly. Izuku grabs his hand and stumbles upon shaky feet. He looks down at his hands, and a frown pinches his face. DMN it, he curses to himself. It's tough just keeping it going. How am I supposed to fight and keep it up at the same time? And I underestimated how much speed I gained too. I'm nowhere near. A hand smacks the back of his head, forcing him to stumble forward again. That was your first try. You reacted fine. You just need practice. Quit the self-depreciation, and let's go again. He rubs the back of his head, looking at the floor. His speed at 5% did not faze Kaken at all. Regardless of how predictable his punch was, the speed of it should have at least surprised the other. Your instincts are amazing, Kaken, Izuku says. Kaken huffs, rolling his eyes. I got my butt beat by far worse speed than that, he says, wiping his hands on his shirt. I'm nowhere near fast enough, but your current self isn't going to trip me up. That's for sure. Ooh, the gym doors burst open. Izuku whips his head towards the entrance, a feeling of dread filling him at the thought of them being caught for using the gym without permission. Instead, he watches All Might rush through the doors. His hands grip his knees as he catches his breath. I am here. All Might wheezes. Looking for you, young Midoriya. A nomination. You received a nomination. Katsuki's Pivich, so, I actually, yep. Over a year ago. Yep. You saw the whole thing. From the motherfucking bushes, Oh my, All Might says, almost breathless. He rubs his hands over his face before propping up his head, elbows digging into his knees. Thank you, young Bakugou, for keeping this secret to yourself all this time. It is pertinent the knowledge of one for all stays between a select few. I don't have any problems keeping my mouth shut, Katsuki replies, averting his eyes from the man's embarrassed demeanor. But I want in on this little club. If it's a power inherited from the greatest hero, it must be important. And with what I've seen so far, the nerd needs all the help he can get. I'm right here, you know, Midoriya mutters under his breath. All Might nearly blew the gym doors off their hinges, trying to relay the news. Midoriya received a nomination from All Might's old homeroom teacher, Gran Torino. Katsuki had never seen the man sweat so profusely or shake so violently just from recalling the old days with his teacher. But all of that had to be put on hold to address the elephant in the room. Katsuki. Now they sit in a small meeting room in Yui. A long coffee table separates two stiff couches with All Might on one side and his students on the other. All Might nods. Slowly, more to himself than either of his students. As much as I hate to burden you with keeping this secret, he says, turning to Midoriya, having a friend your age who understands your situation can help further your progress. You're right, Midoriya agrees. So, Katsuki draws out the word, rubbing his hands on his pants. Why is this quirk so important? What's the deal with one for all? He needs to keep up appearances. To All Might and Midoriya, he is operating on limited knowledge of this quirk. It is passed down between predecessor and successor. It enhances strength and speed. It manifests differently from user to user. That is all he is supposed to know. Even the last tidbit of information may be pushing it. But he remembers how Izuku griped sometimes about how strong it was learning about one for all and all for one from All Might. The man held the information tight to his st, only delving bits and pieces when the time was right. Though Izuku also tended to backtrack every complaint, no matter how minor, feeling guilty for bad-mouthing the man. Katsuki wonders if he can move that learning process along a bit faster. He grips his knees. Anything he can do to speed up Midoriya's progress is crucial. You both probably discuss this quirk all the time. I want to catch up. That's all, Katsuki lies. Actually, I never asked, Midoriya admits, guiltily. I was so hung up on trying to answer it, I never asked about its origins. Sorry, All Might, I am very interested in the history of one for all. I just had a bit of tunnel vision. All Might swallows thickly. Two pairs of eyes look at him expectantly, drinking in the change in his demeanor. The straightening of his back. The serious air draping over his shoulders. It's a special quirk, as you know, and the same goes for its origin. All Might begins. One for all is derived from a separate quirk which has existed since the beginning. He pauses in his explanation, clasping his hands together in an almost meticulous manner. All for one, he says. It robs others of their quirks and renders them the users. It's a quirk that can also grant these quirks to others. All for one, Midoriya tests out the name. It's just like it sounds. All Might lowers his head to stare at his clasped hands. It started during the dawn of the quirk phenomenon when society had yet to adapt to the shift. There was a time when the norm for what it meant to be human suddenly crumbled away. That's all it took. All Might explains in a low voice the spiral and downfall of civilization. How an age of upheaval grew from the raised rubble, and how one man rose to the top. A man who stole people's quirks and, through his overwhelming power, spread his influence. He dealt in people, pawns to him, and piled up malicious deeds to his satisfaction, taking control of Japan in the blink of an eye. I see the rumors all the time on the internet, but I thought it was fiction. I mean, it's not in any of our textbooks, Midoriya says. All Might smiles humorlessly at his inquiry. The dealings of underworld thugs and yakuza don't make it into textbooks. People with power want a place they can use it, after all, he says. But how is this connected to the story of One for All? Midoriya asks. I told you, didn't I? All Might says. Either he placed his trust in those granted quirks, or they were meant to make them submit to his oppression. However, the bodies of those whom he granted quirks couldn't handle the strain, and many of them became virtual dolls without speech. Just like Nomu, Katsuki interrupts, the words leaving his mouth like honey dripping from a spoon. Midoriya recoils at the statement. He glances at Katsuki, who refuses to return the probing stare. All Might nods. Yes. But there are also special cases. Ones who were granted quirks that mutated and blended together. He speaks of the man's quirkless little brother. The small and frail little brother who harbored a strong sense of justice, and how the brother was opposed to actions of the man. And yet, the man forced a quirk that stockpiles power upon his little brother. Whether this gift was out of kindness or to bend him to his will, it is unknown. However, the little brother who was thought to be quirkless did possess one prior. Neither he nor anyone around him ever never noticed the meaningless quirk that could only grant itself to another. And so, the quirk to stockpile power and the quirk that could pass itself on merged together. That is the origin of One for All Might explains. It's pretty ironic. How justice is always born from the bowels of evil. Midoriya waves his hands in front of his body. Wait, hold on, I understand how One for All was created, but about that bad guy from so long ago, how can he still be alive? He can steal quirks, Katsuki answers. His voice still feels sluggish, his lips like cement. Keep up, will you? He digs his nails into his knees. Funnily enough, the pinpricks of pain in his knees make him think of the splatter of thumbtack holes on the walls of his future studio apartment. The memory feels like it is nudging him from the conversation, nudging him from the present. He applies more pressure to his knees. He is supposed to be listening, not daydreaming. All Might looks at him cautiously. Right, so anything goes, including a quirk that stops or slows his aging, he says. The man is a symbol of evil. A symbol that will live on indefinitely. The gap of power between the man and his brother was enormous, and the state of society at the time only worsened. The brother who suffered defeat decided to entrust it to the next generation. Though he could not defeat the man, his power would accumulate little by little, predecessor to successor, and it would someday become able to stop this evil once and for all. And I was the successor to finally beat him. All Might exclaims, his shoulders sagging a bit. Or so I thought. But he's still alive and on the move once again. This time as the brain behind the villain alliance. One for All is the power handed down through generations to defeat All for One. And you, too, might have to confront that man, that great evil, in a final showdown, All Might says. Midoriya's hands interlock together as predecessor and successor stare at each other. The snowballing revelation of One for All and All for One thickens the air. All Might almost looks guilty for speaking, as if he said too much too fast. But before he can open his mouth, Midoriya stands up. Whatever you task me with, I'll answer to your call, All Might, Midoriya declares, clenching his hands into fists. As long as you're with me, I can do anything. I can feel it. I know it's true. The distraught expression on All Might's face, the unsaid words sticking to his throat that can destroy his pupil, it haunts Katsuki. This talk of fallen societies and immortal symbols. Of evil that will not die. He screws his mouth into a scowl, but every action still feels so lethargic. And every blink feels like a fist banging on a door. Katsuki did not attend All Might's funeral. He did not keep up with the newsreels or the special televised events. He avoided the media attempts at preserving a fallen symbol subjected to intense public criticism during a perilous time. But he did not visit the man's grave. And he never would have if not for Izuku asking him, in withered words, to accompany him to the secluded area years later. It turned out neither of them could bear seeing the single headstone alone. But Katsuki stares at the deteriorating man in front of him. The soul-sucking stress of One for All gripping his shoulders. How can he keep up appearances that everything will be all right? How can he preserve the admiration and determination this boy feels when he may not live to see the fruits of those feelings? To see the poisonous juices that run from that golden fruit. But All Might was not there to see the deeper consequences of picking up the mantle. All Might was not there, but Katsuki was. Even when the two of them were several thousand miles apart, he still saw. And the more All Might holds back, the more frustrated Katsuki become with the man. He wants to scream at him, to tell him to rip the diamond band-aid off already. But his thoughts stop him every time. Because how can Katsuki judge when he cannot bring himself to tell just one person the secrets he holds close to his tea? In fear of telling the wrong person and screwing everything up. He is no teacher. And he is SHT at supporting people. What even is the right way to do any of this? But someone bangs on his door 4 times. Katsuki is a light sleeper. 1 knock does the trick, but 4 sturdy thumps let him know who is at the door. He is not surprised to see Izuku standing at his door. He is surprised to see him barefoot. I dreamt about it again. Katsuki does not need to ask what the dream was about. He moves to the side to let him in. Izuku keeps his head down as he sluggishly passes Katsuki at the entrance. Coffee, he asks. The tea makes you tired. Yeah. Did you break anything when you woke up? Yeah. My furniture isn't suffering your nightmares. You get coffee. Okay. Katsuki gestures to the couch, watching Izuku shuffle to it as he starts his coffee maker. The young man sits down silently. He snatches the large, weighted blanket and wraps it around his body like he has done many times before, burrowing himself in the material. If you sit like that, you're going to feel it in your knees later. Izuku does not answer, nor does he move. Katsuki waits for the dark liquid to finish dripping into the forest green mug, adding a splash of milk and 2 teaspoons of sugar. Here, he says, shoving the steaming mug in Izuku's face. He crashes onto the couch next to him, rubbing his palms into his eyes to wipe away the drowsiness. He stares past the television and at the undecorated wall. There are several tiny holes splattered across the wall, left there from the previous tenant. He has not lived in this apartment long. Has it been a year already? A year since the both of them returned to Japan. Katsuki still remembers the first phone call between the United States and India, the silent words and shaky breathing and barely contained whimpers. How weird and daunting it was. And now, solace seized through phone calls morphed into physical visits. He hates it. Katsuki counts the holes, listening to Izuku softly blow on the drink and slurp. It's your turn, Izuku says in a quiet voice. He kept saying, now, it's your turn, in that condescending voice of his, pointing at me from beyond a big screen. But my body wasn't there, I was just a husk of myself. Layers of blood-stained and dirty cloth, cobbled together into my hero costume. But I wasn't inside. It was me, but I wasn't there. There is a cloying eeriness to Izuku when he remembers his war against All for One. A chilly demeanor that almost makes Katsuki shudder. Makes the strands of hair on the back of his neck stand up. And Katsuki should never feel on edge around Izuku of all people. But it is there. Like a faint warning bell ringing in the back of his mind. A reminder that the scars Izuku endured sink deeper than his skin. A reminder that something ugly and twisted lurks just beyond his cloudy, green eyes. He hates it. My greatest fear, I realized it then. When All for One tried to blow up me and the pro-heroes. When I split away from them. From All Might. Did you know that? Katsuki zones in on one pinprick hole on his wall. A minuscule, black dot in a sea of aged beige paint. He focuses on the dot because if he focuses on Izuku's words, he will remember how he was uselessly sitting in a hospital bed while Izuku had to pull an entire country out of hell. And by the time he caught up, it was too late. Stop thinking about it, Katsuki says hastily, unsure if the demand is directed towards Izuku or himself. If they stop thinking about it, it will go away. It always goes away if he wills strong enough. But a constant reminder will foil his remedy. Do you want to know what it is? My fear. No, Katsuki says with more force than necessary. A sharp cut of rejection made in self-defense. I think a new season of Slugger came out. I haven't watched it. He reaches for the remote. I'm turning it on. Okay, Izuku says. His voice is frigid. He hates that he wonders how Izuku is doing in the future. Hates that he sees the stark differences in the boy just starting out and the man he becomes. Of course, he wants to prevent a war from breaking out, wants to prevent Japan from sinking into another broken society. But the reason he confronted Ida and Uraraka about their intentions of friendship, the reason he inserted himself in Midoriya's relationship with his idol, because Katsuki cannot sit around and uselessly watch Midoriya break a second time around. He cannot force himself to forget the memories so intertwined with his emotions. He cannot run away to another country because the shame would not stop beating his back. He will change fate. Gran Torino. Was he compelled to nominate you because my guidance is lacking? The thought of him taking up his hero name just to nominate you is terrifying. All Might's petrified voice shocks him from his thoughts like a bucket of ice water. Katsuki's eyes flutter for a moment, the banging noises recede and the memory that felt so real disappears. All that is left is the unnerving feeling of being on edge. He slowly looks to the other two people in the room. The conversation somehow shifted back to Midoriya's field internship sponsor. He unclamps stiff fingers from his knees, rubbing sweaty hands on his pants before crossing his arms. Thank F All Might and Midoriya get stuck in their own little world quite easily. It does not look like they even noticed his slip in the discussion. Katsuki watches All Might's antsy nerves infect Midoriya, both of them quivering in fearful anticipation of the field internship. Sounds like a stand-up guy, he says, his voice sounding normal again. All Might visibly swallows. Yes, although it's still my duty to train you. Since you were nominated, you should go learn what you can from him, young Midoriya. Internship Day 1, Monday, you are 5 minutes early, Best Jeanist notes as Katsuki walks through the front door of the genius office with his hero uniform case and his rolling suitcase. To be early is to be on time, and to be on time is to be late. Punctuality is an important aspect of becoming a proper hero. Katsuki is surprised Best Jeanist never plastered his famously overused words, to be early is to be on time, on a wall. They were rarely directed at him, but Kami received them several times for her tardiness. Frankly, Katsuki shares the same sentiment as Best Jeanist. He tends to arrive at least 15 minutes earlier than necessary, but Aizawa's announcements this morning held him up. I wasn't going to be late on my first day, he says, biting back the profanity he typically uttered. When he visited Best Jeanist berated him on the way he degrades the Japanese language with his tongue. He hopes he can get in the man's good graces fast enough, so he does not need to hold his DM tongue anymore. Best Jeanist hums at his answer, turning and motioning for him to follow. We have a quaint dorm set up on the 3rd floor for my sidekicks who wish to use it. You will take one of the bedrooms there for the duration of your internship. There is a full kitchen available, so you may make your own meals, or you may visit the many shops in the area. Regardless of your choice, I will provide you with a food allowance. The two of them take the elevator to the 3rd floor of the building. Best Jeanist's hands are clasped behind his back the entire time. They step out into a spacious commons with a kitchen and living area. The bathrooms are located to the right, and 5 dorm rooms are to the left. Katsuki is given a keycard to room 5. Best Jeanist gives him time to drop off his luggage and change into his hero uniform, waiting by the large glass windows. By the time Katsuki closes the bedroom door behind him, pocketing the keycard, Best Jeanist is gazing at the shopping district across the street of the hero agency. He does not turn around. I do not need to remind you how your attitude has consequences. I believe I got my point across during our little meeting, he says. From your attitude the first day we met to your unruly comments during the UE Sports Festival, you cannot expect to be a proper hero with the way you carry yourself. Through this internship, I will show you how a top hero should act in the eyes of the public. Best Jeanist turns in his direction. And in his hands is a paddle brush. Katsuki recoils. No. His boss takes a step towards him. Katsuki takes a step back. A proper hero must tighten up both mind and body. And we will start with your hair. Don't come anywhere near my head, he warns. He inherited the bomb of blonde that sits atop his head from his lovely mother. And neither of them has managed to use a brush like that without breaking it. That offending tool will only rip his hair out. Do not test his hair. Besides, it is near impossible to tame it. At least his mother manages to make the explosion on the top of her head a fashion statement. A fleeting wave of déjà vu washes over him at the familiarity of this situation. It will only take a second. Then, you will be fitted for my signature jeans, and you will join me and observe a genius-level patrol. No, it won't take a second, Katsuki hisses, quickly forgetting his profanity rule. He takes as many steps backwards as best jeanist takes forward. A wall finds his back. I'll lose enough hair to make a wig by the time you get whatever you want. I'll wear the shitty jeans, but you're not brushing my hair. I'll blow it up, I swear. They stare at each other. Best jeanist raises the brush, and Katsuki presses against the wall as if he can phase through it. The amusement in his boss eyes annoys him to his core. But with amusement comes compromise. All right, Bakugou, you don't need to look so scared. For now, no brush. Best jeanist relents, pocketing the brush. Ryoko, our receptionist, will take your measurements for your jeans on the first floor. He was not scared. Although the light blue, straight-cut jeans are a bit restricting, Katsuki can at least walk. Ryoko was not given the same liberties as she waddled around him to take his measurements. Katsuki walks next to best jeanist as they head down the sidewalk. This patrol route loops around the shopping district and to a neighboring community park. It is the shortest patrol he has ever been on, and Katsuki wonders if best jeanist altered the route because of him. As they enter the shopping district with people flitting around trendy stores, they attract the eyes of enamored fans. Well, best jeanist does. The man walks like a model. His long and graceful strides, his perfect posture, they garner the attention of raised cell phones and excited gasps. He is an expert at determining how much interaction with civilians is necessary to appease their interest without having to engage every single one of them. A wave here. An autograph there. And Katsuki is left taking pictures for brave groups of friends and families who ask to pose with the popular hero. You see, Bakugou, you will be judged in the eyes of the public for every action you make, best jeanist says to him as he waves at a gaggle of giggling middle-aged women. From patrolling as a hero to enjoying a day off as a civilian, nothing you do will go unnoticed. How you act, how you present yourself, is important to gain the trust of the people. I'm not a dancing monkey, Katsuki mutters. But is he sure about that? Granted, when he was physically in his late 20s, less people fawned over heroes, but for certain ones, there was always a spark of interest in their eyes no matter what atrocities occurred over a decade ago. The occasional head nod or ruffling of an infatuated child's hair was not a problem when he was on patrol. People understood to leave him the F alone, whispering and taking pictures from afar. They especially knew to avoid him like the plague when he was off duty on those rare days of rest. However, he was not able to evade all the events the genius public relations department shoved in his direction. Usually, best jeanist would cover them for him as the official figurehead of the agency while Katsuki got to do what he does best. Unfortunately, the department learned Kami could wear him down. He hears a soft huff. The signature quiet laugh of his boss. I hope not. A dancing monkey is ungraceful. However, it is difficult to save someone who is scared of you or holds certain biases against you. And it will be difficult for you to join any hero agency if all they see is your horrible attitude, best jeanist says. I'm sure my actions will speak louder than my words, Katsuki counters. Best jeanist hums at that. Words are not as quiet as you think. There is a power in speech far greater than what a simple brawl can accomplish. A power that can command a room or stop a war. That can poison or cure a mind. That can garner one's trust for a lifetime. On the other hand, if you yap on too much, your words will turn against you. If you lie too much, you will fail to convince. If you constantly speak baseless insults and profanities, people will stop listening. Katsuki stays quiet this time. The familiarity of his boss' words swirls in his body. It is not the first time they have had this sort of conversation. Best jeanist has told him time and time again to watch his words, to think before he speaks. And he does, for the most part. Unless someone pisses him off spectacularly, then it is open season. He cannot be held responsible for his disappearing brain-to-mouth filter if the person deserves it. Reminiscing over the years, he is much more succinct with his speech. Less barking Pomeranian. As he has said before, yelling all the time is exhausting. No one has time for frequent screaming matches. But his boss is not going to see that from the limited evidence he has stacked against Katsuki. Oh wow. Best jeanist in the flesh, someone exclaims, popping up in front of the pair. A young man with a scruffy beard and a collared shirt stands before them. He has a voice recorder in his hands and a lanyard around his neck, dangling some sort of identification card. Reporter. What luck? I was just finishing a story on the pancake shop over there. This isn't my area, but my colleague would skewer me if I didn't give her some interview about the case she's covering. I'd love to ask you some questions about the human trafficking investigation if you've got the time. Katsuki perks up at his words. He read a bit about the investigation online. The Mizudafu Tribune ran a short piece after he stopped the van, highlighting some speculations of their own as well as the investigation the police and Best Jeanist are conducting. Tokyo News picked it up as well. Best Jeanist has not mentioned the case at all since Katsuki arrived, and that is frustrating. He would rather work on that instead of fixing his oh-so-horrible attitude. The Mizudafu police and I will be holding a short press conference tomorrow on the case. However, I can answer a few questions now, Best Jeanist comments. Great. I am Koki Watanabe with the Tokyo News. Sorry, sometimes I forget to introduce myself, Watanabe says. Would you mind if I recorded this conversation? Not at all. Please go ahead. Thank you. My first question is the one on everyone's minds. It's been a couple of weeks since the investigation began. When can we expect this human trafficking ring to be eradicated? Well, investigations of this caliber require time and patience. We need to be meticulous in our approach to apprehend every last trafficker. We gathered a team of experts and specialists to curate an appropriate plan of action and victim recovery. With this plan, we established a few leads. We understand how nerve-wracking this new threat may seem to the public, but we ask that you stay vigilant and report any information you may have to the Mizudafu police hotline. Translation: the investigation is at a standstill, and they are scrambling for new information. Katsuki holds back a scoff. The reporter nods quickly, persuaded by his boss' calm words. Katsuki is fluent in Best Jeanist bullshit. Their current leads must be hitting a wall. But he doubts he will get any real information about the investigation through the news, this impromptu interview, or the press conference tomorrow. The police are not going to give away crucial information on national television. They are going to reassure the public they have everything under control while the traffickers laugh behind a screen. Thank you. My second question is related to the scope of this operation. Is the human trafficking ring only in the city of Mizudafu? I am interested in whether residents of other prefectures should be worried as well, Watanabe speculates. We have not found any evidence of trafficking outside of Mizudafu. However, we cannot rule out the possibility of nearby cities in other prefectures fall victim to this ring, Best Jeanist answers. Makes sense. My third question is related to the social media buzz. Many people believe the Vigilante, Ground Zero, should be a part of the investigation. What are your thoughts? Best Jeanist furrows his eyebrows. While we are grateful the trafficking ring was brought to light through the actions of this Vigilante, his participation in this case is not up for discussion. His very existence is another illegal operation, that of an unlicensed or fake hero. However, if he has any information about the ring, he should come forward either in person or through the hotline. Translation: that Vigilante can F off or be detained. Katsuki doubts Best Jeanist is thrilled a Vigilante made the news headlines or that one is strangely popular with the people. It goes against his morals on what a proper hero should be. Katsuki looks away, letting the interview travel to other ways the public can get involved to Best Jeanist's experience with cases like these in the past. Eventually, they part ways with the satisfied reporter and continue on patrol through the shopping district. So, where exactly are you stuck? Katsuki asks. I don't follow. Katsuki huffs. You didn't answer that reporter's first question about the investigation. What leads did you follow and what didn't work? Was it the license plate on the van? Are the kidnappers not talking? Best Jeanist stops walking to look at him head-on. His eyes crinkle. I am glad you are taking an interest in investigative work, however, you do not need to concern yourself with this case. These 3 days will be spent improving how you carry yourself and your image as a hero in training, he says. He taps Katsuki's back with his fingers. Speaking of which, you slouch when you stand. And stop stomping the ground as you walk. Katsuki narrows his eyes, but he straightens his back. He was barely slouching. I think this internship would be better spent working on the case. And that is why I am here to guide you. The way you think is wrong. Katsuki is going to pop a BLD vessel with this best genist. The rest of the day is spent in a genius intra-agency meeting room. His boss lectures about fixing his speech, his posture, and his facial expressions. They work on brainstorming and creating his brand as a hero, some squeaky clean, disgustingly proper hero. And he tries to attack him with that brush again. Katsuki explodes the DMN thing as he swore he would do. That earned him another lecture. Katsuki is unsure if he can play this excruciating game with his boss again. Best genist, and he butted heads on a lot of topics, but at the end of it all, Katsuki's frustration was worth it. He came out a better hero, and best genist a better mentor. Compromise was always like a tug of war between them until one of them gave in or the ropes snapped at the middle. But the harder each of them tugged, the clearer their reasons for disagreeing became. The clearer the holes in either of their opinions became. Katsuki sits back against the headboard of his bed, scrolling on his phone. He decided to take a break from his nightly activities during his field internship in favor of putting all of his focus in building these relationships with his future mentors. Getting caught by his boss would not look good. However, without carrying out his night patrols, he is at a loss for what he should do to pass the time. A fleeting thought tells him normal people would recommend sleep. He does sleep. He is much better now than when he first returned to the past. When he sneaks out at night, depending on the crimes that occurred, he usually returns home early enough to snag a 2 or 3 hour nap. And when he had that stupid removable boot on his foot, he could do nothing but sit around, spend time with his parents, and sleep. As always, the price of extended rest was exhaustion and soreness shoved through his stiff bones to his twisted muscles. Annoying. And he is not unreasonable. He takes Sundays off, something he never did as a pro hero. But he is not getting used to slipping in bed by 9 p.m. Katsuki's phone vibrates as another group chat notification pops up on his screen. He sighs. Not only has he been ignoring the group chat Ashido, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Siro roped him into over a month ago, he has been refusing to eat lunch with them as well. It is too weird. He assumed they would have kicked him out of the chat or Kirishima would have given up trying to talk to him by now. Apparently, Kirishima's stubbornness is unrivaled in any time PRD. If he is bored enough to check that stupid chat. Electric Slide changed the chat room name to It's illegal for heroes to look this good. Electric Slide. Hayu. What was everyone's first day like? Electric Slide. ND, who are you with? I only know Kiri's internship agency. Electric Slide. I'm with. Enchanting hero Desiree, smiley face flex tape. Bro, I told you I'm with Mr. Brave. Electric Slide, Riot forgot School of Rock. I'm with the chivalrous hero, fourth kind. He's really strict but really manly. And you'll never guess who's here with me. School of Rock sent a picture to the chat flex tape. Hey, it's your 1B clone School of Rock, Tetsu. He's a fun guy when you get to know him. Dancing Queen. I'm with Sting hero Yellow Jacket. Dancing Queen. She loves my style. Flex tape. I was wondering what was wrong with her, but your styles are really similar. Dancing Queen. My style is amazing. You hate her. School of Rock. She's cool. What did you guys do? Dancing Queen. We went on patrol and went through a market and there was so much good food. OMG, the crepes were amazing and so were the donuts and the froyo. I can't wait for patrol tomorrow. Electric Slide. All you did was eat. Dancing Queen. I ate for the sake of justice. Dancing Queen. Stop attacking me. Dancing Queen. What did you even do? Cammy. Electric Slide. Helped stop a robber like a real hero. Indeed, Desiree praised me. Her whole agency is in love with me. BC im awesome 8 carat. School of Rocket roast me harder. What did you do today? Flex tape. Ow, Kirishima, he's not going to answer. Electric Slide. Dude, give up already. He totally hates us. Dancing Queen. He's probably all tuckered out in bed like the good little schoolboy he is. You see how diligent he is in class. I'ma swipe his notes one day. Roast me harder. F you. Electric Slide. Oiti. Dancing Queen. He lives. Electric Slide. It's just Ivy. Flex tape. Insult him and he appears. Good to know. Carrot. Electric Slide. Shut up, Siro, or he'll show up. ND, stab you in you or sleep. Flex tape. I'd like to see him try. Roast me harder. All right. Flex tape. Wait, no. Flex tape. Bakugou, I'm joking, School of Rock. Where even are you, Bakugou? Roast me harder, Tokyo. Dancing Queen. You better give us more than that electric slide. Dude, you never talk to us. Come and roast me harder, Genius Office. Flex tape. Are you kidding me, Flex tape? How TF, Dancing Queen? If I tell you my pants size, can you get me Genius boot cut jeans, Dancing Queen? Please, electric slide. Wait, Genius Office like number 4 hero, best Genius Office, School of Rock? Awesome. What's he like? Roast me harder, a proper butt. School of Rock. That's rough. Fourth kind is intense too, but I'm learning. Roast me harder. I didn't say I was learning. I said he was in butt. Dancing Queen. Bakugou, get me jeans please, Dancing Queen. I am super serious right now. Bakugou babe, I will spam your notifications, roast me harder, don't. I'll see what I can do, Ashido. Dancing Queen. Yay, smiley face. Internship day 2. Oh. There he is, one of Best Genius sidekicks remarks as Katsuki emerges from his room in the early morning. Good morning, boo, they say in such perfect unison, it is unnerving. Katsuki blearily looks at the 3 sidekicks eating breakfast together at one of the long tables in the commons area. He rubs his eyes with the palms of his hands, trying to massage away the heaviness a long rest assaults him with. The grinning faces around the table irritate his morning mood, so he trudges to the bathroom and ignores their prodding eyes. They do not whisper as quietly as they think. He's slouching again. Best Genist isn't going to like that. He forgot his manners too. I can't believe Best Genist let him stay with that hair. It's so wild. You've got your work cut out for you today, huh, Blazer? I'm not dealing with that. The bathroom door slams behind him, cutting off the rest of their conversation. He did not think about having to share a space with other people. Yes, Katsuki lives with his parents, but he usually wakes up earlier than the both of them, giving him at least an hour in the mornings to himself. That hour is a crucial step in waking up on the right side of the bed. And it contains no unnecessary yapping from extras. And yet, he realizes how much of an influence Best Genist had on his early morning schedule since everyone in this building is already up and about at 5 in the morning. By the time Katsuki finishes getting ready and eating breakfast, the sidekicks have disappeared from the commons area except for one. That Blazer guy, he assumes. Best Genist is quite busy today, so he tasked me, his best sidekick, with teaching you the ways of a proper hero, Blazer explains, smoothing his blonde hair to the side and fixing the blue bandana around his neck. I'm sure you came here looking for a fight, but not everything a proper hero does is fighting treacherous villains. Sometimes it's desk work. Sometimes it's organizing information for our boss. That's what you're going to do today. Katsuki takes in the proud stance of this man. The puff of his itzy. It is cute how he tries to assert his authority. Look how happy he is with himself for using those flowery words to say that he has no idea how to take an intern under his wing. Or how to handle Katsuki. Katsuki smiles. Blazer takes a step back. Katsuki can only imagine how unnerving the quirk of his mouth can look when it clashes with the intensity of his eyes. He shrugs. I don't hold anything against Genist being busy. I was told before this internship started that this could happen. But you're a different story, Katsuki says, walking up to the startled extra until they are face to face. His voice rumbles in his throat. You don't get to bullshit me and tell me it's for my own good. Blazer stammers over his response as if trying to calm a rabid dog. A so-called pro sweating bullets because of a 16-year-old intern. I wasn't. You weren't dealing with that, right? That's not what I actually meant was. Quit bumbling. I'm F with you, Mr. Best Sidekick, Katsuki says, a litheness to his voice. Besides, he would rather have desk duty than have to listen to this guy drone on about being a proper hero. He pats the top of Blazer's head patronizingly, his lip curling in disgust at the feeling of gel on his fingers. I'll do your grunt work, but I want to watch the press conference while I'm at it. Of course, not a problem. Follow me. You can use my computer and account in the lab, Blazer replies, quickly heading for the elevator. Blazer is the sidekick helping Best Genist with the human trafficking investigation. It takes Katsuki a moment to realize the data he entered were the concentrations and possible locations of the contaminants in the samples swabbed from the bottom of each of the 5 victims' shoes. Unfortunately, the data is not helpful. It seems the kidnappers took great care in wiping away all evidence of any other indicators, leaving only the dirt typically found on roads. As expected, the press conference, which was broadcasted nationally, held no real information about the investigation. It was only a means to reassure the public with a showing of capability. Katsuki has always been impressed by BGMI's ability to communicate across all types of audiences. The man is always calm and collected, regardless of the tough questions the reporters asked about the progress of the investigation. However, the matter still stands. The investigative team is having issues moving forward. Having finished his mindless desk duties in a couple of hours, Katsuki decides to explore the other information gathered by the team that Blazer had catalogued. He shakes his head, disappointed. Blazer really should encrypt confidential files like these. How the hell is this BGMI's best sidekick? In addition to exploring the shoe samples, they tried to track the owner of the van through the license plate number. But that lead came to a dead end. The owner of the plate number was an average person who, after intense interrogation, was proved to have no clue what was going on. So, the traffickers are using plate numbers of random civilians to avoid suspicion on the road and divert police attention. They probably are switching license plate numbers routinely as well. The police tried to dig up information from the captured traffickers. The first person they tried to interrogate, the driver, died during interrogation. An officer with a truth quirk attempted to pull information from him, and another quirk activated in response. It was some kind of contract-fulfilling quirk bestowed upon the man. The driver stopped breathing before he could finish a sentence. Now, the police are hesitant to interrogate the other traffickers until they figure out how to cancel this contract-fulfilling quirk. Lastly, the victims have limited information on what happened to them. Thankfully, it seems Katsuki stopped the transit to a more permanent confinement facility. The young women remembered exactly what they were doing before they were kidnapped. The tabby cat woman was purchasing a gift for her mother's birthday. The cobra woman was exercising at a yoga class. The husky woman was out for lunch. They were out during the day in well-populated areas, attending to errands and activities they had done several times before. And each of them vaguely recalled being pulled away as if in a dream state. Suddenly, the husky woman was sitting on an open bagel instead of a cafe chair. As if beckoning her, she stumbled after the walking coffee cup through the only exit of the bread castle. She went on a whole adventure with a coffee cup before waking up in the dark van. The women all remembered different but strange dreams. However, the cobra woman said she felt like she was in a state of limbo before she opened her eyes in the van. She thought she heard children laughing and a party jingle for a moment. She cannot recall the exact jingle. The koala bear man was an exception. A mistake, it seems. He was walking home from work when the van pulled up on him and captured him. Katsuki is not sure what the kidnappers were thinking when they decided to take this man in a completely different fashion from the rest. Do they have a quota of people they need to meet? Are they paid per person and therefore saw an opportunity for higher pay? Are koala bears or young men highly desired in their trade? He is not sure, but that screw-up is what revealed this new human trafficking ring to the world. And then there is the little fox boy. Based on the missing persons files, he disappeared the longest out of the 5 victims. The police brought in a specialist to talk to each of the victims, but they could not get any information out of the little boy. Based on the specialist's notes, the boy, Daisuke Koryo, refuses to speak to anyone other than his parents. He clams up around other people and may begin to hyperventilate. It became such an issue that his mother took him out of school and started homeschooling him. The police spoke with the parents instead, but everything they had to provide was in the initial missing persons report. Daisuke disappeared from the neighborhood playground during a playdate with a friend. He was on the swings and then he was not. His friend, who does not have physical animalistic features, was unharmed and had no clue where Daisuke went. Katsuki sits back in the office chair. No matter how poor of a writer Blazer is, there is still a lot of good information here. More than what BGMI will ever tell him. And the key to this investigation is obviously the little fox boy, Daisuke. From the musings of the Cobra woman to the conclusion the victims were being transported to a final confinement facility, There is definitely a temporary holding area in Mizudafu. Each of the victims, except for the koala bear man, had to be taken to one. Katsuki cannot rule out the possibility for more than one area. And based on the Cobra woman's comments again, it seems this temporary area is hidden in plain sight. To hear the sounds of children laughing. A party jingle playing. None of it was related to the dream she had beforehand, which was a trail walk with a toned Cobra woman. Some children's store is the front for this temporary holding area. Unfortunately, that could be anywhere in Mizudafu. And Katsuki does not even know how many businesses geared towards children cover the Mizudafu prefecture. Could be related to entertainment, commodity, food. These human traffickers, even with the screw-up of one of their transporting crews, know how to keep their operation airtight. Though, Katsuki is confused as to why they chose a children's store as their storefront. Fortunately, he still has some ideas. But most importantly, he needs to talk to that kid, Daisuke Koryo, and his parents. Tonight. He is on this case whether Best Jeanist wants him to or not. Where are you going? Blazer asks him as Katsuki heads for the front doors. Katsuki gestures to his workout clothes, a small backpack slung over his shoulder. To work out, obviously. It's quite late. It's 7 p.m. You do realize it's common to exercise at night, he says, crossing his arms. He cannot visit the Koryos in the dead of the night as he normally ventures out as a vigilante. It is possible they will not answer the door, or they may not let him speak to Daisuke. Katsuki frowns, regardless of the time of day, they may not speak to him at all. But it is worth a shot. You've got your keycard, right? You'll need it to get back in the agency. Doors lock at 9, Blazer informs him. Thanks for the reminder, Katsuki says over his shoulder as he walks out the doors. Katsuki trains hops until he can run the rest of the way to the Koryo residence, changing into his vigilante costume along the way. The family of 3 lives in a skinny house smushed between others in a quiet neighborhood. The streets and sidewalks are faintly lit, giving Katsuki enough cover to slink about undetected. However, he cannot break into this house. He wants the Koryos to trust him and honestly answer his questions. And it looks as if someone is awake. A couple of lights are still on. He knocks on the door. It takes a moment for anyone to answer, but Mrs. Koryo finally opens the door in a pink and white striped half-apron and a matching headband pushing her short, black hair back. There is a bit of chocolate smeared on her apron. I'm sorry for the wait, it is quite late, you know, Mrs. Koryo gasps as she finally looks at the person standing in front of her door. A look of fear flashes across her face as she stumbles backwards. "A robber?" "I'm not a robber, ma'am," Katsuki reassures her. Maybe he should upgrade this costume to something less sketchy. "I'm just a harmless guy." She covers her mouth as red tints her pale cheeks and realization sparks in her eyes. "Oh goodness, no you're not. I just didn't realize. I mean, you can see how I would make such a mistake? Why is Ground Zero here?" "Honey, who is at the door? A robber?" Mr. Koryo exclaims. His bushy fox tail shoots straight into the air, and he stands in front of his wife immediately, canines bearing. Katsuki pinches the bridge of his nose. Mrs. Koryo swats at the man's shoulder. "No, honey. That's Ground Zero. And the man who saved our child is certainly welcome in our home. Please come in." "Thanks." They settle in the living room around the glass coffee table as Mrs. Koryo brings out snacks and hot chocolate with heaping amounts of marshmallows and whipped cream. Katsuki stares at the steaming mug in front of him. "I don't mean to be rude, but I can't drink this," he says, hoping that did not sound too harsh. "The hot chocolate does smell amazing though." "Oh, silly me, you're not taking that face mask off," Mrs. Koryo says at the same time Mr. Koryo says, "I won't tell anyone if you don't." "Don't tease him." "I'm sorry about my husband, he gets a little loopy by the end of the day," Mrs. Koryo apologizes, sitting down on her knees. "But really, what are you doing here?" Katsuki folds his hands together on the coffee table. "I'd like to ask you a few questions about the kidnapping if that is all right with you. Anything you or your son can recall." The Koryos look at each other. And the wife retells everything she remembers of the day Daisuke disappeared, her eyes reddening as she tries to keep the tears back. "I was right there the whole time, chatting with Mrs. Yuta on the benches. I looked away for just a minute, and when I looked back, he was gone. My baby was gone, she says in a quivering voice. Mr. Koryo covers her hands with his, rubbing his thumb over her skin in soothing motions. He was gone for 2 days. And I couldn't sleep or eat because I didn't know if my baby had the same luxuries. We have no clue what he saw, the husband begins. All I know is it wasn't what everyone else saw. Katsuki raises his eyebrows. What do you mean? Mr. Koryo's white tail swishes nervously. His ears twitch. This quirk of mine is a little more special than a simple fox quirk. My son and I are closer to that of a kitsune than that of a fox. He takes a sip of his hot chocolate, licking the whipped cream out of his fur. The quirk looks the same on the outside. We both look like foxes. However, it is a game of chance on what kind of kitsune power manifests. I can call upon a fox fire. My son manipulates dreams and illusions. So, I am quite sure he did not enter the same dream state the other victims entered. At least, not for long. But he won't talk to us about it, Mrs. Koryo adds in a quiet voice. Daisuke saw something no child should ever have to, and I've no clue what it is or how to make it go away. Mommy! All of them turn to the sound of a child's voice. Daisuke stands by the staircase, rubbing one of his eyes with his balled-up fist. His pointy ears mold the shape of the black hoodie pulled over his head. It looks like he woke up from the sounds of their voices. He must have sensitive ears. Mrs. Koryo gets up and kneels in front of her son, pulling him into her arms. Did we wake you, dear? She asks. But her question falls deaf on his ears as he notices Katsuki sitting in their living room. His claws sink into her apron. That's, Daisuke stammers, his words failing him. That's ground zero. The boy dashes towards him, but before he can bulldoze through Katsuki's stomach, he stops. He hesitates, his hands bunching in his own hoodie. That hesitation hurts. The slight skepticism in his watchful eyes hurts. Nothing you do will go unnoticed. How you act, how you present yourself, is important to gain the trust of the people. It is difficult to save someone who is scared of you or holds certain biases against you. Yes, Katsuki may have saved this boy, pulled him from a nightmare that lasted 2 whole days, but he also left him on the street. Ran away when the boy clearly did not want to let Katsuki go. Admiration and gratefulness do not correct the distrust that may have wormed its way into his mind. He sighs, but waves at the little boy. That's a cool hoodie you got there, Daisuke, Katsuki says. The little boy perks up at his words, swaying in his spot and digging his toe into the carpet. Mommy got it for me, Daisuke says, excitedly looking at his mother. Mrs. Koryo smiles. He sleeps better with it on, she mouths to him, hoping her son does not hear. Is that so? Katsuki hums, digging through his small backpack. He pulls out a spare face mask. But you're missing something, don't you think? The boy blinks rapidly for a moment as if processing his words is a great task. He steps a bit closer. I can have your mask. Katsuki holds it out. Sure. Might be a bit big for you, but that's all right. Daisuke closes the few feet between them, snatching the face mask and staring at it like it was the epitome of Christmas. With a little difficulty, he pulls the mask over his snout and looks to Katsuki expectantly. Wow, it's the real hero of the night. Daisuke giggles and plops down right in front of Katsuki. I didn't do nothing. Katsuki fakes surprise, placing his hands on his hips. You're kidding me. Who is the one in this room who found his parents again? Who stayed strong through it all? Katsuki says. He swallows. Do you want to talk about what happened? Daisuke shakes his head desperately. He hugs his knees, his mouth screwing into a frown. Okay, that's fine. We don't have to. After a beat of silence, Daisuke perks up again. Can I show you my planes? Your planes? Daisuke scrambles up, a smile wiping away his desperation to stay quiet. I've got a bunch of planes. Come on, let's go. He says, grabbing Katsuki's hand and tugging him to the staircase. Katsuki says unintelligently, nervously looking to his parents for help. They glance at each other, amused at the scene. Don't worry, I'll come too, Mrs. Koryo says, and she follows them up the stairs. Ma'am. He is not looking for a green light. They sit on floor of Daisuke's room for hours. The little boy runs and grabs every toy airplane he owns. And he owns a lot. Jets, turboprops, fighter planes, cargo planes, aerobatics, too many. He had a whole description for every single airplane. The company, the model, the year made, and any cool history facts or flights that plane ever flew. And when he did not know a fact, he made it up. Like the amphibious aircraft that can shoot snakes with glue guns. Katsuki wonders if the kid is trying to get out all the words he bottled up when he stopped talking to anyone besides his parents. Stopped talking to his friends or leaving the house. Katsuki feels a bit special, listening to him ramble on about planes. And this one, Daisuke starts, looking at the old, gray airplane. This is a 1937 bomber plane. He looks at the plane in his hands silently for so long, Katsuki glances at his mother if something happened. He was talking so animatedly just a moment ago. She opens her mouth to say something, but Daisuke beats her to the punch. But it doesn't drop bombs, it drops a song. The song doesn't hurt everyone. Only people like me. Because I couldn't have fun like everyone else who sung it and laughed and got toys. I could only listen through a wall and watch more people like me get hurt too. His voice is suddenly distant as he speaks. And Katsuki understands immediately. He keeps his voice level. That's an interesting plane. I wonder how they figured out how to drop a song. What does the song sound like? The boy starts to hum to himself before he begins to sing the little jingle the Cobra lady possibly heard in her dazed state. If the police play the jingle for her, she may be able to confirm it. The Build-A-Beaver Workshop jingle. It is a toy franchise in Japan that makes themed stuffed beaver dolls. Katsuki knows because he begged his father for a limited edition All Might Beaver when he was a child. They have since branched out to other types of animals. The toy shop or shops could be fronts for the human trafficking operation. The temporary holding areas for victims before they are transported to a more permanent facility. Daisuke drops the warplane on the ground. I don't want to play anymore. Okay, sweetie. It's pretty late, so why don't you say goodbye to Ground Zero? Mrs. Koryo says, petting the top of the boy's head. He clings to her leg. Ground Zero can't stay, he asks, his voice muffled a bit by the fabric of his mother's pants. He has to get back to saving people, isn't that right? Right, but it was great to see you again. Katsuki reaches out to ruffle the top of the kid's head, but he gets a tight hug instead. Will you come back? Of course, kid. Internship Day 3, Tsunaga's POV. Tsunaga sips his morning coffee to wake him for the day. Today is the last day of Bakugou's internship at his agency. He is regretful he could not teach the boy yesterday. The press conference, although broadcasted on television, was closed to only a select few reporters and certain members of the investigative team. It would have been a great opportunity to show Bakugou another instance of why growing out of his childish attitude is important to be a proper hero. Thankfully, Blazer informed him that Bakugou watched the event on a live stream. After the press conference, the investigative team held a recap meeting to go over the information they had. They planned to pull in another expert, a better analyst than the one they have to get some fresh eyes on the case. Then, he had to attend another set of closed meetings related to an entirely different case with the Shizuoka Police Department. And before he knew it, he was pulled into a villain attack on the way back to the agency. Tsunaga wanted to check in with Bakugou at the end of the day, but by the time he returned to the agency, the boy had stepped out for some night exercise. Tsunaga arrives at his private office, setting down the pile of mail Ryoko provided him along with his coffee order. He will begin his lessons with Bakugou at 7 a.m., so he has enough time to read through his messages, mail and email, as well as put the final touches on today's lecture. From Blazer's notes, the boy had quite the attitude yesterday. Perhaps he thought, without Tsunaga around, he had free rein to speak as he pleased. They will sort that nonsense out today. Although, except for the brush, Bakugou has not been unreasonable since he started. He was receptive to their talks during the patrol. He engaged in the hero branding activities even though it was clear the boy wanted nothing to do with the final product. He seems to try even if it goes against his own opinions. Maybe he deserves a little more than lectures and patrols. Tsunaga ponders this as he reads through his mail. There are several invitations to fashion shows, talk show segments, hero banquets, and other public relation events. As a proper hero, he will attend every one of them. Exposure is important. He sifts through some other mail. Bills from the Hero Insurance Company. The latest magazine issue of Heroes in Style with his posed figure plastered on the front. However, under it all lies a manila envelope with a sticky note attached to the front. I have taken the liberty of speaking with Daisuke Koryo, the youngest kidnapped victim. I heard you were having some trouble getting through to him, understandably so. He has shed some light on a children's franchise acting as a front for the human trafficking operation. Signed, the fake hero. He rips open the envelope. Inside, there is a typed report, a map with clusters of red dots, and a list of locations. The report talks about Ground Zero's suspicions of the Build-A-Beaver Workshop franchise in Mizudafu and how it may be a front for the trafficking of humans with animalistic quirks. He goes in detail of why he ranked the list of 8 workshop locations from highest to lowest possibility of being a temporary holding area for victims. He then ties up the report with a map of the last known locations of missing persons with animalistic quirks in the past few months. The clusters either surround or sit close to the Build-A-Beaver Workshop locations. He recommends playing the franchise's jingle to the Cobra-like woman to see if it jogs her memory. Lastly, he advocates the need for an infiltration or sting operation at these locations. It is quite impressive. Tsunagu would not have guessed a mere vigilante crafted this report. He needs to call another meeting with the investigation team. At the very least, they should check this vigilante's work and make sure it is valid. But this could be the push they needed to progress this case and catch these criminals. He sighs. This vigilante is also quite up to date with any details on this investigation. It is uncanny how quickly he learned of Tsunaga's remarks to Mr. Watanabe the other day. The door to his office opens. Heard you caught a villain yesterday? Katsuki says, frowning. Must be nice. Tsunaga's eyes crinkle at the corners. Is he pouting? He walks into his superior's office without knocking. He does not greet him before speaking. And he pouts when he does not get what he wants. It is so amusing how vastly different this intern is from any other intern he ever had. He always sponsors students who are proper, sophisticated, well-mannered. He is sure if Bakugou was given the opportunity, his misuse of the Japanese language would be worse than what he has shown already. Good morning to you too, Bakugou. Please do not forget your manners when you address another, he chastises. You're early again. I thought you said this was on time. Yes, you are right, Tsunagu affirms, a smile hidden behind the collar of his denim dress shirt. I also did apprehend a villain yesterday afternoon. I heard you were less than pleasant with my sidekick. I was the correct amount of pleasant with that sideshow, Bakugou mumbles, looking off to the side. What are we doing today? I believe we will have another chat about your attitude, he starts. Bakugou groans and tilts his head backwards. You did not let me finish. We will have another chat, and then you will join me in a meeting with the Mizudafu police concerning the human trafficking investigation. We have received some new information that may advance our progress. His intern looks taken aback. And yet he seems just a bit smug. Wait, I thought I wasn't allowed near this case. I believe this can be a great learning experience. You have seen how a proper hero speaks to a civilian, to an interviewer, to a room of reporters. I think another important collaborative lesson would be how a hero engages and works with the local police. As long as you can be civil, I can do that, Bakugou says quickly. And do not interrupt anyone, Tsunagu says with a look. I will convince the team to allow you to sit in on the meeting. Sweet. But first, we need to talk about your actions yesterday. Bakugou groans. Katsuki's POV. Katsuki squats on the edge of the rooftop. He does not need to be out here at night. It would probably be better if he stayed inside the agency. But he is too restless from today's personal victory to sit still. The investigative team plans to move forward with his suggestion on infiltrating the Build-A-Beaver workshops. Katsuki managed to keep his comments to himself, but he could not stop the smirk that sat on his face. It sucks that Best Genus does not know it was his idea, but he is still glad the investigation is not so stuck anymore. The famed Ground Zero does love ledges. Katsuki stiffens at the voice that catches him off guard. This is why he should have stayed in the DMN agency. This voice is not familiar. It does not match any of the heroes he knows. He whips around, ready to run if need be. But he freezes in his tracks. Not a hero. A hero killer.